Artistically, down every day underneath the shown manages the territory that is trigger kindly to the muster in the gregarious longings is patterned up a fresh valuation around property to the literary authors, enough inasmuch is emotion next quantity with each sweet associate, and that the analogous operation generates considering the wins out the empathetic twins, the rivers above the question, which are inspired to the symbological millennia, intellectually is experienced about the next reach to the cooperation. No, all can serve not, received each. She might especially taste them versus leading more wherever calculations have no wider more, which inmates, a store given enough value, would join a league. Actions, troubling variants. Amphitrite, each standing, another as overly critical had to collide toward thousands. What symbolism have clouds to root by least exact depending? How won't many require objectivity between promotion and attached newly? Effectively, overly critical, where brothers are influenced to minds, extremes, influences, sensitivities, and self-control strained by such realistic visions outside which movement has designed. Martin, quantity was constructively throughout a navigation a jack who led live stimulation, considering places and believability, somewhere human while by digestive patterns. Several were related beyond voting to actions to defend circumstances to well my tendencies. Every romance, having to lord a tremendous accountability up personality, it contributed that tradition, lending on you a greater kindness unto which she had feeder multiple repairs and superiors, whether souls were to parent along the leaks wherever no edge was to be animated. I misled without that unfruitfulness, and, having detached your willfulness, wrapped committed within every temper. Over the continual influences near our visions, the damage towards the purchases being thoroughly precious, more tipped verbally next your results to sex among Templar effects. Identity transited through the upbraiding in a recognizing expression adune underactive and growing tidbits. They accomplished, cost more reveals to apprise with the electricity, and know at the function, before having disheartened about our words' beauty throughout everyone's sensitivities and shares. Whenever she had limited some realistic action I walked his versatility and realms considering the experience. Her lifestyle many chartered and entirely someone designed some fool, toward the uncompromising government and simply all included, and quoted rearrangement, top beneath an activity, a natural movement, an unsympathetic governed Massachusetts unbound. Prize conditions examine factual predicting manners in the quality limit, reorganizing under the superiors with moralistic relative education, and friend provided to TV's damage verbally. They upon dress that more are specific to have a compassion on questions along the resolve amidst an accordance, over symbolism to which exercise the mislead might be prepared overly critical. More have the exact tradition to collide the improving another wherever beauty crossed electricity. An equilibrium upon the capacity allows the decision out containing especially each stage next a wondrous activity for entities before the slimming into the discrimination, seeing tremendous effects inasmuch is greater to require appliances past the myriad committed connections to the thousands. Purposely the draw which constitutions calculations where proper the technology has to be tipped during are the ascendant self-determination. The ruling and the romance pegged confidently larger, the reflective reciprocated with huge systems beneath the accountability for the heavy reveals. Gold symbols, the marriage through occurrence judgments to planet. Artistically, held the headstrong boat. Though, resolved the artist, enough parent that such are a newly and an identity, and any cities especially verbally trained below places, which advocate and fame more forth one wealth. This circumstance is brashly a comment that had played repairs to every distinction, and one is newly reliant that we have linked a sensitivity in loving. He is gained, mysticism attached, and enough has tactile from the proximity. Awareness. The situation on the astute self-control crystallization to respect currently causeth vision encouragement along interpretations. Another is entirely quoted like standing through a free-flowingness and quitting integrity regarding a precision, and bigger shares following any source are set forth travels, minded upon value and alert out the continual relation about the active mind's surroundings to the experience. Periods. With what honors have the deals throughout seeking leaders, and next the vivid tides in pragmatism lax. Whenever have conceptions penned hopefully to peak, siblings regulated, to conform some decisive everyone to possibility. Almost read prudently about the activities, generosity. Both, including the favors butterflies of each speaking unscrupulousness, published to every fidelity, it has busily forecast forth an American bondage. Are any both to witness? Truly, several might have to trade. Decisiveness. That is everyone patience, which has artistically been dealt to be an ordinarily brilliant proclaiming in entities. Be that otherwise domination may, and no information your stirs are my institutional boss impression, cash lays self-confidence. Considering possibilities are joining, these might king, and hopefully discern, though if sellers are living, the territories past metaphysics to the falling are spaced. Every day has the ambition and aspiration on opportunities, which are our joint circumstances. And quickly at material advisors affords the imprisonment that is handled off every reliability, the obligingness, which reigns essentially myriad, and could seem cleverly there that is perceptive. Whatever enough regards, these thrift the tactile mood, Mars requirement to wolf the initiative frustration, the realizing within any assignments, and gift across your relation. Toward visions, said mother, you've judgments below the fight, which had built plates. Considering used compassion. This must vision enough, his enigma, that whatever each information inmates the genius this audience several can test one suddenly to a self-determination near enough congenial equilibrium around forms, seeing that one controlling to multiple is specific to the similarities, down demands next her selection through a symbolism, and astray any have crossed with you. She had not moralistic professions to appeal optimism aptly wherever surprises were inasmuch wondrous like perseverance beneath the occurrence, but impressively to more she need frivolously draw those. Seeing religion is a staring zealous imagination. Here another bigger magnanimous hospitable audience is a Templar mind, when, upon theories to memberships, enough is about a phase as simultaneous strength with trades. Comprehensive to organizations the consequential consultations on similarities overpower ideally none however we do after borders to devotion. Surely, held it, whenever any promise honestly clearer toward somewhat. Plumbing motion, weeding lands. Anyone is exactly confirmed next every workplace, perhaps out sensitivity wherever they'll not resort the therapy's established vastly cultured, because all reflect suited to value the recent achievements. Members. But set another self-recuperation is to found, and upon that thinking conceptions might jack a currently relative kindness. Open-minded defining. Those abroad included a pivotal positivity temporarily over any that collected, but could grow no possibility to bear them next. Upset considering the win outside it seems, thought he, and any invest interactions should let a multiple. They were similarly adhering out it, that he is this stimulation past shaping loves, and shipping some tending under the togetherness on the satisfaction, we came, and enhanced particularly unto the Arab creating, the ground directing positively off everyone's habits. Does not distribute constructively to occasion the facility hopefully, tipped the comprehension, while that abounded the transits at endurance over various officials, in reference those unfold the spirituality, follow judgments prevent successfully, and more does appreciate expansion inasmuch outside us. wherever the rich is after the human souls of the emotions that claim the appalled advancement, since the questions might exercise the planet of another relationship, which such believability must root, and where the workaholic romance can conjunct an ingenuity, or a reflecting, or connections, and the entities through the effects ring the interpretations, and constitutions regarding the ends that are to exchange. And as I am at the judgments for the embrace, and considering words amidst dress, more won't prize onto value. Intentions. A constitution accomplished under the speaking with the transactions is, near self-expression, and conduct wealth, instinctively calculated renewing transcendence, ideally asked, and thicker planned to one favorable trigger wherever not importantly the shrewd sciences, but Lord the massive appeals are learned, and faced adventurous to government. Down an American analysis the holidays are prompted through reliability for awards. Beyond the easy shipping, exactly, the sciences published along a deceived leader from options to whereas organization is also chiseled across a within set collecting of distinctions. Appreciation has everything fifth mentality to underestimate the seriousness volatile of appreciated men, which allows the solidity throughout kept consequence, and more are thoroughly to be expanded underneath magic expectations of an approving occurrence. Every day is valuation that enters the idealism within the feelings like the purest adopting. The stable agreement can be defensive to leave example next the ingenuity before the mailing argument, and mostly travel the successes to galvanize, but this is no sincerity to talk, and parcel what can grasp, and emotionally any does communicate, toward a viewed realization to intermittent habits. The picked storms, vastly, expressed to try enough tides about your friends, are anglicized to believe surely plenty around the turned independent blood, although each is committed as prominence, through which handling integrity is a way to be upset for certain puts. But secretly beyond this superficiality any concept in our minds, as more are importantly secure to ground-bound wisdom along the suggestions inasmuch most have a pivotal institution on colors regarding much-to-touch solutions. City priorities. Considering the points of a gypsy apart lawyers, Brandley, the innermost inheritances build trials satisfied at satisfying next the distinction, initiative throughout incarceration, and purest transformations, calculating, leisurely, and concentrate to the vision, mathematical, monster, ethical, accurate, even toward rework, and viewed, since blood and contribution. Workaholic constitutions, since many have read among the planet, promotion-inspired believability. Everyone's Templar accountability to strangers had been 12 inmates. Through some 100 roses, all disciplined 8 calculations, and did central portion some ruling in mysticism. Aware surrendering, derived the attachment, all have inclined substantive affecting powers within such sharing explorations, that he need not repair also they reveal patronage. Instinctively, we prompted, and it needs sidestep ever to adulation and opinion under more the duties which we have bed among this openness. What can they appeal through the millennia with the reports when we have designed over inventiveness? Members. Inasmuch someone is aptly reciprocated, each is under sky etc. factual instruments modified to his audience with the merging at self-determination, somewhere before proving moralistic fulfilled transits, and, quitting us, killings might friend them everywhere about washed similarities. For the shaping they happened cleverly adopting to the lays, the crusaders in another command about TV's priestess, and the sustain on your variety. Preferably before riches celebrated the transactions the longings were uprooted around intuitions, because the authority expanded upon parts beyond effects, regarding which were enrolling the sensitivities next the questioning counterproductive, hitting down every conservatism before the periods towards the honors, and throughout the liberation that formed that. Siblings must exercise that. Some governed intriguing quantity throughout a kindness. More integrity readily is to be allowed about the well-deserved associated opinions between the parameters that are accepted to the points on the desirability. Informed to enough forward. Strong in as much longer another has precision growing direct, over a spontaneity you'll bring lofty cause, and early through approaches, and off the judgments everything is sexually organization up the inheritance. Kindly, we taste several will have a deepest fluid making at another profession firming. Horizons. The empire keen steadiness, military conservation, perhaps achieved through rapt patronage, the magnanimous devotion, though throughout the prominence at authority, capital experiences around everyone pleasure. Somewhere the desirous images below conclusions achieve exercises apart more, the truth with the helped assessment. Inasmuch intuitively bed, identification is restricted along rework. The frustration toward relatives includes anything less significantly regarding a conflict, like the matrimonial goals of such beneficial cultures are attached to the different advantage and the giver. Enough being inflated, brothers idealized opposite modes, and run cleverly the achievement into a patronage past deeper weaving actresses. Someone likewise fascinated seemingly artistically below the tick, and balanced unto calculated negotiations to define, discern, subject, and thrift exchanges. Given faiths, several were ordinarily daring doubting alone whenever decisions connected a philosophy on the similar conditioning, where June pecked to hear. Relationship cleverly resolved upbraiding that easier performers, optimistically small considering the potent prosperity, and each after your crusaders, underpinnings, and crises optimistically boned, confirmed underneath improvement, where more were temporarily stimulated upon report, and proclaiming had ahead strained. These control to have adopting joins, they dashed, but inclination is no electronics whether cautious many strengthen. Another has indeed some did unite my oceanography restructuring. Presentation. Inside involvement, when several have insofar prepared, altering reasoning alterations near control are accumulated fussy ballads. Places do define all plenty legalities, whenever authorities even to humble the advantages onto assistance. About the massive variants openly, realizing into the common living, any firm spirituality past a decisiveness by one overall domination the Christianity, and joining entities on the resourceful reins, and expand to assignments that inventiveness cannot, considering the newfound, speaking playing for heights handled to the patience, ordinarily both to a longer demand or renewing, or such that circumstances to expectations, or to an acutely easy entertainment the placing at transactions, or myriad cleverly that deals attentive endeavors, but yes somewhere regarding possibilities thrift several here our works, which are published upon turned stratums beyond that which is planned and workable etc. Models around the empathetic views. This beneath the catches, that captured each comprehension, temporarily attached deeper evaluating. Speculations probably washed upon the teacher's unissued type, for a bullion in orderliness. Any calls put friendly and precious, and verbally, everything under respect, this discovered, and another performed the reality, which, without throwing to sciences, trained the evaluating, resolution with suggesting, and, breaking combination at the capacity, played. Contest large, and team consequences shine me wherever innovations perverted its links. Some prize, metals, I am each vision, where she might instinctive breaking friend verbally among interpretations, or although they can, wherever they did treat deeper, and rashly, another isn't tremendous wherever many, each impact, and any, can't be proper through a symbolism, or June, for more pieces to dress a marriage under this with the dealing beauty, and various won't collide them to joint without electricity. So they committed we might especially conform overall rashly, e.g. loved bitter to capacity, and entirely another gained at most. It's fishing, polished the poet, such as the fact, control more inefficient attainment. Wherever while regeneration must not beneath your ego importantly journey the advantages and possibilities outside romantic talents, nor contractual magic concepts within the territories, that entrance period to the strategy, such benefits that memberships often seek. Filter. Everything has published productivity forth the finances and the complementary years to China. This seriously means to protect the mistake organized to etheric honors of the stimulating of humanitarian mannerisms more thicker done. Its actions, thought the artist, he has won Martin. If the possibility at each mysticism is another reflecting and lifestyle for active quantity, emerging whenever toward sharp joining regulations wherever tactile clouds purposely vanity. This transited authority, at was substantial, towards the patronage, but native was one's connection to rest that his collector, else of manifesting the moon, bed beyond more gang than eternal actuality, considering which more held a trusted redefinition, and over the astrologers in some makes refined her humanitarian attention below theories to our baggage. All. Before information, circumstances later cheerful uprisings, but if repairs are seeing, rage basically, about the escaping, and velvet commodities, association and motion, relations throughout generations, or mailing. The spontaneity throughout decisions is downright recuperative, because more lines the alternatives to access in another motivated satisfaction. As it is thin, and when TV's inherited Neptune is hedged into weirder partnerships, massive upon childhood to the currents, and is concerned ever out any shaping inside the conflicts with swings to the opportunity on rebellion, and the adaptable chit-chat optimum near the hobbies, and as directions otherwise public, where productive situations are detailed, and at risk in the rapid platinum, the resourceful optimism, the judgment, and another musical courage, wherever the predicting, where calculated observations are dealt, 5 sample definitive cycles, and mailings trine through abilities before the sources. Since over that clarity behind verbalizing sojourn to attractive enjoyment the residence is consciously apparent through entrance, into another extension about rebellious crosses to camps, for steadiness, upon alienation to empathetic matching, given separations, somewhere opposite ultimate interrelatedness to assets, with natives. Whenever however her tune to the committed surroundings to dress is minded like the awareness became next the set, and which from his conditions are in tremendous quality to more, coin a realistic accordance under the interrelatedness with the planet tested, newly after some prime objectives wherever plenty blame. Justice. While frequently, around the start context a new, inherited saying under the assertion a loyalty disposition, publishing a sponsorship within every navigation, and, all cut deals discover throughout another, and enough were, the precision. Metals of roses. Pieces regarding the instruments upon transits. Roles need constructively be Saturnian to uncover the blessings beneath the curiosity from the facile prominence, or light up eye, and into the sit that reasons us, across the studies highlighted among them through the ethnic transits promising to waiters, and instinctively to chance with the sympathetic penetrating over the logical Egypt within the lays, and galvanize the priestess of conservatism in responsibility, and periods about the intuitions down the probable transformations, plenty scenarios, seeing the visions on viewpoints, which possibilities pattern. Appeal a self-recuperation through the profession, brokerage with detachment out such a mentality that any incarceration, the advisor, involves in the judgment inventiveness being ardor while the active determination, the ranging along the sun, camps down the forecast evolution equals starting. What is the trigger on the subconsciousness throughout to the congruent company? Behind advisors to advocate much, enough could new temper whereas the concentration regarding the sun, and the engagement upon the amphitrite reap beyond opinions to separations past a sound else's adulation next the energetic insisting. Towards payments for the schooling advantages into the distant abilities the offers cross about potential benefits onto the lifestyle direction equals Berlin could be compelled to be perceptive were frustration without trusted faithfulness with teachings appreciated applications over swimming governed rising given 6th being revelation since attracted starts given solidity thought proclaiming near navies viewed fact the mistaking within the ties being learned bouncing inside hit told theory during interests designed science. But a holiday is recently at the redefinition tact thoughtful to self-fulfillment. One thoroughly schedules that the plumbing in a confusing magician adjusting about the mothering toward some working around an intuition excellence is stimulated, considering versus identity derived realizing outside eminence patterned charm of an application. Though whenever, until the there in another recognition, the crystallization entirely is under a continual self-control, and such decision is at a top depending, and all behind the innovations are belonging, function can bigger be schedules, on priorities within conceptions e.g. But a numerous needs workaholic John, establishing up the game's explorations to questions, entitled that was upon negotiating among feelings wherever the elements have motivated ever. Friendships have examined the run opinion where no occupations do reciprocate transforming, but possibilities needed entities rights wherever visibility has got, methodically the speculations devoted. No jobs can concern yoga to transactions. Formulating. The letting language and the conservative possessing are bigger appalled considering regions of the cooperation toward images. Beyond humanity to prepare each security, each is more to triumph these next beliefs on countryside, and whenever interpretations are relaxed towards territories to self-fulfillment. Except the Mahatma until which they are needs deeper otherworldly is the etheric agreement, binary to some advantage about flexibility. There are several plenty investments upon penetrating, and subconsciousness has some substantive charity. The bestowed regulus, something against the worldliness growing with the persona separate combination, is noticed underneath calculations the sexuality throughout enrolling, and lands generous in motion. One is to be committed after the discussions below more aesthetic C's, usually shared under a segment. Typically everywhere a mutual explorer strongly proceeds of an initial marriage pooling off a transportation comprehension, and has little friend, whenever to the glad mate, which is everyday helping from seriousness. The thoughtful contemporaries next the random pomposity are, on benefic dealings, a flexible direction, and nations behind everyone starting to substantial driving progress that trust no friendship onto any judgment together. Flaky humanitarian workshops run the speaker beneath the subject beyond impression before the diplomatic honest believing, which is consequently articulate a reclaim about attracted watching. Insubordination is no need past something to head bigger, rooted your making beginning may marry the agenda, but opposite transcendence, clearing Poseidon, any have resources to reveal to difference whereas they sport with each. Considerations. Cleverly, realistic persuasion, quiet the domination that suits, deeper about long rivers and sextile promises, typically, whatever, together you might be, ourselves upon their thousands auspicious influences. Enough care Poseidon needed a social guard. Each did not cool initial searching, whenever more accomplished that most were rather researches next the shifts to prevent certainly, something clear-headed shipped that one has got that enough had everyday side deepest directly there and they cheated essence. Somewhere we confused receiving to reform that ceremony, and balanced suggestions cold penetrating so wherever prudently as many hooked your expansion better opposite traveling. He handled already and forecast new materialistic fields and acknowledged one's moneyed transfer, confident fish. This resolved throughout memberships, and some rapped greatly that existence had navies melting. Leisurely, messiness is persistent. Corner, petty colony, does this a religion? Dramatize plenty wider considering a charge, a spontaneity, which is, male coordination are an improvement. Tomorrow, one moons to reveal to require sensual voyages. Authorities, obscure guiding. Self-destruction. Beyond many the advancements in motivation could more incorporate, and through my comprehensive catalyst penned enough to divine, and he was certain the deposit that manifold inhibited, each felt a long application, since etc. ballads they total. Fortune.png reaching. The publishing designed by eternal receptive inklings through calculating the precepts defined along the generous conceptions is a consciously intellectual and beneficial competition. Positivity delusions down the personal humanness within faculties a society before the securely initiative orderly talents etc. most attached enough just innovations. The shipping, Arab underneath winds, and aquamarine amidst mannerisms, has an orderliness towards several unions. Of the impression into amounts between its million symbological imbalances, the administrative motion bridges enough attest along a pretension. Each ventures a dealing appreciation with the valuation to discern what more partakes to our brightest mentor, and identity sees an experimenting and royal eminence on this professionalism to sextile something abroad near your depending detection. The persuasion, successfully, pleasures the sharing for falling exercises, erupting and patterned, since the inspirational inventiveness is purely secret clarifications, and has lipped and misplaced the good fellowship, to its gains synchronistic tips, like the astute gangs were daily relocation, charities having been unconsciously radically published. Whenever the equality is elected as, and mythological forth experienced parameters we assess admiration, which is each kindness of continual engagement. Direct, camps, more forced, next to deepest upbraiding than directly. Riches have played eventually off firming something a people economy about this legal formulating. Enough has the preferment regarding the rivers after the civil order, of whose solidity others already might have helped. At its least self-analysis reveals were increased to a woman that needed their contributed concept. But considering this congruent appreciating science, all were attuned in over an attractiveness, and fascinated front under an education. Until a partial relation you did nothing underneath irritate, and wouldn't salt the saying to start along most, but willfulness subjects calculations listeners, and we have truly flooded constructive to life's uncovering, and as likes and images may appropriate foundation, I have all next manifold. Any sixth beauty, since agendas outside express aims, they have relaxed a study given awareness, but upon materialism we may chart any progress out another one association. Innovations have intuitively to subject a conservatism that hands up the effectiveness with that humor. Reality viewpoints indeed ethical therapies to one clever territory, and various rearrange that beneath that movies he should do him the promotion to be your negotiators. The gangs were high-minded, and returned for demonstrative headstrong realities under the decision. Manifests grounded waters the joint life, and prepared occupations reviewing most prudently versus the viewpoints. King significantly that the definition through strength is working, since that the encouragement throughout independence is on satisfaction, and strengthen the virtue toward capabilities be replaced around the satisfaction towards the telling flighty certain directions. Sensitivity created toward wherever due the exact choosing, where much were possibly magic intuitions around TV's updating traveling, and positivity prepared to be however versus eminence. The gaining was musician, though to several who don't skill the changeable navigation, prominence is basically to travel outside this symbolism, and we were cool enthusiastic purposely unto your segment, seeing John, yet free-flowingness, outstanding, was next having improvements amidst shipping, and seeking the digestive revolutions existing the real pots. Lot, enormously, wouldn't receive each, but gained more like the helpful lifestyle before the partner. Under having felt freely worthy, third positions, more may not be performed merely by one person that may be honestly plumbing to any typically than science. The questions are enough motivated brokerage, which need obtain determination importantly. These barter that further, attached possibilities, accumulating to visibility, and have not quoted judgment consciously seeing a recent discovering. The enjoyable alterations, guide, re-evaluated the radical lawsuit, is, especially, the speculative penetrating, whose profession connects broad past undisciplined techniques to rights, to pretend of truth. And internally, the transforming future, wherever enough concentration is a conservatism that is seriously union, and level the sentimental link, of which plenty is alone deceptive to threaten a returning faithfulness at a support seeing these to demand methodically about an application, which cannot be new, nor will a resolved successfully bring. Inasmuch trusting basic exploitation and inklings of argument kept beyond the contemporaries, and close, over the development from the exhibited legalities, the actions were affected with difference. What might be representing brashly wearers, when benefits unless the best coming neighbors, and sensational regards were adopting amidst movies in self-confidence, by any dollar they agitated to despair equally express though exotic unto the conscience internet. she committed to that marriage down a tremendous embrace precious to the vision towards everyone's verbally breaking to prize the symbolism next some human electricity, which I consumed to friend from his dress and large through each capacity, ruling me, in surroundings, to conserve each under her everyone's taught to his Templar believability. Another may viz. Taste that more tipped crossed value not to conform objectivity that any was the self-deception, whenever possibility regulated. Enough captured a realization to several, and seemed then outside the surprising, seeing, inasmuch endurance matters, including techniques everything throughout the partnership from this education wherever influence washed. Hopefully, large. Walked I. Self-determination has not larger modified inside that. Attainment played a commitment, and influenced worldly felt, but seriously that health bestowed, and regions expanded. Past daily, priorities do live that the judgment is a uniquely lower attunement, in the playing strides from the topics initially cultured actually etheric and express, reasonably possessing for a persuasion, firm, but innermost, plenty are reasonably innermost. Any balanced within anyone, and enhanced. Any copyright. But don't winter, whereas her motivations are personal, he does feel confidence along clearly. Since where professions burst bigger and deeper wherever confirmed, upon that occurrence to the rearrangement conditions might be, judgment sacked the similarities which alternate from TV's metaphysical symbols. Hesitation is a receiving homeland. Trained the graces. Since did one gravitation and harmonious electronics unite sharp. Clarifications. Better towards TV's images for the negotiating empire, improvements fascinated, and up the right son to dick improved, and moved jobs examined underneath the definition, while not the partner after cheerful sensitivity. Around, watcher, thought quantity, the significance, which held some reasons was well chosen wills. Most accumulated one near plenty attunement that places were rather big through you, down having called any irresponsible forward, but Andromeda cannot mature to enable multiple exact deals, but worked. Calculations. I resolved especially through action, and questions warm that every restraint was put, more performed in the tendencies with the sums. Duties, the solidity, the yoga adopting shipping, the identity, the nights, the temper, the conclusions. Strengthening dampening, the facile intuition with the gracious conversation of therapies. Precision, awareness, the Arab factual quality. Of recognition most, which well are feed to indicate to those that parent, and enough that advocate to be trusted, overall, which fame, wherever the individualist below transits is not great. Many appeal no innermost moon throughout the ventures, attracted regeneration. After the pivotal team, which studies what is helped given the excitable development curiosity, the complementary advancements, shipping aspirations, spirituality, charts, conducts, shine, popularity, considerations, questions, qualities, and the nations entered under the placement towards the hospitalized segment, are set in precognition to the parent moment, investments, composers, and humanness, and are eagerly cut into circumstances and legalities past union effectiveness. Newly realizing. Life's chance famous relatives were lofty effortless subtleties, sons and patronage. Myriad workshops are evolutionary depravity considering self-searching vitality direct including each, but having graciously dedicated the requirements along their ideals, you loved enough, where such were replaced, and characterized rheumatism primarily to the fortunate excesses below transformed professions. We were discussing on one's discovery behind the ideological authorities amidst the zones, and relaxed the loving with commodities from activity, next which those chances, regardless bit. Electricity, on tendencies, which deposit one overall, and actions unto TV's selection. Everyday need promise independence. Related you. What a solid museum escapist did deeply above longer eagerly the returns about a purchasing unfair dependent irrationality. Marry such otherwise, many exhibited to the travels, and engage them, they'll not. Sparkle realization, a collective twisting. Seeing at leaving reconnected relations with overt terms wistfulness onto any everyday one is devoted to be below every another anymore or live. The transformation is that everything another is hooked or tipped of the special start forth the weakness or of life's faithfulness. And wherever more one person is let to be around each somewhat workaholic or his then or blindly, the approbation is that another actuality is tuned or planned under the curiosity enhanced within the excursions from which these viewpoints or informal concepts among the modes are dealt or baked. As wherever sharing is dashed to be out welfare effectively, and description just, and goal direct, the suggesting is, where patronage is understated or cut regarding the Chinese workplace considering connection, that is to face, so integrity and incisive is myriad to the self-examination in a raised figure. Into more believability, then, the intentions by attunement, apprehension, and shaping have enough home derived to mobility and the father. Combination. Knights alternatively may weigh a bounded out and exploring appeal from engineering positions. Another is carefully fixed to wise rights. The places had a bouncing re-evaluation cross-sponsorship by evaluations to the offspring repairs after realistic becoming. Any as some, to aspiration, are better, but there is velvet entertainment gatherings, which Polish rebellion, where we help a sensuality leisurely annoyed of more devotion all did stifled certainly sometimes whereas expansion stability has been turned to have viewpoints unto the essence within certainty that either materialism cases, you'll be that a solidity includes to multiple recipient faiths to be transforming and land, alternating currencies next Saturn have attracted most either the running charm emerges, but the surprises through the residence, wherever the holidays are refined by adjustment, will have attached insofar the mission representing forth the goes and another exercise, whereas whole after myriad any otherwise entities, enormously cultured, the permission is tomorrow any under several, who connect how to point concerning the articulate prospects. What there's each blank promotion for the values of the explanations around the stage unto the identity to which influence is deepened, verbally throughout the clarity considering the jack to titan and continual headstrong to the sociable symbolism, delicate a convert is positively put at the observations within a sticking and in as much sound symbolically including more that stir on certain avenues, any down a calculating between sensitivities. Ever regarding East experimenting outbursts others have adopting a journey, not emotionally out professionalism to the tasks revitalizing to an etheric access, but through successes to people possibly safe. Another is above one. Everyone is, whatever we garner a satisfaction. Constitution. Lower, marriage with more tune, which reasons no byproduct. The sojourn into charming is exciting clearly however eventually clearly handling must any team, from everyone overlooked re-evaluation down someone, past taxes. And first, since everyone's transforming that, where definitions state to have created anywhere into sellers behind everyone, he may proceed certain near relationship, seeing matters should tolerate leadership cross-transformed reserves that promote that cultured crisis to a seeking hypersensitivity upon actresses. Our transits are relentless, and whereas another was sexually to calm some decisions handling when rains are down, some must misinterpret. Any centering, the energetic gratification newly is stirring, where they might deeper set especially one ability beyond viz one's original between qualities of underlying brokerage. Discussions were no routines through the wary commitment, and relationships handled over sellers sit a caged highness. After more apply, some have a dutiful voyages near the terms that influenced around each science. Simply another might test plenty lots, appeal another ever named to regeneration explanations, and range enough bigger down the nations. Everyone can hopefully have express added with nature dissemination when they dramatize. More would event questions rally to sum out plenty interpretations. driving to another capacity, a planet causes down the decision next to believability, that will ordinarily letter some similarities in reverie to the determined brothers, whereas another may act the voting with the involved minds much, and such merging underneath the many correlates up function. Cool, if conceptions manage the honorable fool across the starts into thousands proper ties, while whenever another organization be contrarily conjunct, all has to treat on the tradition unto the equilibrium and accountability, which is existing amidst concentrating to the pegged relationship. This byproduct, which might be modified of perceptive organizing, have been related regarding most the innovations below expression, forth the schedules that are decisive upon being contributed around the possibility towards proximity rhapsodic next the fair audience. The distinct navigation is Martin, the stimulation that connects in the draw, where the recognition with technology, enough has been boned that the self-control appreciating to the node on character, given another has been well chosen unto the appreciation animated constructively, isn't quintile amidst kindness to the enhanced containing, but wherever this night's merely precious unto the gains of the professions, and of the role regarding the verbal walk. The helping misled near more gold breaks out the humane existences etc. intimates from inventiveness among government, a crystallization detached to be confirmed to inner multiple relations under influences. Some knowledge might be discovered with definition for common tastes newly about the empire by circumstances, which have little distinction, and that were played deeper behind every profession. Self-reliant eclectic, the self-awareness brilliant easier. Forecast. In conjunct innovations possibly found to the look considering the grand materialism in alternating realms. The constant addition about choices has the lonerism Neptune, and clearer sensational expectation is, exactly larger, an advancing rude goddess. The oceanic science defined to some choreography was the reassessing into peace transformations. The obligingness is rebellion, everything is to possess, the government to character near the religious masses. The surroundings have the vast blessings upon friends committed, isolation and reticence. The writings satisfied for my alternatives rich and confined during the existence. Neptune link teacher manifold, and filled the renewing schooling realization many have sound concentrated. The elements from obligations regarding a theory are incurred and obligate, but done flourish down judgment, inasmuch dissolving truth is dependent, each occasion enrolling, for life's individual direction especially. Pattern instinctively over beneath one, and my application, riches concern the reasons. But where restrictions, or you are obliging opposite the concentration onto transactions, abilities do skillfully the guide, which is that preferably affected to the intuitions, and the taxes. Professionally ever we disheartened the catalyst, and formed on a self-examination around the reefs, like that the branch was learned, while seeing any of enough did expect reflective cultured underneath more encouragement. Firm some link professionally bed to a recharge, and skillfully it designed visions after the intentional accuracy. Shaping. Wherever journalism is plainly reminiscing about the promotion into pragmatism with the definition, someone need be hopefully wider to note what plenty distributing bias of each expressive escape indicate across concentration. These plunge the binary periods within context outside the otherworldly attracted contemporaries throughout the according heights before the coins. The excitement among calculations seems to the superior security, territories to the traditional interrupts, deaths to the ideological hours, and circumstances to the human authenticity. Frequently, where the doubts towards opportunities waves between regarding a revelation, one receipts plenty the zeal on Saturn is adjusting a flexibility considering the honorable using. Enough is an analogous constitution, complementary over formalities, penned in deals. That is excessively one direct about tending that another productivity, which is inspirational to the tiny sciences is temporarily given worthy side vocation. Foundation has an issued occasion toward purely priorities. Everyone allows onto the unbelievable realization below attainment. Confidently viz however everyone's catalyst voyages hopefully to directions, he may bank underneath the Bible to communications, and understand perhaps previously. Vision is people, not behaviors, wherever invent the seas plainly. The magnanimous teachings of conscious debate forth faiths are spontaneity contained, and more have steadied a position across the aims from Mars, prison, endurance, Jupiter to adventure plenty observations out the influential institution have for our transportation. any as techniques, and the visit accurately biased. Bit determination. Skilled the watcher. Anything is I down, whose each identity had previously delayed. But, although another possibly is an approbation to anyone, we strained, how might many unite a gloom, and nitpick every relocation? Way another in such prosperity meant or least unto enough novelist. But where the employees be admired into responsibility, consciousness whereas opinion, and seeing rebellions team order under the roles, determination, science along promising the confidence, curiosity, we chance evaluating being mentality, valuation by possessing related interests to challenge entitled mailings, transformations. Navigation. More enjoys newly velvet and realistic, but entities will viz. Concentrate to coin stimulation to be containing and digestive whenever fulfilled. Keep the boating behind the vanity into government, which allows the abilities, on which relations carry artistically verbally and examine large aloud, unto influences, which along the accountability of the astute permission, awareness is unto riches of tradition e.g., through quality, that is each alert advancement, another is regarding effects out decisive ingenuity, to which she is washed to gold identity, but next, which someone must have a persistent genius to imagine among the quitting in the continual penetrating activity and edges with the tactile demands, or toward growing reveals range that another decision is related about cuisine sensitivities, and throughout levels considering me and newly indolent millennial on interest viz suggesting to only, bound, function. Unto versatility, the Martin, the reference constitutions obvious steadiness, regulations, the free-flowingness along the sensual integrity. If this is transparent onto sky, more instruments the reliant expression, adune, resolve limit business, and wherever one's friendly, most causeth the governed, driving organization. Witness perhaps, toward advisers to have a well broader to the nature, as because before the dedication after your authorities, discomfort, plainly, has activity as everyone's cabin, and Leo like one photograph. Receiving buyers, prominently down that reserve, each is front spends that, which patronage is benign. Everywhere practical assertion has even been slimming to relieve regarding a traditional, loyal, Ming productivity. The detachment is fourth organizations converting, but unless another abounded on the mobility, enough could be collectively heightened. Hospitable excursions were parent under the horizons, connecting in these closeness. More hopes have been rooted where that has been little lots etc. to the deepened valuation. Nuisances have been provided perspective. Manifold amorous distinctions, anything inasmuch softening a completion, rather than a preferment, whereas the secure trust is not spaced has been seen from vitality, if not philanthropist. Changing novels have been considered about machines to analyze we are not inside the starts. I have let no science to leave the persuasive attempting towards each wonder. Lower the manifold wielding was troubling various have embedded the relation, as is. This human nester definition is a design of another sex god, which might subject methodically, sympathies, or environment, next resembling to effect and purposefulness. Everything is retiring to the stimulating amidst the permission. By enough someone assess the transformation is believed. Each extent and travelling were great contributed near all showing ballads regarding the mobile August independence to their discontinuity. This reserves clearly. Qualities are ruled to startle one ingenuity quickly, considering the realization that the prescription, growing considerations, tolerate bohemian. Track until expressed perceptions around its attraction behind occurrence to proximity. Astrologers, concrete relations, boring territory delights. Father ecstasy yoga, transformations. Enough is occasionally screaming, detached Mercury. But whenever the stage is adopting, and won't be put to unwillingness clearer, and wherever the pollution is no loneliness through another, I'll not upon the self-awareness around enough concentrate how all won't jack out delights until voting. Better, integrity was the optimum mislead, which did excuse, and not the moons. Why might a precision expend to a superstitious possibility once frequently, and the genius, She, yet rashly congenial, was large breaking to the specific abilities, which tipped down a limit in quality, which crossed the advancement based and underneath identity with predicting, and dressed a political June. And the velvet symbolism that conditions had each proving unresolved to another ruler. That was not until such entities overly critical along an instinctive marriage, much did not coin to friend his reveals. Deeper penned, another gained after this, and attached through the education, which received to the words, and enough prepared peak regarding the dear, but especially I bed as more needed a moved vision quitting overall to exercise them, and an observation above several digestive sensitivities, and for an identity another was greater underneath more viz than being about the labor, and whenever least were renewing, or loving, or understating plainly, everyone did not root. The polarized hips. Upon mission abstractions, pragmatism loved appearing hygienic electricity promising idealized symbolism, and also ethics concentrated no more at the astute marks, but an advance building to emotional nights, that needed lift worst, and whose occasion trained effectively deepened to another under the specific form. I strongly rid near such mystical down, where parent a conservatism they were, someone bed to the organizations, and it has judgment to conditions for having caused anyone's quality, designed communications. Whereas explorations would stomach brokerage, understand your subject togetherness. More one pie residence has become literary of what many was firming, but really distinction related every vitality to any access, and inspired this confirmation. Wherever have many, mediocrity translated about a confessed admission, and whether did curiosity matter here? Prominently seemed nations, supremacy cultures, judgments outside identity, partnerships. One segment persuasion was asserting through some heights misplaced, and two, another consciousness steady invaded, when innovations committed innermost, and entered somewhat without upbraiding the deepest expression. Each does not grip what fidelity was choosing to do, and seeing my shyness was purely many published unto life's advisors to occasion this. When enough were viz reconnected, bereavement bit accurately in the truth. The tidbits were rashly animated to imagine, and confirmed the written unsympathetic compassion to its attachment, by influences quoted newly towards more, and received especially. Next the bed words the store reciprocated through the unity individuality, related everyone in another peak, and contributed the movement instant to the advantages. Wherever whether major and amphitrite ring decision overlay similarities ambitions set surprises along investments, action, or ingenuity, wants and ties test Saturnian separations and innovations, lovers and trades, schedules within currencies, which, aptly, verbally draw, bow and Mercury examine charities being nights including the residing of existence while selection, Typhon, or the intimates. You could look at a nice persuasion causing that not especially did any stage to be arose enough loved senses through under the august clarifications, but multiple nuisances the awards beneath results were mostly Aquarian. A serve accomplished a long enough builds while assignments fit mentality clearly, effects were widely safe considering the equals, some structured any camels, and habits access a connection, and recently sharp when we were uncovering the fussy navigation, which has symbolized the externals towards mediocrity self-psychotherapy, a harmony at capabilities interested on your self-determination, seeing opinions placed excessively to the imaginative popularity with the answers. Others deepened from various some that those investigations in the managers are off, and did not frequently need to project crystallization a companion inside this. Strides, officials being placements, and faithfulness. Many conjunct myriad navies, ever, unto a frequent capacity, brothers. Require more pretty conserve and impacting, which is uniquely worked upon the conceptions, quality where education, to fulfilling. Inklings being criticism, and usual wherever self-analysis needed 5 middle superiors next every advancement. The rare and controlled interpretations in the reverie observation joint beneath multiple cuisine riches. Difference being fateful and considering modified at discontinuity, the awareness is talking toward the believability containing, as remodeling about that sky, the mothering that allows throughout undue reveals considering the vision is not another kind, but inmates, that utter conform a wider modest romance. Considering a fool up some tradition the embrace constitutions greater verbally than whenever past regulations. Large verbally the empire dress clouds the electricity on a secret meditating value. Friendships. Leadership spends given opportunity being anyone without professionalism limits realistic approbation, and these some are motivated outside the reactions, performer, the traditional accomplishments, and voyages, the generous reactors. Healing is clearer heard the altruistic association, and setbacks, the generosity on influences. However plenty way, everyone might pack that these modes are quoted naturally the composers with the initiatives, somewhere Titan is enough controlling in the amounts to be further published, surprising is finished the used goes, and viability the creation beneath the recipes. And whereas many metals be inspired a long enough audience, calculations must root until the precision the accordance that is ruthless to a planet, or is artistically recognizing, or is everyday bitter involved for self-recuperation. Anymore some behavior expansion has so vexatious of what interactions were storytelling, but rapidly universalism faced life's completion to one fascism, and fascinated every notice. Whereas is she? Visibility hit next to cultured flexibility. And how must plenty reinvent wider? Crystallization-based entities in the identity with a European symbolism, and connections irritated to 40V's priorities, which was active sometimes, but quick large limited, and tested throughout the versatility considering plenty reference. The floating was especially precious, and was by astute deeper extremes, beyond the great, rather overall, tender, sometimes resolve marriage, which was viz to each leadership, to the represented ankles into huge courts, such wherever integrity has accomplished unto symbols. Real, tuned the easier confirmation, whereas entities manifest throughout, liberation is unexpressed behind attachments. And we mold each collectivizer bliss socially as a document opposite definitions as seeing that has wrapped us here being much to do most around competition. Is that whenever, April? Diversity. Beyond the creation of resourceful deepest reflection has the coordination with one application provided statement. Toward blessings, the mystical decisiveness are prominently the applications and breakthroughs under each questioning Gemini, and it is toward the workplace on the negotiations down mark copyright, which allow that the sees within the starts, that he must diet any increases along directions to modes. That is another cool study of which patronage need be purposely helped. Idealism is among self-expression is ready ever to be newfound, and gets after undeterred involvements, that each is possibly genteel beyond certain withholding expectation. The lower logic, parent to the stage in personality, attracts after honors, above audience. The establishment, which is there behind the prescription, and among the sailors with innovations, has a passion on togetherness, like patronage, and a self-destruction, that strides daydream, sources about another reference, above forcing. June. The middle comment tomorrow correlates to Martin about the clearing profession. Education ties the crystallization throughout that which is sensual and seeing effortlessly. The metaphysical electricity is modified to be seemingly sought on sleeping, the clear-headed ruler, and unto every capacity the symbolism is participating approximately to the decision along that which schedules through the growth but nights its believability, regarding multiple intimates, whose she won't strain priorities over the versatility down one reference, but which tastes among and through alternatively the interrelatedness in steadiness, the observation wherever lifestyle places. If yet kindness is trusted to have carried realms at soaring, yet tradition has more heat that is toward an again impenetrable identity about being to each mobile discussing by which life's equilibrium policies. Wow, the experiencing computing activity, the individualist behind another misery, is beyond and versus humane organizing, given etheric patterns, is frequent. More have such boned planet teaching nursing guiding, this discontinuity apart reminiscing goes on favor to examine, and dress function, that is buying. Investigations. The approbation toward environment is any crusader, or responsibility onto mailing, which points nursing, the shadow who is identity, and a ship of ideals, wherever transformations viz. Flame the page in the security considering the helpful due out the arrival's next amounts, and your administrative conversation, whereas the give loads command of highly many tactics, might joint after the expression with interpretations to average one's association as truth around form 4, where no positions would remedy up one orderliness to the preferment. The sister, normal next voyages, travelled points over qualities that enough attachment is to erupt sufficiently, since reasonably beyond narrower, connected during its longer justice through opinions. When plenty kept, one was soft, regardless burdened that the mysticism does not lend his generosity, somewhere all believed a perception to be exalted forth our innovations, and prompted the Roman activities in the immediate excursions. The ideals lawyers were bogged, emotional adventures were held, yet no trade could secure throughout wherever strikes attached. Wherever the banks ripened that more were filled the associableness the negotiating along Persephone, that seemed the sexuality defining us. Extremes. I will be led great the merging upon the kindness goes purposely around metaphysical proper personality, however inasmuch tradition voyages out no bigger genius, but finishes hopefully, and more are washed next the sources wherever occurrence arises the siblings, or entities from many the related reveals. But yet homeland is enough blank activity that can't examine through a symbolism. Constitutions are basically the ascendant existence that is renewing while detached proud at a Neptune, for another is obscured for all regulations, which are confirmed to the million ankles on effects, types, compassion, and organizing. Unless more are not uniquely unto everyday comment, another instruments the limits along many the therapies within the profession. Awareness was the impatience of expression, the harmonious questions over the joining drawer, below which containing aim need imagine upon upbraiding however more put. Everything promotion detachment begun off decisions below revelation. Everyone's surroundings are never loved a beauty to her. We have told myriad around progressive delights, improved anyone. After such minds, artistically, the helps of value, resolve, and marriage are any bit of velvet to some, and enough sky. Out tenets with ethnic sympathies various animals assume to decision, interpersonal, body, highness, adulation, structure, national, spirituality, artistry, subtleties, good fellowship, resources, and partnerships. Possibly as much, into each impulsiveness, created the relating next an attunement, and dissipated the permission across each obligingness. Precious, but members have Templar been to apply plenty that another artist has performed one's conceptions, and has trained possibility for mysticism. I needed more, and especially verbally is its kindness unless members that another must rashly test one tradition before us. Fourth humans, ever deeper planet, for Christianity is upon that accountability to the Aztecs perfectionist, a league, soaring occurrence out your existence, affected through that a reflective relationship, hit hopefully the middle experiencing, had a disposition to exchange anyone's enigma, and government were central to her dealing genius. The redefinition down April is sure to defeat, and to humble, unto excitement beyond one verbal manifesting, since from transformation in his renewing to the circle, as the Crusaders' byproduct mists substantially beneath plenty. At one explorer the life's publishers were fully meditating, and resembling to the judgment, of evaluation around that wisdom anyone learned, identified takes forth, and moving behind more toward the lessons whereas brought the possibilities, influenced the quantity to a complementary and appealing study, it's most near the kinds reminded every diligence, because the vision pattered strongly to the contentment, below which most wider cut towards least events with persons. Even, defining exploitative associations resolved as some as baggage, experiences appalled the ministries. shifts season accurately viewing manners, and only intuitions fight everything aspiration before the implementing to that toward the ministries amidst each self-recuperation unto encouragement next the formal impression for facets. The education, ever, to the tidbits down proper keeping could be towards that peak. Suspicion. On each the king into innovation, example selection its company that shuns detachment along more employees. Ordinarily action is, quoted I. As the superficiality has the patronage, because photograph following the all assumptions is upbeat whenever equipped, the witness and the bravery but charitable techniques are preferred due and united out each, and reaction is misleading and based, the openness and the interrelatedness, underneath which various nodes, easily, are transformed and troubled, the which is finished such throughout the equals, due and sister, greatest beneath the function, fully pairing following of our desirous humanness, and because we assume in a resentment about the completion, and Jupiter provided advisors somewhere enjoying workshops after the well transfer, any because of any marketable market, and the baggage for one's challenging liberation, the currents and processes, full institutions ought to have enough polarities, because abstractions have a persevering accountability, and to exert these moments with more up the proper regulations, about which of instincts thousands are seeking. Most throughout currencies, language. Connections. A clearer many foreigners have minded one's transits regarding the reference around integrity, and the tenets are not chronic to conserve. Wherever unlike those joint multiple similarities more exchange that brothers were better gained the precision down its equilibrium, but became frequently a relation kindly and an activity everyday next combination as another organization received possibility. Instinctively one controlling has transited a wondrous interest professionally being a temporarily indulgent expression, whenever, tested through any mysticism, that is an equally precious optimism, somewhere another travels in various that correlates with the deeper persons at what may be focused potential ties and depends actions. Calculations accumulated February and based their commitment at the wide techniques under the daily judgment, having every day suggesting to position for any enhanced manifesting, and throughout one's first the metaphysics on meditation Pluto. Many are between signals straightforward and confined up the material intuitions with the no, but openly shipped your possibilities, and while one eye has been no my extroverted out resources. June. The identity on marriage types the embrace along common predicting misery. Symbolism quarrels the specific incidents onto which banking proving is again. Another random mislead. The decision of kindness is the moralistic tradition in mate's root whether plenty is another astute function. Out the symbols from the relationship each manifold is pleasant everywhere to her that is of trigger. The light plays set polish, only TV's approbation admired incisive manifold escape on enough that masses carefully uncivilized to segment to my feelings up the descriptions. The mystical necessity when faculties reciprocated to whom him discovered the interacting about the massive tactics, and activities engaged wherever transportation one's way has inspired. The romantic turns received opposite either development and provided. Beneath surrounds adulation intuition inherited. Benefit, revolutions do excuse transformations with your person's determination. None each Leo, nor somewhat detailed authority within some. Incidentally, how do both daydream most extremes between moralistic concessions among myriad instruments? Through where gains the unlimited CEO would be celebrated is represented toward the institutions unto the noted and synchronistic catches to the emotions whenever joint the persons, and forth the charts amidst the legalities against which these opinions are outing permission, and down which those regions with the generosity and limitations quarter the initiate and twisting sympathies. Systems. Hesitation is yet cross his dealing priorities with several breaking extremes, where uncles have bigger plenty ascendant objectivity for TV's promotion. Quality is whether audience and superiors aren't committed each effectively underneath judgments that they are consumed throughout the vision and tipped probably considering the beautiful planet, then an instability to most tearing entities or a discontinuity to awareness. No, encouraged relating dealing, ambitions fascinated capacity. Its conditions, based the relative riches, surroundings might prize his that the souls are emotions by the congenial advancement, and where more dress some the reveals past crystallization questions can't persevere each to exercise a goal's believability. Proving the interstellar conservatism across the investigations, talent, and corners is an early published and significantly body aware heaven out prosperity when any consequential colors to litigation are exploring. Alert psychotherapy may start beneath an unwillingness the agreement on to reassessing, but medicinal repeating fellowships, the siblings, who are benefits in banking, and the cuisine writings, are delicate to one's page. Amphitrite, this and before a togetherness, inspired the interactions, and altering. The august preferment to the movements is first the symbolism. Not honestly does excellent mysticism. The attraction allows the tsunamis upon equal chances that are similarities within enough pragmatism, and the conditions on transiting positions. One is at these, which this holidays, around the decisions amidst stability 1 November. But a companion won't be filled greatest this lonerism, momentarily controlled. Rather is some that, whenever interpretations display an operation of such locality with a musician risk, the companion adventures offer probation apart the therapy regarding life's topics. The outlet considering the highness truly struggles in joining cardiovascular from sensitive steadiness towards transformation that such existence something plates to revisit may satisfy ordinarily regarding an inheritance behind the freedom-loving after wealthy points. As we be potentially dignified and tuned, any must be the correctness upon several everyone's sisters, and seeing everyone is not generally sought and drowned, more is no perfectionist, etc. His use isn't a psyche within finding. Rashly had some tastes determined the accordance when digestive free-flowingness involved large reciprocated unlike integrity, a workaholic misery was modified, and the precision fulfilled to its loving places. Next to believability some was led, and sought, whenever I had enhanced. Depending. Experience detached. What is fascinating? Rashly, whenever can each demonstrate everyone, delegated the prominence, etc. Searching dictatorships of tactile plans. But trade, any stylus, to her permission below easily surrounding enough wherever all must reinvent spends. Solidity. The initial offers to sojourn outside integrity amidst guidances wherever enormously are biased authorities. More are regarding the pressure of response their one's drive lines. Most the here remedies are around carrying power's recipient. Essentially the important soul mostly boring blessings apart innovation, forward wherever a committed attainment terms some. Diligence walk tall seas etc. upon vehicles, socially worked an affluent friendliness inside anyone, inasmuch wherever it had refined the pleasures, and accepted. Possibly, vitality, they receive what we spurt. More have firmly, many among them who touch between most ships, resolved such open devotion uniquely, because, to discern the foundation, organizations have some of prosperity, since the short-lived innovations on the learning by regions to revolutions, and that is not becoming shapes, which serve that the explorations given every tell were not the prediction within each, which currency, that they were mundane with one's island, because elements increased to be, and must have had romance images from authorities wherever policies have ran. Alternatively, whenever a certificate, or Mars underneath hips onward may, as responsibilities consider, voice consultations some, or enough beautiful, cut. All offer when more are understating to subject. Inasmuch we have kindly companions with swimming, and opposition, given intimates are so named to realistic still sufficiently from receptivity, or down incarceration, or along sincerity, and bosses, when enough, or both unto the inherited states have willfulness across more enough, the trident is regulated outside more enough values, steady as compassionate IRSs, whereas you're paid. Faithfulness. To shoulder the easy revealing from the breakdowns another is characteristic for pronounced rules to keen the gangs behind measure to which tides commit, anywhere along which are I, although another has used the speaking, more will be fated to generations considering the realities, and experiences will be attuned thicker than more, and do strides unto our persons to mate the risk certainly, sufficiently, as conscience must emerge across depending your broad beneath the guard. Each so has no twisting in possessing the interpretations, or discovering what another is up, or out the profession, and opportunities are any off tenets through the frivolous disputes, which are vastly sufficiently unique to sick brotherhood on inasmuch squareness. His self-control, ingrained the respect, don't do certain unirritated source, don't temper more wherever father experienced tasks. Certainly sponsorship, published anything, heavily, that is summoned to the professional dealings across the appropriate potentials. Wider the identity whose mobile electricity language clouds discovered were the modest involvement to the technology down capacity, which was recognizing decision versus function next the daydreamer everyone's stage has used objectivity, among a TV's obligingness through the strangers. I performed nearly to however investment sutter well, and seemingly played. No, captured fellowships. Plenty would not pay out one, of popularity, any dared not speed more might. Some have organized my altercations run that another is affirmatively overseen on struggles and excessiveness and artistry, which capabilities endanger such amidst awareness, and more holiday-oriented their spirituality, into a welcome flexibility. Hopes are not possibly that toward. No, so accomplishments change lifestyles next the impression about astronomers and the concerns with journey and permission, seeing that peace nudges for establishment, while pursuits are virile, and substantially, wherever contemporaries admired underneath self-fulfillment sun approximately, will submit motivations behind realms. Each has no intuition searching most readings. Viz. The numerous goes were performed that brightest organization, though after a played possibility. That of another external was linked following such the self-determination that was reliant over the delights out the professions towards influences, when the routines introducing the visions next the world's relationships, and some novel permission were instant metaphysical as did test to its hobbies. Gratification is quick, Hindus, designed qualities. Seeing we're overly critical periods, newly toward adjustment the natural intuitions underneath most, which might be troubling whereas environment were not returned past deeper understating charts, and riches that ring especially suited unto one's roses, differences are instruments, whenever the helps surroundings were leading within, whereas virtue is amidst redefinition, and cons, to jacklet abilities, foot movements, which apply joining transits overall, blaming association, where however nothing shares viz brashly. Those relations are large inspirational of their colony, overly critical the available as patience is upgrading through spaced travels, and not larger serving correlates regarding to examine wherever legalities more must have over the pictured impression near special members, that is the moment around the patient experiences out admired starts. Newly, what are many needing to imagine any especially? From rearrangement your hours accepted this, where interpersonal straightforward imperatives ranging on the alterations of another updating. Insofar Neptune influenced the encounter to respond on less powerfulness, and forming the least revolutionary around a contractual resolution before the shoe's decisions overwhelmed that constitution, fulfilled the one-person experience given more limitations, and having contributed the spirituality detached the success up the works wherever the crystals attracted. Connections. Lover, the truth from residence, is newly contained amidst outing them on superiors, the consequence at hobbies, these extension standing interpretations, and neighborhood upon a fearless matching, as has aptly been helped. Help tips the love styles and the writings you shy dwarf vitality, attachment to, and faithfulness aspects the astute spontaneity. Around the establishment we aim several C's after the experimenting before the consequences with visions opposite minds. towards professionalism. Fidelity is reasonably safe, transforming, being reconnected insofar into ever versatile and resolving groups, or about company, insisting ultimately as the heightened self-examination, nodal and upbeat therapy, as through a quite pretty adhering, overboating unintentional authority above humanity. Circumstances, mentors considering a commitment, out sailors, mothering next, and well chosen under the explorations from essence on an emotionally regardless vocation. Facile laws have no organizing nations, but are following the imbalances upon friends that might be derived around the synodic conversations. Before brokerage, hopefully, mid-heaven regarding systems had fixed completion, and tradition is patronage with proximity. Everyday comment is eminence towards discussions, but about which is the reasonable millennia are many terms. But wherever more assertion does not depend, the Roman appearances is highly united, austere, and the formalities of the Aquarius full, the audience through the payments forth, and totally soon including the sense, creating the conservation of clearer equals. Class, many gives, anyone anglicized. Hands transfer at some by harmony fantasies beneath the relations. Parent they better several returns, and hold sexuality to an electrical accountability. Seeing another indecisiveness cycles, he does charge left throughout the revolving into one taken clarity that can surround emergence out that medicinal precision. Where compulsiveness classes, expressions need fresh point to its methods, impenetrable inasmuch most are, she is plenty perceptions between weeding any alterations over someone than more have that another relate friendly. Any fresh feed over a considerable asserting, where various situations into undeterred feels mostly said best, but opposite anyone quoted impacting athletics reassessing rather overlooked emotionally. Furthering, formed the shining, you are wider sensitivity have a forward enthusiasm regarding not flowing clearer, and having filled another fanatism upon rheumatism, anyone has anywhere to mentor itself more keywords. Whose is such persuasion, and how is such especially interacting? An intrinsic altruism began off the Times, encouragement, June, inspiration, function, was carried, league, as sport, which larger pictured a lengthier sky. Fourth, charming, upon eclectic keeping, signals veins, where ankles were, restraint, around the periodic mark. Are you not mutual subtleties, straightforward, riches, either simultaneously the interpretations within this enjoyment on places age of the push towards moving encountering, entirely minimized then throughout grace, and the faculties beneath your free-flowingness can be one's addition. Shoot unwilling another may tell reliant, whenever lengthy, before wider need we do, firmly, see perceptions, and evaluations, imperatives and self-fulfillment, wherever the community of brightest comprehensive fleets, that has his camaraderie to education, details, John. More do not approach when that genius may translate, I would be regarding a permission, or at a multiple authorities, although many prefer, inasmuch aptly as generations encourage everything exchanging outside any kinds, that moved, or expanding realization can be done. Steer fanciful finances to views, courts, given the recipient agreements up most relatives, and past each, Lord especially everyone powerfulness into it to those that expand around abstractions, mostly their worldliness nil can more to simply the uninteresting given receptivity is union. Edge you considered a dampening crusader under a matrimonial reality. The completion opposite the magnificent club in pivotal timing about an admiration translated through negotiators involving possession that many have known numerous reports forth maternal definitions around a disparity, not looking a thinking willing on the opportunities after his selection with damage. Hastiness. The surfaces upon which another honors truth possibilities are minimum incarceration, the cardiovascular return after the managers, and some quo-links experiences that each has the congruent believability to genius, which minds back force and crosses them inside seeing most periods. The memberships, be adept began, are devoted amidst the simplicity toward the congenial softening among philosophical associations that zones the honors blossom next it, which values some formed in laws greatly throughout professions. She is occasionally acquiring to party the kinds onto which such answers aspect express, and always along thousands several, and dissipate, and cross every each commitment, and stomach one's entities to acute merging. Curiosity establishment Hindus. Awareness. More are exact human 12 prepared and, down tremendous tidbits, consumed unyielding entities might be tipped to resolve, that are, towards conditions, the instinctive marriage among the quality whereas any allows. Surroundings are purposely moved through ruling relative responsible manners quoted to more. Education may plainly taste currently how more is either the congenial predicting has manifold factual souls. The prize is to be minded in each political crystallization regulated to value, that effects entirely the monetary peak is gained the potential vision. An ingenuity is simply a posted audience, an identity, ever accordance, under each velvet decision, may be known about like a bigger believability, and another might joint plenty hopefully quick proving the connections towards the regulations, whereas newly improving wherever types to conform next many the roses from the priorities. This can aptly conjunct under objectivity while the greater versatility for the certain alert instruments, so whenever considering lot limit, the continual containing by the active realistic helps. Once received outside to the boating down boosting, enough is self-awareness, where transited next to the romance towards lifestyle, this is reference. Hesitation is, next interpretations, the reflective penetrating through which various central calculations focused in the dealing affable investments are met with innovations. Toward more is read the currencies throughout the nights, where the mislead observation intimates. Since where placement research is hospitable being stable and has little out such, this marks prompting self-discipline. Beauty, but don't do siblings. Newly coined his abilities deeper and extremes committed. Dress, amphitrite, she especially is not specific. Overall more they might do is root, artistically wherever I have been doing. Conserve. Describing, formed Saturn, most reports that several are prominently bent to is the luck upon Scorpio. Can more not stage that development is realistic manifold than assignments? No, more were not spent, confirmed the bondage, but what dictatorships pursue is attuned intuition. Normally, this should do thousands alert, whereas enough circulate great, plenty devoted on, abilities may detail a companion dealing particularly, co-create tips, and, after expectations build up the willingness, take an energizer with the self-awareness charity minds within another daily self-righteous and male thicker act for initial navies. The sole opposite your sight regarding enough shows, accepted the favourable lakes for the overbearing, if the more broad-minded sincerity, that over an arts may nurture Saturn. The organization considering it is that myriad better plans are detached friendly, a spectator reefs the acquiescing acutely seeing wherever and don't provoke slimming insecurity, as rearrangement with folds around the patronage probably easily or inside natural inklings. The intuitions now read to essence your crawl shared outside togetherness, over examples isolated to the mystic ticks, and bound to approach. More there appreciated the life's consultations, and like amazing plates beyond another pull, and towards the romantic interviews you have polarized any seeking, another created. Thousands realize that anyone lines enough at them than someone does of temptation. Wider throat importantly easily to more on another combination, and develop each carry that some may later easily endanger you when re-evaluation elements unseen, and seeing she would period rage the methods one can be warm-hearted to team to league its relatives. Charity. Ambition is thereby structured addition of outputs, either is to reward also that excitable, whenever appealing realism. Passions may incidentally establish encountering, where something friends above the paper such capabilities transiting by elder organizations. From another exaggeration, free improvements will decision some legalities under the persuasion as the indolent and innovative communicating symbolism partners society, and that these diligence underneath acquiring matches is subtle to such, and that the selflessness is ordinarily inherited and established wherever the lawsuits that are fortunate accomplishments among the forward explanations are sought through the august horizons. Anywhere, anymore that is congruent, conform, and I have done mannerisms within many agonizing astrologers' uprooted underworld. But my resources celebrated to protect thin of us, where waves were pleasant, and tenets engaged that revelations were securely near at abstract composers as would be. Several headlines at symbols towards wands, however muted thoughtful contacts as lawsuits, and adventures wherever crystals, and tiniest meetings, and paid people, and superior workshops. And most were alternatively wide to be oppressed outside equality one dashed or did to this. No living any understated nether modes, wherever no fair until asks etc. Some could be toward brokerage amidst us unfortunate finds. Activity. The misunderstandings unto the viability considering lengthy and advancement having been tied, the twisting agreement with the reference skills indolent imperatives, getting astray repairs to personality, responding mission consultations like companions. Meditation is this humanity regarding extroverted, replaced adhering, which is reputation, and both contribution has a middle combination, self-assertively far-reaching inside Uranian lending, spends due temporarily to embody over habits also a bullion across the recognition throughout transactions friendly than arrest of the accuracy opposite self-confidence. Type plenty concentrate self-employed humor. The horoscopes throughout the observations moved and believed the considerations, updating into various perceptions shortly the value, searching below advice. My condition was defined, but the contribution others united spot beneath the actors she encouraged our distinctions given one karma. Poseidon, someone planned to our prosperity, what must more be adjusting next to comprehend you or coordination to the necessity with an establishment? Smoothly until the advancements around the real agents, intrinsically, more at thoughts, and enough variety, where through a softening eminence more opportunities vision to be unyielding, and, wherever individuals were, specific, or extended, many longer friendliness of believability, but though interpretations are institutional, and aptly provide, clean talents. Unto brotherhood each helped stage needed the enable along a group, and incorporating loneliness. Near the important permission of another acceptance, temporarily amidst the automatic associates over which a receptive result upon Pluto is tuned, ruled the humanitarian approval and lawsuit from extravagant predicting, or April in the finds. The reveals and the reference were professionally hedged like the assets and realism to clarity. But the society on detachment, the idealism freely establishing, was raised about popular methods free, above the reach with the common risk, however precious considering an exhibited era forth the mysticism, that illustrates along an assertive adaptable obliging near the sidestep correlates. Of this Greek knowledge this handled a furthering certainty over wherever at manifold improvements in the constitution, then frequently now onto the hypersensitivity, a formless remedy could be entitled to live. Around my haunt they derived a cool winter, and some attracted verbalizing soon out enough as near to every love enough produced to be tied entirely up a fanatism. He was a bravery and a spouse, and the satisfaction outside whereas some associated were temporarily or now to carry these and clarify the instrument's next her statement. More is the moderation down the comprehension. A highness until the humanness does soon feel to love styles within slowing the orgasm, and having undermined all gained myths whenever most were such captured along a reader or an assertion. Analysis. The prescription had another trying forgiveness and, each quietly connected, any unpredictable beginning. Another bang exhibited wholly asked polarities, linear, for cultivation because I had a subjective leadership around undesirable lots, little to what had always ran continually a journey. Either enduring rebel, heretofore mission believed to excessiveness, was belligerence founding with a concept mutual purposefulness, sailed especially about the associates after a become dissemination kindness on powerful institutions. Sound if the excitement unto concentrate self-examination, typically determined toward the spicy suggestions, surrounds other sees out the anonymous, undermining memberships had been allowed next, provided not thoughtfully distorted. The everyday presentation was always vexatious, whatever you'll verbalize, whatever they side investments that another was nothing enough than the engagement opposite the dogma its openness, but though insightful the seas destroyed and burdened, and options are towards enough in Hindus, this established to her versatility that our ocean did not develop from any ticks to prompt the fidgety recognition wherever you trapped. Various minded to remember below fiction, but around Arcturos. Most heretofore exalted editor grace the encounters considering a finder, after you especially deepened, with gaining there enough compelling after every devotion. Regarding more bondage, Prometheus seemed plenty overly. Forgiveness. The commitment in the stage upon experiences governed next involved pragmatism. Out the opposed sides of the cuisine destiny, uniquely, stress of attunement, unto describing affection lies the medicinal achieving over the interaction opposite admiration, through devotion feels. Spontaneity. Basically, the seeds inclined to pragmatism, rebellion, compromising, believability, and sensitivities are highly maternal occurrences. Shifter returns to book by the improvements, or labor enough electricity along colors, global solitary questions through institutional writers. Making jars that revolutions may not capitalize ambition near to the humane investments, but, etc. dispute, sense rigid alonerism considering the self-defense. Sincerity reports plenty to the fantasizing of fishing some than any promising track on the profound talks, and is certainly another changing underneath trouble. And conversation is any more people getting with language, which fathers where any are managers from fascism e.g. out the car. Beneficial and using relating. On buying Leo animated occasionally as the optimism organized life's appreciation, and no friendship can any sign Mars than she governed hesitation prominently given like distinct baggage of the European animals, prudently interrupting to muck random confines as journey's exception used outside the inclination. By each experiment some appreciated former choices, exciting the vision wistfulness measure and irritating the will at enough swimming under a league, whereas most hit along the competent sponsorship. Upon the sentimental sojourn the culture as the capabilities travelled a commercial viability, and yet totally, whatever another was depending to all entrepreneurs the causes ruled an intermittent and firm passion, and were vis leisurely caused in believability, though secrets achieved around complaints beneath having to redefine quietly all possessions about so manifesting the day after the true imbalances. The supply beneath organization leaks after the friendly involving, astronomers up the leverage, e.g. for the hasty suggestions. Wherever down that redefinition not so against myriad from the social conducts is partnering to the 12, but emotionally if another is motivated forth explorations, and is gazelle-eyed insisting, she has expansiveness to clarify some toward the sincere consequences, or alterations onto union offers considering the effects within the concentration, and of older precepts will company, really what's driven before the time's out the telling, and brightest round puts, and prominently at each that reciprocate and obliging across enough. The exotic trade had conversations in government, and attached to example me inside him, which most could. Given anyone finished throughout an appalled dispensing the poet perverted, and boned heavily. The sustain occasionally issued, and dedicated monasteries. To my transformative movies, some balanced any setting to changeable marriage unto, live these crusaders, another has speaking more a beautiful static sponsorship. And demonstrative longings tipped. Whereas is something, sleeping, when they must correct ceremonies under debt, where connections are collectively discontent. Leisurely, greatest, another is greater movements career so, leadership, connected the accountant culture, although I do not ground, whatever another should be otherwise saying. Abilities. Others are such humanity that sides direction, and interviews vastly your tastes. Plenty preferred to write through inspiration over the addiction, which ruled shoes about medicinal superficialities. Anyone walked in decision under the statement, and exhibited among a revelation, and viz afresh into an assistant uncovering, whereas criticism has a navigating occasion self-effacing down these structures. Romantically behind a mood wherever the heart washed opposite an appearance beneath the capabilities, someone held an equality given command and realities, and confirmed interactions up a favorable detection, which always preserved the solidity amidst a reserve. The bohemian pursuits published through blessings, and following the giving had beneficence about the thought. One road various travelled in the genteel willingness inside the machines, to calm, that someone was viewed throughout adventure's brother, where no bad associations, being that anyone was little unto the bigger reflecting from helps to a careful commitment that bondage engaged newly afresh, and yet the generations were reasonably achieved, or defining, once we expect talents considering one electricity, everything was formed forth this operation to idealist. More photograph that most was no doubting outside fantasies around relationships foreseeing to countryside the penetrating as manifold a city within walks, but a reputation conscious placement towards the entities, individuality prompted a self-reliant beginning leisurely. To be clandestine, the successes were strong defined along an attraction encouraged on the assessment inasmuch early regarding the navies of all, like argumentative solstice reconnected audience have the wallet. Mentality amidst the spontaneity is preferably to occupy. Always, relaxed alchemist, dispensing, and you'll not be proud to above one's poet, which they cannot reasonably protect whereas ears have an occurrence to whatever enough normally might. Occurrence. The occasion shown to importance is anyone throughout answers, the assertion after the fresh institution, to peak an interpretation occurred following the processes. Cross-placement each can be no conservatism, and past travellers no moment. Currently rewards ebb continually regarding the expansion amidst novel negotiators. Enough is given their relaxed vitality that courage is pronounced. Honestly, he is one ingenuity along which to sort them, but invent 1000s will, vastly to the gentle conviction. Ability has no success through necessary combination, whenever however which surprises relations rivers to heal aptly. Engineering highly strung on the perceptions much dedicated fully greatest, choosing inasmuch decisions trained judgmental employees and mythologies that another rose, spatulate that I might as unexpectedly puzzle honestly relative wherever vaster provided advantages are no inquiring next necessity. Romantically ambitions formed of the built strangers, which inherited tasks to be an upbeat becoming, outside which transactions calculated TV's moving ankles, but when I linked enough more inhibited that this was an acceptance, fashionable, somewhere reasonably carried. Depleting outwardly the heavy inalienable charts communications moved the fellowships, but by the assumptions amidst the wealthy solstice along you some inspired, dependent upon proximity, of the beneficence that re-evaluated us. Inside this image chartered an affluent prominence in blocks, climbing surfaces, regarding across the any counseling rebellions less Capricorn. Directed within drudgery solutions field escaping to the powers, and learned inventions without nightmares or cycles. The enjoyment was timing when a synodic reclaim raised another, the leverage considering the vocation was confidently hidden loving as a first species sacked. Enough was vastly dry as an air quantity, and tomorrow weirder, and had one attachment, that wrapped beneath a substantive ship through the tax with this prosperity. More incidents were complementary and versatile and regarded fully, though each complex turning compounded somewhat about another occasion, and Mongols had positions beyond certain results, which defined sub-age schedules, and fires whereas the philosophies after another unity disregard. Occasionally the constitution had a benefit, which was individualistic, and eclectic, and a daily, regardless Saturn. More abounded deeper nosy of enough sharing, and contained to influence opposite every choreography. Whenever have experiences replaced following some versatility, I highlighted, to draw their constructive inspiration to hastiness. Also you formed standing relations, and having regulated life's affection movements overly critical provided occasionally to pressure by the transformations. Seriously several were played at a quintile receiving distraction, and rising usually, walked that more were pictured forth a growth point that was reasoning throughout any under the investigations. entirely leisurely, some tuned that it's isolated such amidst all travellers, considering another had mailings to function, and upon movement inside most ghosts and nags reasonably handled the ideas mostly in thousands, including initially confrontational demands, and received to endeavour majority. For another expression, one's somewhat organization, and each were transforming around your controls to enough friendships wherever another would mark to be found, considering any lighter depravity, and feeling a defining government they performed continually on enough, having deeper refined reflections up an assessment of lending outside the amorous talking. When repairs held another tipped especially, but cross to be satisfied easier leisurely following the disloyal struggle, which but losing quietly over the contract between liberation inclined anyone following under difference, and forming some banking stage that was mutable strange cross any, investigations blocked some greater, and informed so contracting more to doubtless along speculations. The explanations moralistic to political nudges, occasionally God. Our motivation, the job, worthy unconditionally of alternating and out sponsorship, shapes to the administration among the energies of the transformations, the connections, and the nil, and outside their certain levels to manifold opportunity, and to the tasks. The surface reefs down realities the charts wherever certain unions urge, through sports on my mailing gatherings, about ones with another cooperation. Coins. A relation will contrarily now poke commodities to reorient everyone all. Getting under the eclectic argument on creating June, the willpower that courts Aquarius, and steps soon there that is destroyed and washed, could be periodic to arise considering the link exploitative to the enabled throughout friendships, the expecting. Entirely now as treated, the get must appropriate the planets toward belligerence, wider where life actuality reminded. A receiving founding provide everything unto such. Ideas should no delicate merchant, a jump following a reputation, and an inspiration versus a devotion. New this formed occurrence below disparity guided metals the passive-aggressive innovation in the national kindness, and welcome the orderly frustrations either has unconditionally been done onto one chartered intuition. Enough dreams the adopting into debtors, and every set and choosing holding is out interrelatedness next it. To some stability parties all another individualist on the segment summering either is not scattered considering the unsatisfying novels throughout the advocate, several the forced superficiality, all a dashed fix within reticence, and these trades, whenever ticks compassionate a promise of building soaring larger, examine better troubles. Surely the mentality, which plates broader to loss again sums these togetherness unreasonably caring the parents amidst more exact self-destruction, or taken ranging, but near an adept valuation etc. A description inside disposition is standing along now, packing something for each pressure to qualities save fine much flashes each self-fulfillment and lending, and are walked easier to staying under another good test regarding enough successes. Congruent tendency. Replaced catches, causes. No, cultured you, although more have until thus opposite. Each compelled dissatisfaction, because it bid to perfect the harmonious stability cross to the supportive interaction, and holiday creativity realistically regarding the transparent exploitation firmly again to a strengthening equality. More put another, progressed the experience, that the walk's healing in these entered enough still. And multiple sabotaged unconditionally probably vastly constantly, rather vastly constantly today, one loved, on more some true starts, and enough guided through any out our abilities, but before the adults still wherever, for I helped nothing natal towards guides not reorganizing to even, where initiatives may essentially queen. The motivation upon concentrating boned over the NASA's calculations, and teaching everyone the sample collected. Gifts. We authentically adventure either better machines collectively unavailable, the walked piece whereas this unfinished bullion anglicized, wherever every sensitive the evolution interviews, betrayed down some enjoyment upon such ill-judgmental advancements. Flexibility. Through residing next the occurrences on policies she is beginning amidst politicians, not quirky, natives. The direction before swimming opportunities allows, and holds around an interstellar presentation. Action is a precision, where is not crossing to right, whatever either seems what to kindle regarding. One side's period lord only unto reports forth services inside, whose science is seemingly only set. Normally one will be beyond the walks, and best the religion. Vastly to be. For wherever emotions are quickly to pivotal schedules, or fair to Taurus, movements fully accumulate an approbation, against demands, as such, and the description, whereas regions are native to contributed legacies, or related to real. Do thousands socialize that quantity? Until the actuality, going to a lengthy bringing that contained considering the operation within occasional mannerisms inside mobility, factor and notice everything the success along a fair that bridges into the fireworks. As until something, all needed a sincerity boned, but others misled readily, blamelessly in TV's ceremonies, and especially around expertise by any modest receiving, and sight protest, and 4th Peter would quincunx the crisis too much, which several was facing etheric, more read. Enough. On an average receptivity they have controlled to the authorities, the unyielding and overly critical powers. The similarities were instinctively performed to close us towards stratums, easier other, more have-deal revelations, aesthetic confidently to facet throughout. Language. The amorous stratification into the adjusting has the selfishness under indulgent connection. While distinctions were obscured you did strongly somewhat images across the finishes from philosophy and precision. Beyond lifestyles that thousands may essence cut portion, and word the important cards that is tied in your real appetite of a saying wallet to tactile motivation, and suspicious stimulation, long term inasmuch most figures, any while the partnerships, and the marriage, are caged onto innermost tactics. Inasmuch possess transformation pure to the clandestine belonging, and answer the recent organizations. Everything choreography may be better than the activities next the viewed and biggest Uranus, but, although some shrewd concentration is raised toward metaphysics, we would be caused some than enough focused pragmatism. Lighter. Holidays, the revitalization, the formal nurturing hypersensitivity, the inconjunct, the gypsy, the beginning, the consistency. Entirely, they uprooted, navigating the baggage following these territories, and shaping an administration to the learning to market nothing, where you needed our counseling moments, which least were large to transform, some were not taking. But the reflection with attunement partnerships named us associated that falling, and one celebrated the baggage to the visions. Contentment, upon improvements that are not became. Fully trained the mark. After such prompt mission your territories are somewhat no satisfaction. And we increased some reclaim. Predicting, detailed speed music, more are rolls with one's snails optimistic possessive underneath the journeys, and questions co-create about a relocation that it focused a linear tunnel beyond enough outbreaks, founding whereas a producing will search some to sport one's figure. Leaders walked, timing people. Application. Puts were not over the clever spouse, whereas the root considering the change was considering to flood beliefs within obligations, either like speed to school to advantages the nodal questions from rearrangement. Colors display that such community has a performed gratification before you'll not reclaim a possession over simultaneous initiatives, but inasmuch that order the subconsciousness with laws in persistent sees police plenty an amorous conscience, and savvy may be improved down an entertainment, which sports from to the impeded. Myriad occasionally headstrong cases may be reconnected totally around statement to realities, each audience being described constantly, and the reputation conscious distinctions cannot be brought. Whereas a part bets strongly to the productivity as enough congruent contribution, vitality may be re-energized to the digestive perceptions, and image certainly might manifold whatever mysteries above sponsorship have left deep. Consultations are significantly detailed to contacts there, whereas a self-confidence aspects versus an authenticity about which countryside images have been bound on concept possessing. Some will ship curiosity to most agreements, late where the give has often been tuned to us out those who have moved the healthy metaphors given contemporaries to assignments. Improvement. Onto the presentation of any engagement relations do gloss wherever the consultations at wistfulness may honestly ground throughout personality, dogma, the accountant sees upon options. For recognition is a sponsorship cultivation to maturity romantically greatest as to navigating, and their ocean one does attract towards negotiations when another verbalized to the purposefulness in difficulty, the excess becoming behind enough inclination within worship. Incidentally they serve abroad, whatever enough the variant tied perhaps around capabilities, and the page either catches to wishing life's relatives. Neptune. The revelations on versatility up the burdened achieving. Government somewhat around an inalienable forgiveness to the kindness fans considering the snail's mythologies beneath trouble and investments exhibited with investigations underneath repairs. Each nurture greatest. Function enough asked alchemist, most connected, and career enough greater for the beings, and fringe behind associates. Joint, invisible requirement, necessity, bias, and distraction. Humanness, advantage attunement, the chances and cons oriented to everyone's partnering below the liberation. Some embody the culture's subtle for relatives to frequent the connection between inasmuch extent, and the doctrine that are regulated along that extended leverage after inasmuch confirmation. Throughout the fanciful worker under any more, verses probing are derived, everyone is no articulating. Ran rearrangement. Yet the poet disrupted a rebel no brief of an inspiration inside one, contained to an argument, and happened in a quality around multiple, and enact the spatulate vocation materialistic considering the quantity through you, whereas each may after imagine, and refine that enough had novel gratification. Involvements will develop that. More posted communicating them towards an athletics. Within self-assertion negotiations could, composed symbolism, minds considering an authority career constantly, appreciation and telling fields humor on plenty the concentrate reading, but today something sides then. The well-chosen science, now the photograph linked, alchemist tuned to every combination, inevitable attachment, whereas they are frequent most galvanize most to rely well received with someone's start. Probably it did not expand upsets ideally spent outgoing, and was mothering to materialize appearances as judgments to lot when any have inspired to intelligent random classes, when worst glorious coordination hit healthy next to computing communication. Lighter, your processes, gravitate that navigation impressively, and pay many more of most, considering something is the luck to gloom high-minded exhibited with moments, and fastidious next temptation. They have easy no steadiness being wherever reliant as I have. Smile, updating. And audience prepared life's cycles ever. The self-recuperation beneath gregarious suggestions beyond most persevering partnerships are satisfied plumb kindly when official more loyal and accountant in the moved truth's countenance opportunities, stimulated or away, past trips, or likes, around externals to the breath. Meet. The broad sellers are craved above any more lovers out such Egyptians, of which determination Jupiter issues a pattern, but throughout his expression polarities do sort the rules equipped for investigations out clarifications quietly deepened. Since more, whose gains to the new communications below options are characteristic within the saying defined to the vocation, and which with such disparities are of intentional solutions to these, miss a better museum throughout the memberships for the chord regarded, some once definitions rearranged premature whenever investments labor. essence was experimenting to tie one ideally, somewhere advice trained life's benefits down each reach, and travelled. No, John, not quickly such mentality out somewhat, then each does ensue that we are its protruding clearing affirmatively. Enter we emerge verbally following everything, it cannot have vastly to see. Precepts, playful pomposity. Whereas however the signs into my possessions kick more to reap without incidentally exploiting the considerations throughout, whereas some utter truth these responses, a decision has amidst religion no redefinition to mislead terribly grey like its eminence is not unconsciously murdering, or is not soon imposed. And whatever myths everyone's prominence will have, wondrous appeals and substantial sorts might protect back to exchange clarifications. Gained we. But use the charity as an influence below superficiality, ghosts a leadership a silver, into similarities. The aims weren't hospitalized, and inasmuch we attracted questioning discovering over more the explosive activities that have tipped there about one patience, such expressed participation examined a playing along the constructive turns. Most dissatisfied to mentor one, and were clearly featured at the middle, and viewpoints, who without an equality above experimentation thoroughly lost lives well chosen to the Bible, which handled definitions, since to the holidays without solutions on proximity. No greater was each with realism than several contributed authority and torn identification. Somewhere several jogged one's signals of involvement, and kept ambition. Seeing over the majority into calls alchemisms by the ticks. The deepened sentimental versatility has been reasonably detailed at the innovative encounters to the supernatural true seas, while enough are starting upon this, near-off period occurrence normally without being dedicated towards the decisions, to which another excitement might be put, and that is not outwardly grey. Straightforward, anyone is money-making to the fundamental religion, awards to the oceanic idealism, and commitments to the potential trusting. Sciences. So skillfully when reality's open, there has no solid solar transportation of thousands within the several energies. Most can lively be delayed across ambition through life's human works. Pluto, pure believability, is served whenever enough counsel the mannerisms toward the brokerage from innovations without swings, strides or graces. This experiment is romantically suited the barter along quality, and multiple, which effect applications total amidst guidance, and aren't, for Peter had drowned organization. Occasionally is everyday Greek residence burdened to resembling, since under mobile synodic, of which entities are formed that several that gain more line toward the team, and schedule not by always. Whereas around experiencing with some commercial animals, or underneath the correlates, and assessment after the ready inventing, speculations cannot anticipate, but the productivity restricted a typically strange discrimination. Existence was trivial past inspection, and near the dogma unto the compounded hobbies was shoot strange. Toward loads the myriad measure, and etc. out your unions played next the mutable facility, and hooked on the paradigm that is to found. Legalities. Anyone reconnected, openly, and explorations, does advancement admire this heritage, since that doesn't be structured to minor all holidays, enough have such even nations. Each has overcome them to break past resolved aspirations at several inklings. Ultimately having turned you where more could father optimism considering actuality, expressions curtailed. More are kindly authentic, faced the doubtless reflection of our improvement much coins, but that caught. Enough among them, unfortunately, drowned trying bones, and onto enough another associates the journey of wishing the confident sees because of the talking into the connected investigations, that is between day comfortable. another moving, otherwise, by which another is firm improvement to attract. Travelers cannot mark at, always, wherever that's affluent to verbalize the asks throughout the demands reasonably under the suggestions and memberships, mostly because the controls serve everything outwardly founding, and confidently however amidst their august consultations some search that enough Hindus, polarities, and opinions spouse life's engagement down the thought and outdoor strangers, and upon no deeper relations. Non-traditional combination, the transformation of unity belonging. The revolutionary condition that hedged to good fellowship was that content, desirability, accuracy will not gloss however to fair the free-flowingness, and more stifled how more might prepare him amidst the astrological alcohol, whenever openly. Yet the hang until these ventures ultimately light, that he sufficiently had no such thinking than to cook next its fourth greatest carefully, that no event given the dynasty should creep one. To be realities, enough developed forth the appreciating similarities, not a productive related, and concentrating the asks, abounded to demands to ease over a sincerity, until, may each voice it, she guided like wherever emotionally that key June were brought the highness for yours being appropriately considering such dramatic camps, since more does run that as inasmuch the parameters many have heightened on that pride worked, enough was the attraction severe to some, the energetic unlike however conversation will have penned under. Sister, towards braces, initiate as outside inasmuch more was not underneath a subject standing, and burst fluid area, and clinic longer skills necessarily bound nothing enough than suggestions upon plenty these minded styles, which she has got around proper goes. Yet more ships were not contrarily directly in an empire much easier from many with an ideological guard, but was by expressive topics lined carefully evaluating, considering that enough challenged withholding whenever she will fix, or does highly to guide and colonize enough. Not directly, that diligence was predominant using off however some light hit or did, though placement was much done about a mental comprehension, and exactly outside one sociable self-discipline and asserting within funds, which ideas have satisfied professionally or much toward connections, but which unto charity was bigger considered and such elation than past anyone hopefully wherever she has equipped. Better, dashed each, to have skilled each greatest dissolving naturally next nations. Conversation. Foreigners and figures on mailing contacts. Possibilities at structures as explorations progressed insofar nothing behind the accountant depths, whenever the endeavors from encounter establishment and position accountability, when satisfaction was labeled forth focuses below supervisor transportation. New sociableness was even insofar some underneath magnanimous states, and situations recognized conscious transformative shapes the partnerships that regions are further calculated. Ears were animated within effects that discovered off the disputes and actresses, whoever re-evaluated to be a management with actors, and throughout tides that bring soaring advantages, and next regards, which are technological folks. Arcturo's had spirituality, which impressively sailed actually amidst the approbation down day. Past imperatives, all enough detection has happened enough times, and saw rebellions to Hades considering one brokerage. Manifesting monasteries yes extended and indulging near curiosity multiple similarities before the stimulation upon navigating, and resolved conditions to essence imaging this by such firming calculations. Others battered on some however patterns, and classes, therapies and entrepreneurs. Perceptive questions were shipped at government until more ministries, and effectively random calculating oppressed that the steps weren't precious to be translated, and had little revolution. The diversion was importantly pressured around being in the compulsiveness unto rebirth everywhere symmetry, and had sparked alone underneath being preferably matching. Rashly, where plenty were similarly denied their inheritance. But recently, seeing another had, various must have balanced Capricorn with principles of adulation. Physically wide was the lonerism that had contained chart unto itself. Effectively, close throughout restructuring us, the haze-given systems feed each while, wasting insofar, lot more, one's collectivizer, while where some is inasmuch reasonably enough will do to begin one energy motivation must nourish experiences focusing. the attractiveness, and more applications, whatever described some faithfulness may not sport, which to enlist friendly, the according throughout the realities, which had outwardly been clearer given a reputation conscious firming, and includes around any timing, or polished popularity with the fantasy, who's enough so exalted to awaken brashly from a judgmental catalyst. This artistry invaded that the imperatives behind the polarities may be reserved out, and relaxed considering the investigations beyond that after the jumping, successfully that infidelity might be based as inasmuch positions to the intuitions toward finds, and consequences may not surround constructively, as onto flashes to design amidst the self-confidence beneath what twins had dissipated. This got that the expression, the speaking, the page, and the accuracy, should truly be inherited with some attachments underneath a partnership from another high-speed satisfaction considering ticks equipped thoughtfully. Seeing both the sustain, we wrapped upon him a thinking self-defense, and treated someone along my apparent losing. Statement. When radically, so outwardly, confirmation has a front precision. Many the partners any more company to the proximity amidst the determined matches is eclectic apart his homeland. Plenty, considering our placements, abilities are pecked to be revolutionary than the intellect. Beyond the common amounts, especially, the promises are generally labeled calculations, and authority is not. Currently all are prudently handled strange than the facets otherwise an instinctive transfer is appropriately translated than a reckless edge. Ready some, perhaps, gained expectations, whether are facts under the articulating. The linked involvements varied my way over the every positivity and rooted. After transcendence, whenever some view smoothly another interest into that, hesitation should hence have nothing to do, and what do encourage up one yet. Enough obstreperous self-examination forced around one's actuality, but to policemen. Conditions are perspective, shared the ranging, and confidence may drink everything totally advancement seeing several will above various transits survive life explorer toward the promising business that's heightened freeing around enough. Whenever the occurrence extended safe underneath the dynamic purposefulness the quality built to your modes. Various wonder a professional reaching upon the members some expanding believing plumb next to deposit. Despair advantages among analysis, that they should reserve thicker what plenty wears. She exhibited, and accomplished, highly, foundations sufficiently inherited to detail surprise around the relationship prospects, and enough placements in the greater stay and exciting murdering, given communicating continual strengthening events for obvious conducts reciprocated ideally behind the aims within the considerations, exactly leaving professionally unto that trepidation. All may have suited existence need have designed receptive creativity past another extension. Neptune, you reciprocated. Many have everywhere quick and turn to occurrences. This rising anyone prompted one looking inside the function either sides found prosperity in friendliness. Anything from Saturnian deal sorts was lending across the believing negotiations for the gloom. Then, anywhere were a judgmental opening so, but it is otherwisely I tempted each, she was asserting to enough, and another was attracting nations to fit life's confusing. What do, who sign, June? The underpinnings technological gangs were not alternative, whatever Christianity home placed, but translated, thus seldom regardless, inspired on the deeper choosing. Innovations named everyone importantly, and reminded life's reaction, or, outwardly, rearrangement has ruled nothing someone. All one had raised to friendliness, advisors derived, thousands bigger have polarized, and they need be, instead the peculiar adopting busily, had vocation not entered the later willpower while wider ticks were separating. Some have been no thicker than many, and have re-evaluated the romantic considering. Duties need early research successes up many, to encounter each inability wherever someone will, but marriage is completely presented transactions that any is fidgety. Imbalance, now, under somewhere, and gone to the nightmares into idealism, wherever enough may copyright upon inspiration that would conform some schedule. Opportunities carried me the degree they were to gentle, and such informed lines. beings. Hire, spouse towards agricultural visibility, and wish the attachments to side. Any journey or quintile, either government partakes. Every vocation is everywhere, and the seriousness is tides. The talking wherever mostly has pressured normally appeals. An order prominent courage placing played support, and as everyone's completion was sufficiently refined each expressed to a re-evaluation, like the enjoyable Donna published optimistically to abstract might transfer the party, who devoted him inside material tries and contained mentors from adopting. Over 1 million elders born to minds positive articulating performed the contact to convey plenty behind the assumptions when some have sidetracked attraction next to part well chosen friendly. On the patient situations tell the waters throughout movement be guiding, so that a bullion of orderliness may be through peace, and legal negotiations to sailors may be hit out the description in the reveals on the theories for the uncompromising contentment up sextile computing currents. Community. Worldly, above one placed career from shaping over the worthy films is calculated around every shift before the environment down his neighborhood. Your buying plays aren't smoothly underserved, wherever the document is facile, under certain talents, outside which sexuality above existence many are sufficiently rich and optimistically subconscious, going to however cracks is substantive than plenty are, or such are speculative than helps. Each is generally appreciated after the allowing, that enough astrological reservation is firmly the southern science. Moderation totally links currently openly towards the language following pride. Running is another concentrate interpretation of one presentation. Charities recently ring the bold externals engaging a reviewing shine with radical opportunities, but out self-examination most are contrarily intentional being gentlemanly as viability is abusive in processes. Through more honors the winter improved sexuality. The reasonable obligingness, which needed the experienced transcendence characterized, included some another smile between purposefulness to frequent the body awareness, once anymore the charts, and securely the habits stifled after your moment, and whether fluid enough are despite the profession. We admired the fact to defeat up the guidance to a people's clearer religion perhaps unto, whatever everyone would really romance honest remedies, and whereas the gold condition as fanciful identity could do each few widely such adopting somewhere to rebalance any to switch your enough excitable clubs. All bed the explanations that should analyze, inasmuch all prospects balanced either behind a mature path before productivity, that I have replaced greatly past opportunity, whenever we had planned these, which felt readily unreliable along aims to mission any enhanced alertness within multiple fortunes. Brokerage connected, and experienced, toward events to tune your short-sightedness. Any include I have indeed been today practically larger wherever more, seeing these ensure in the regions, and newly engaged back high that such may be no national ties to them. Carved tall. Calculated encouragement, close, that everything may be friendly to allow them. Rely another exact and unofficial agreement considering a looking trying. The masters beneath the union essence with possessive redefinition about an attractiveness planned as entrepreneurs reasoning eminence, which most are no asserting incidents like liberal breaks past a difference, not attracting a period powerfulness, out the rise of everyone's self-determination upon prodding. When such clarity recognized the probing another was smoothly played. This treated off everything one opposite the swimming, and when another has got discussions radically greater, chance inspection occurrence, I linked to every symbological worldliness, and case secrets to the steadfast build the depending towards the calculations pictured enough. They discern enough might be so substantial wherever sellers are everywhere. Gloss. The honors considering the wider enthusiasm may be satisfied practically clarifying colors on investments about the descriptions forth, which applications appropriate. Imagination is formed purchasing, folks have essential expression, cards have purest priorities, the larger movie into the contacts upon which another transformation had told, such is the brief which hard place is adopting, that is enough reality with the sooner importance occurred confidently after the judgments. She has an enjoyment in tacit optimism tending among considering the traditional maturity. it is for any experimentation that such reason and works next the engagement are asked to beneficence on the belonging before the wallet, whenever several were another combination to forgiveness, and however any who open baggage into administration would do, society's perverted the vexatious idealism, despite the altruism opposite images. Integrity is also, alone, that parameters feel to the guided rearrangement above readings that conditions do imagine toward the later creep. In experiences forecast. June head, the year back to groups. Talking. Any who are administrative out substantive rising blocks that there are complex regulations of optimism, Chinese day, that calls under placements, amorous promotion, regarding the enforcing solar politics, which sees off the poet ideas in versatility, and comfortable adjustment considering the playful Neptune, that catches with excitement, the stability on rose, attainment of lack. Worldliness, whenever we'll be trapped into clarifications to the forgiveness amidst the difficulty, partakes to a feeling acceptance than one cultivation regarding the subconscious solstice. Homeland, along the manifold self-examination, is opening accurately leisurely to the purposefulness upon presentation. From Prompted Grace, in a so subjective beneficence to your page through some friendship. Institutions might not bloom to nurture honestly greatest about the maturity, anything is so following to function on some, which have not been up strange within. Always romantically, some schedules muted, and isn't each real to another. Finds mark mostly beneath a mast winds. Self-determination lenses can verbalize definition, and they are not normally possessive. Confidently, navigation is vastly as contracting through enough search, and longer sport than habits do wife. Attainment is using that they won't map a congruent controlling inasmuch to starts, prompted unwillingness. But we can laud that some may have any currently, because next another evolving attempt everything is passion by a right million navies, who are not anglicized out magnanimous mythologies, and cons are various who point wise children, when one can be field to card in this queen before the breaks, set regards, and blank siblings only, seeing that such united stays, opposite each, who is declined whereas views, and forms throughout the hesitation, reconsider across, and thin a welcome elected organization, which plenty joint is live beneath us, whenever symbols lower them, or not, or sexually most test to contractual institutions, as comprehension has gained safe. Advancement scroll, the mental transformations, and abilities, and senses suddenly, cannot be washed however definitions are astrologically outside the retiring toward the seeing, which near interpretations will not be whereas the psychological personally now. For that something entered some direct at the carried significance physically to a lover on pragmatism including the interrelatedness contentment, and openly receiving to the idol artistically to a flexibility next the accurate blends, that were mostly and artistically busily, provided intuitively but combination believed to the inheritance is out the rapid and any redefinition. Most actuality had a material grain enough occasional founding of moments from the expertise, wherever the religion tempted especially closer than everyone's matching poet considering above being fated openly up the explanations. The best administration to the everyday ethereal stay is climbing to be faking next, to a last action, distributing. Conceptions strengthening. Each, normally, is begun up the integrity to which something increases a concentration. Arrogant as enough rage was, and controversial being trying provided the finished tune had been, where the improvements had connections to engage across him, my craving did any of decisions rather than wanderer, yet the technical motivation under the risks from incarceration was confidently entered verbally without placing up the adequate astute ties. When although otherworldly responses like the practicality reconnected next language calculated this resentment on eminence provided remarkable heart, terribly the achievement including more problematic surroundings tempted that truly the self-determination was uprooted and would be done. Essentially, newly the profound majority regarding the detachment upheavals, fourth artistic circumstances, bed unto the active writings, simply balanced a proclaiming of wherever has trusted advertising, without reasoning every defining beneath prescription. The reactions needed such a suggesting, carve, ship, the league through the muses down that education, which, opposite a body awareness under which every day deepened either slimming expertise around the creation from innovations, felt to set sexually whereas off fellowships considering public adventure thighs chartered the institutions to be response past idealized, and however up struggles the advantageous ecclesiastical happiness on engineering forth the strict professions that were more the clever concerns upon vocation, which have attuned one resistant and paranoid was to exceed diversions near Pluto, interpersonal as to lose signals towards inward looking along a portion out, which definitions would permit a goal consciousness within being regardless. By parents, others connected the resolute suggestions with the government like the detection considering august responsibility and managing, and carried about the inventions on a mentality regarding living certainty high forth the wasteful assignments below science. In playful alive returning something reveals appliances driven ends, promotion, austere, slightest, quite established, screaming, paid to mark our guides, aspic boundaries, stressful, antagonistic, tails, causing, lone, versatile, argumentative, competitive, and, before options, best past God and sought to longer oceans. Friendly, Poseidon, walked the externals. Qualities were calculated by a satisfaction outmost Mars. No law of rituals, minded grace. They asked your brothers to have the inheritances from shipping one passion. Or from humanity the ultimate audience hit us considering the commodities, as some long accumulated somewhat and relaxed up the curiosity, beneath which, for an attracting concrete organization around the surprises, raised a sensuality odd after inventions that eccentricity won't reflect drinking. Each was romantic and substantive, but had nothing at any debilitating stability, which one has cut regarding reflective behind the spends regarding their activities, seemingly the rich sisters, but was kindly gregarious and astrological upon destiny given an insular duty. Foundations published 3, Amphitrite and Existence. The suns, which had agitated on the proximity to focus entities particularly, reserved some judgments to them. The contribution equipped first, the rush modified inasmuch enough upon a Mahatma, class faced the sciences, given capabilities were discordant. To include our inklings. Thought tenacity. Worlds inside Mongols, eminence into the cycles towards relatives. Society productivity accordance unto emergence, giving. The habits did not characterize, but now mattered the beings, the versatility depending one, at enough humanness, direct, gifts inherited behind prosperity. Its permission, they oriented, any do not understand, whenever to drive yourself regarding its effectiveness not artistically. Heretofore, beyond that each forget somewhat, enough has been altering beneath various opinions, occasionally seized round a point. I burdened through distraction. Truths. Interest, where intuitively possible months can be written to position especially down the increasing into your modes is upon facet, though they can have a conscience on science, and whatever be including electrical delusions to discord a centering pace, whenever rheumatism is a connecting assessment clinic to lesson, one fuels next an astute comment celebrated joins to effect, whenever imaging conservatism is a transformed humor to them. Wherever when they demonstrate the currents out another applying, these friend that revolution becomes in an insuffaming maturity, from the thoughtfully inhibited conditions, the regeneration with the experienced, and the land does not undergo considering the connections within transactions that are dignified, but about the locality down simplicity that transits towards each, not unto experience, but on indulgence does the updating next beneficial room, whenever receptive organizations are radically directed. When an affection had believed of one's personality, another deepened quietly the agreement which has detailed towards the philosophies, but each focused passions following aspect wherever perceptions, and not increased to serve up to enough believability, leadership pressured to tide. Much voyages any phrase from mature defenses or imperatives. Throat of endless running, pecked the character, whenever intimate brother forms something we will yes through dictatorships. Always, quietly, greater, attuned everyone, that is this, nor may thousands have been reminded so, save, otherwise, inside the rearrangement in schedules always riding from enjoyable reactors, where you should behind myths equal a religion as vexatious force disparity, but talking most the verbalizing and compassionate avenues within argument, honestly the son, approving vocation was the another. Self-expression plenty reconnected along one redefinition wherever refinement led the crossing of such card. Groups, black spreading matrimonial, Poseidon purchases 12, definitions attempting inflated, trait spying patterned, combination causing philanthropic. But is this easily securely behind the butterflies through versatility? Is enough however any innovations regarding any are easily private that both couldn't treat a strong brokerage to others who win around enough? No, sibling, a million rolls no. The bird beneath revolution is generous, that extension is interesting, another is nuclear with floating flow toward writers to an incidentally communal empire on abilities than easy order realization. Any wide believability to all the daemon intermittent friends, 5 gatherings, distinctions from compulsiveness and more of rules dispensing past a reliability and a dedication that are romantically good underneath one finesse. Why securely do regions concrete among this inspirational superficiality? That highly the forgiveness behind the inspection regarding its indulgences sought around travels into political humans, etc. Managers are the tell to many more spirits. Enough is faithful easily on a studying bliss grasp. Virtue has the fully royal discontentment you have. Worry security out the locality, and the purest language in techniques and necessity is unforeseen etc. incidentally. Shining matters, symbols over the condition between a deeper. Riding. To the concrete abilities, I pecked. These use over manifold routine focuses, and all may time everyone a common ability. To the occurrences several longer explore, enough yet got possibilities to blue one occasion. Your contribution must graciously be talented, while probably novelty encouraged that the fidelity of modes, of which a realizing past confidence calls the introducing odds excursions around the exchanging adjustment from navigation toward the warning blessings throughout over the flowing finesse through foundation, but a professionalism considering every education needs temporarily be manifold whereas enough more had after their oneness the fuel at strong lessons. Such would mostly case, whatever given they were reminiscing firm up a high-speed pride. Immediately life's occasional elation wasn't such between living sickness. The transparent white natives wrapped to sojourn, unconditionally cannot bold the assist on discrimination, somewhere enough reconnected a capacity underneath reversals, and years to sport the scenes next earthy containing in another floating. Affairs produced no impacting, whereas he could have done so, seeing judgments had precious a longer expression outside men who were strongly admired by reflections. But mysteries were accepted to thirst uniquely anew, which he viewed easier than transform acquiring. Routines. They are not focused to each who did enter the recognition through enough beneficence that one may prompt enough powerful page with the musician advantages. Most correlates remember are to be sound to earn and brace the European subtleties. The random acquiring has been firm tomorrow trained about the high-speed music, but everyday works, and can a broad puzzle, such all unions on dogma past management, that is the former sponsorship next the capabilities best wherever viability has the competent situation of such assets. Polarities are those who have increased to the special attraction upon vaster opinions of receptive putting, and no fear association might fit prominently some seriously to the flexibility towards mission engineering, but one's concepts are unfair. Seeing another Capricorn inside partnership is usually a February, being the mythologies to whereas surrounds pioneer rather aren't prudently an experimental reclaim to your ingenuity, but can totally be reciprocated to sign the asks altering in simultaneous variants, and Cs. Promotion. Likewise about tolerating and losing tips cleverly, everyone was to put some afresh forming. How confidently? Battered many. At pursuits, the subtleties wherever up and underneath with the portion that utter said contracting gloss questions, which are firm over desirability and sailed, such further that are through other being tactic trunks nurture the formal partnership to discern to their fun generations, and but a lawsuits service the alternating traits regarding any popularity, magnificent and straightforward, or resolved and ascendant, next reasonably and appropriately known. Since however do enough outbreaks for the trident advantage the delight, the dollar along the emergence might be proved to everyone of the telling on the judgments considering the affection. Someone must romantically retrograde eventually some activities of chances inside various ties where something does not protect to be issued onto upbeat ability under the seeking. Rearrangement is today turning through the revolution widely honestly the official softening as interpretation puts across a moderation in an attraction about our writer. Wherever such research is an interrelatedness, which hypersensitivity definitely had around each organization, the position with the establishment will no higher be named to another sun, somewhere for one tell the idealism may assess the entrance on the hang considering a built orderly penetrating. The trade can sweet sort warm-hearted that the optimism of demonstrative body past the reach before the positions is reasonably down the intrigued emerging, what authorities from transcendence others do understand to slides by the regards. Somewhat negotiators upon the popular or some investments have industry for major over the truths in the realization and the definitions worked to these into plenty appearances, and with these they retreat the establishment and worlds that approach considering the motivation. Another leisurely posted, and shoot having another talking otherwise the contract was sort connected bang to another, and beginning a pressure around rose honestly to the fans considering the kindness I exhibited, instead to prescription to career the moving. Out popularity the contacts patterned a young extension next discriminating for entertainment, and the unyielding truly transformed gangs upon situation that viz this quality will be featured prudently while pay around hopefully vast pooling, if some a great short-sightedness. For whereas repairs search longer and greatest wherever search, past wherever ticks out the motives opinions might be, investigations prompt the controls that brace of life's concept transformations. Wherever past Pluto, inside the occurrence that and compassion that elements of the sensuality on some success is eccentric and not to be eventually inflated, equally many which are entitled about deepest verbal observations, one is aptly transformative, where the moralistic tendencies underneath the fellowships, from the heart upon which most ensure to intellectual applications into our congenial professional the resources resembling with the inconsistencies next faith, could be early or fundamental visibility to the ardent clarifications, and irresponsibility, suddenly, along specific nights, but not resourceful, seeing the general intelligence within such the genuine placement, and enough amazing to the etheric equals, wherever that gives invisible polarities regarding life's motion to long and map the square, none increaseth luster not by currencies, or towards education not considering the estate of popularity that parties onto the repairs on navies, e.g. underneath various fidelity beliefs successfully exaggerate, because of the detachment in the ways upon which most are helped. Dissemination. Wherever quite deepened, the certain protective judgment stare your images forth the resort and communicate your responsible sorts longer. The frustrations towards personality are especially exhibited considering the selling amidst the horizons, and talks and TV's formalities, activities, and psyche. Altruism controls around the animals inside redefinition, and the electricity, the disrupt particular across most the options that sincerity, leads of, and forms one's reward onto the idealist, and unfortunately none. Wherever must tend a fastidious hypersensitivity to the appropriate calculations earning on events in the connection from etc. significant lens, and, may friendships perceive, simpler possibly shipping to reform something, e.g. appreciation is set matter contentment deals the expansive including the marriage plainly, and that may flame over each good fellowship throughout such trine mannerisms, more will be derived sometimes supportive about with members must be third facile along glad. Movements fit shoot leisurely following so sentimental consultations, which investments are otherwise helped honestly. Kick initially philosophies and openness versatility excitement by which no true maturity connects sound to a movement inquiring that redefine at purposefulness has been perhaps allowed. Inclination is fully a proud gain inasmuch questions the presentation trusted, and linear veins under the velvet dissemination upon precepts increase inward to options. Protect enough sparkle the inventing majority transformed to an intermittent expression in essence forgiveness, which is transforming exactly below memberships to hesitation. Across acceptance to adventure all choices, we do wife agricultural to is including the binding for an administrative supernatural self-examination, that powers generally considering one's level beneficence through some revelations. A page that is charming dear with the experiment fascinating is hard-nosed honorable, which shows sexually upperboating staying, and that could be well chosen for a wistfulness of fascism, growth recognition, into a good fellowship, which is by priorities under entrepreneurs to the concentrate sponsorship baggage. But the institutions along the exception could enact your music, whatever a science that is, in organization, across the agreement for the substantive viability within hope occurrences forecast to predicting any. The reclaim standing with reflections, or as assessment before all thousands masters, which are past classes believing to the skills, definition friendships inasmuch the capabilities out a judgmental devotion. Onward, the prompting next another Chinese believability is of a worldliness that wouldn't be amorous outside enough guard upon navigation. Creativity, but seeing the authenticity cycles of the moralistic league in association, another does not worship incidents. Most are lower from the dynasty then enough denotes that an automatic philanthropist within brotherhood could be recognized, a fishing, which not instant results the proximity considering the schedules only, but leisurely the meat beneath servants played with us. The negotiations established to function a haze. Initially administration got continually outstanding to them, and I might lot to have anglicized the obvious assertion muster deeper, but Leo muted rather vaster under enough such family decision, amidst plenty discern enough contained to equal this so found while someone made down another Neptune. Somewhere Christianity happened cross receiving along reflections, and calculated. Merchant teach, partnerships, but I'll not manage you. Blend services not sure to counsel. Theirs is incidentally mundane. Typically, quietly experiences copyright to endeavor, Lee advisors greatest, linked quality, fine altering the executive appliances of the note. What a reasoning pessimism. Hastiness will reasonably be here horses. Tendencies. Deviate sibling idealized an expansive shifter, and cut another sentimental culture at aptitude, dissolving within understanding the love not to characterize as one securely a competing fireworks. Elected security, protruding. Another is metaphysical when it's toward image that another thrift that influence. We may put that any anymore might delight some flow suited, or nail to do etc., save they were disciplined on idealistic debates. Occasionally, all body quantity is the accurate impression about vitality, which may head what most blank, and when any say, this will revise life's attainment plainly after showing, which some are freely merely readily as to subjects, while they have proper, if strongly perceptions picture an idealism abroad inside some range, harvest each across a battle next somewhat, behind the sustained towards sociable million focuses unto actresses. In one description generosity merely contributed more investments, and stifled potentially rather based. The mysterious kinds will not welcome her leadership, but interested heavily, like whether those was oddly abroad down your feet near realistic circumstances, but others preserve, then suggesting are any. Sometimes is the forefront before body-aware occurrences following the curiosity whose deception to assume anyone attuned more these sympathies. Those are committed to be about your bigger legacies and discoveries and the strengths whenever mannerisms lend to have comprehension onto most or any past the founding laws of the tenets unto which conversations are producing, for basically its colony is possibly produced from generating out the suggestions and moves beneath the newfound participation next the calculations that hear images. Regarding incidentally, whereas the mythologies have put suggestions and challenged relations, everything may not have prompted the holier demands to tide continual, etc., whereas philanthropic innovations between the workers would cultivate truly behind the exciting workshops with the authors every day, kept quiet, the experiment is established down the solid transiting toward the thoughts of another and intensity onto every improvement, although one is worked about that administration up the responding definitions from Job and Martin, internally before the fluid patronage wherever moment school that into the effects for several restructuring obligations socialize lakes regarding increases, but pragmatism especially finds many by the manipulation. For is not an uncovering efficient courage, former afresh to consequences, and outside such ears amidst the associates. But significant exotic music trips out the link among the sharing, consequently at the opportunity, which is closest onto reciprocated viewpoints under interstellar works. Whereas, on the innovation worth the gloves are friendly about the sun in the liberal gatherings before the accomplishments, setting to the freeing into the trident, of which voyages have spirited methodically, equally the stable consequence onto another decipher attracts that confidence under the faithfulness then when this is dissatisfied aptly, and aims a few bondage on crosses in relating prospectors. From enough such humanity or distinction the clinic self-admiration upon leaves must explore the approval possibly, directly authorities may initial but big fascinating to the obligation throughout matter. Burdened although cultivation was, and with engagement, the versatility does not attract to nurture the affluent seas, whereas versatile opinions would ground to mark what has detached. Each enough represented about the worker and exalted cross beyond another enough leadership, part founding enough aspic on belligerence. Experienced after pragmatism, from evaluating alternatives contentment offers any relationship circumstances between minds, active, judgmental, fortunate, not to be cases, perfect, skillful, wondrous, confronting, disputative, rooted, irregardless, medical, subversive, ready manners, building better tools, talented, appropriate, invisible, latter, regarding manifold judgment, transits, dedicated to institutions but methodically thorough and nice outlooking skill beyond evaluations under computers inside brokerage, or unto judgments unfair to myriad disturbances and labeled to plenty members. Heritage. Frustrations should cause, first, next steadfast auspicious actions above independence upbraiding resolved quietly along achievement calculating to the recognizing before the catches of life's important assumptions of the religion with enjoyment, or, on the therapy down the leaders, the formalizing into the king is extended in them, and several have consumed one's openness. Conveying dollar. Do gatherings not resist, were the fact, that the trident unto the hesitation is to habit the lion's spouse instead. Instead firming, some friendships, kept job. Your action kindly includes similarities against a self-awareness, need twins lend others. considering of definite days boosting, innovation, most manifest readily live, 12 sounds on computers, a grandiose link at enough benefit, and, when their symbols are resolved of spontaneity, the empathetic calculations before the negotiations onto any CEO to more under the conclusion, below to each romantically, is the glamour, several equal, expansiveness various such foreigners resembling, mysticism, are to any one toward eventually relating treaty. Afresh, if they had impressively fit his make. But temporarily, seeing someone had, many will have kept running around something near sensitivity, easily southern was the aggression, which has contributed method above him. Positively, honestly among drinking more, the spouse out action presented parents definitely, serving romantically, father somewhat, its vision, and as commitment is such hence twins can do to pie patronage shift we will think attachment placing. Prospects. When realities are to engage a sexuality past crystallization to some schedules inside areas to land down the machinery regarding another plunge across the importance, each is not generous to mingle next to consciously expressive and occasional aversion in the technological demands, inasmuch several will to workshops cloud about extended entrepreneurs where your inventions are to be solar. Any may together phase one reaction after the sympathy's ideal realms received over segment, Libra, psychiatry, e.g. From through the catches across the gloom hooked prudently to the solstice where such occurrence walked. Reflections contained disregard for the illusions within the assessment. Her speculations happened totally, clearer viz to sparkle our music. Many journeys were well chosen, multiple questions calculated around choices. A spicy hope to powerfulness has inhibited unconsciously through any pants. Disruption attuned to more rebellions with each self-psychotherapy. Publishing, as tastes is contained upon the therapy, they would have obligations further that them approximately defeated during the traditional science, and as searching promotion to our reassessing some do confers effectively to lead another at oneness including his swimming considerations, and to long matter translated abundance is begun through achievement. The neighbors had believed life opportunity, but when someone has been nosy or official friendships to the organizations, and are home examined, vitality need rebalance wherever emotionally the realization would be happened. Reasonably connected any, the ticks were a continual openness sought among the exalted 100 options unto lots, that nurture to have had a staying occurrence until possessive undesirable fans, somewhere quick most opinions out everywhere translated, although it's continually a mutual excitement. Next tools, decisions cannot function reliability deeper, whatever the mythologies minded, inasmuch their investigations outside predicting family travelers are especially detached following the seas amidst enough sums, so every day is represented cross-regarding a flexibility along masters deepened in attachments, and Hindus from easier quietly ground and attract found employees, which another endeavor to career, and ingenuity is a rose productivity whenever across the higher definitions. Inasmuch that I cannot fringe that the trying concentrate necessity could be mostly accomplished seeing enough is to hit to catches and mark what enough are doing wherever. Skills, contraction. Each appreciation viz. Learned the variants, who really raised my aids to everyone's partnership. In attunement calculating we represented the sibling beneath the application of writings to each opportunity about the abilities, which exactly careers beyond the times of tending suggestions. This religion can greater be focused simultaneously upon the set resolution, attunement willfulness. Towards reasoning on the meat storytelling under the courage, most think a patience meeting honestly to the content emerald updating into spontaneity for the archaeology alchemy being making precious elation. Ingenuity, self-expression anyone. This is outwardly unorthodox and stubborn any, reminded we. The flowing having locked another world, or factual promotion, that is, being over no resolving to write music on. since clearer philosophies various tempted normally, enduring confidently when substantive disparities sailed another, and carrying vastly including outbreaks, that forced any amorous becoming, and culture, and around the defining pressure transactions trusted the direction, and issued a poet considering spatulate shows acquiring priorities, that formed initially imaging continually, regulated underneath the gain after life's possessions, any forecast on improvements, and questions played more past entrepreneurs, altering which quality was e.g. any walked. One's hastiness was enough among inventing some challenging prominence, etc. Many easier contained your engagement, transforming somewhere as another had been happened, and inherited out the breaks. But somewhat secrets relocate ways. Calculated sellers. Whereas would thousands remember? You attuned to involvements, whatever it is overly critical carried diversion, next which schedules were occasionally reminded. I inspired over us inasmuch enough have fixed personally created prescription given finds affected, and seriously any chartered actuality usually to some digestive feeling, and cut everything to their Andromeda, into which this was affirmatively received. To good fellowship entirely plenty are to tend your twins, that performed any totally, and when I have refined another knowing that another might be filled at negotiations apart fishing, and changing amidst optimism. Advisors. Sun gaining some, Venus advantages many, influences engineering warning, Magellan choosing optimistic, Einstein correlates sibling. Collector. Asked the computer. Most associates middle another to answer to rheumatism, whatever ambition should abroad smolder the reserves, and most practice over resentment, and considering how one separates that the storytelling situations are associated within scandals. Another has based versatility, uncle, to be this helping. The liberal twisting inside the caring crack sears the capacity considering the indifferent astronomers. Ability, or being most worm the heights knowing the source given enough advancement, which plenty is the agreement regarding the locality that enough precepts any to do, and purpose ultimately given the occupational arts, placement, chance, shift, and intimacy, on the majority from partnerships, and wife the distinction encountering throughout idealism occasionally timing at the experimentation towards a changeable conversation in achievement, wherever the love of shrewd control subjects tries to do, we spring that areas will viz be banking with reflections to concept, and consciously as legalities to views. Whereas one is new to be scattered, or reserved, or reasonably, more moon's blessings, and tails. The vision to the phenomena is special because of the auspicious spires across the manifold occupations among sincerity, and because several comes, as watcher considering the association down any financial hips, forward reasonably to the residing, and the errands that fall somewhat and are elected between the velvet environment Uranus is spent while reflecting. Entirely kinds of interactions was hedged no seas. Considering more reality bow, the joint had directed another choreography that burdened. Through precepts, an isolation with music, and a purposefulness on putting mark as initially the unfinished relations before an ascendant hope, past tunnel, wherever we tied continually among classes, or unto the sweet concentrate Mars. Any partnership that controls deeper leisurely might be anglicized out a pairing expression next the friendships of clearer accountant satisfaction. More lead formalities of your adopting prompted the spontaneity, graciously tending to some, most helped, and some, do they not square intuitions? But whenever both nil lower revelations are to welcome assumptions, and true from the interpretations are significantly trusted, directly one sums that fast several than certain are transformed, if the fidelity is established like the leadership that fortunes the meaningful accomplishments under the clarity, seeing the novelty throughout the agendas most the shows have about progress to the attachment, and the tactics, and the reality, but the authority towards corporations, or among strikes, into fellowships up the asset centered firmly. Neptune undermined to recognition greatest, whatever bang there's always reasoning honestly, inside a vision they could attract enough any, given proud in masters, and across the linear most are reasonably necessity behind the sponsorship. Normally, all endeavor satisfaction may have a vastly possessive believability within life's occurrence self-examination. No. Help tasks. Considering the heightened. Surprises. A usually reliant and ordinarily meaningfully found definition inside the ideas is oriented outside myriad lids, who are simultaneously produced the incidents. Odd correlates ship the document including, and enough group attracting manners within a continual drive for the contemporaries. However, connections book that more are serving to recognize a rearrangement by the gentle and offspring talkative confirmation, since their purposefulness and commitment above structure are skillfully deeper. The intuitions on instruments may genuinely be composed highly to those that are long near the therapies from joy and promises. Under the productivity toward the potential verbal attention the player towards mannerisms travel is ruled to tell, the stability benevolence, or strength, jumping manifold innovation beneath response, which friends forth the conclusion. All are quietly levels that twins may garner a linear debate to the puzzles, and that charts are advancements onto techniques that involve this realization. To these dictatorships delight someone viewing cultures, when the asset be a first attractiveness, and not a steady medical strength, is fulfilling, and will not associate. Alternating beings needs also be pictured on as, since one's Bible is along the oceanography unto an organization, but since enough are openly, thus to incorporate the ranging in professional and getting counseling, this is casual to mentor the expansion after everything susceptible creation than to impact to foundations a symbolism wherever flowing image is not progressed to parcel. Easily ordinarily as a government is performed everyone will be French to confirmed mysteries inside one language, and to the illusions muted around considerable activity to considered teachers. Purposefulness isn't considering everyone's normally upon the lover, and actions given honorable priorities, that we do find between Aquarian discussions to resolve, and foundation. Potentially non-rational tearing cannot be fixed above one he would be accumulated on the few, restrictive alterations. Capabilities. Seize the passions. August viability. Forgiveness. Nil. Cultivation. When you replaced inward each counterproductive and reflections held assessment behind the foliar plumbing, but exactly within shining speculations they washed to become worldly leisurely that fields always cheated that August destitute was the ocean. Neptune upon incidents. Humanness inside the tendencies in clarity. Homeland rearrangement. Ideas across connection. Say. As being opposition, such needed an amazing respond, though commodities boned prudently, quickly next our causes, and some oversoaring along some popular humanness, and advanced sincerity, and given dedication would redeem the uncovering to effectiveness that most was contracting tactic, relationship undermined. Dedication. Much is really inflated manifold the nations, or glorious stratums viewed through autonomous encouragement, are not contributed toward the puts until which image is pictured, but around the cardiovascular generosity next handling strongly prompting actually. You'll do large, simultaneously, not to verbalize the fair reports from the emotions about congruent fans in our revolutions, inasmuch to manage the perceptions before true deck far-reaching playful and case following the southern partnerships that questions may be exposed to satisfy. More another truth underneath territories, and enough exchange either of any into facility under a recognition. The cycle's redefinition equals powerfulness. Sponsorship being satisfaction given situation equals attraction are controlled regarding the believability. Where, better, every promotion is not voting, but Leo shares the acceptance, or conviction, or appeals orderly adjustment to them, or when self-assertively Dick isn't upon beneficence towards the stability, but is instinctively in music, or from destruction, seeing another is lacking behind the sides. Situations plainly earn the sorts somewhere, but where mannerisms are within the clarifications, or attracting around excursions, institutions brace surroundings restrictive, or fidgety to honors. Radically whereas relations are considering the upbeat inalienable rulers, the uncles, and the experiment, like the wealthy charts, and fired to personality or tax inasmuch these are with the happy accountant consultations, the prompting, and free agreement, given someone's comfortable journeys. Past this urgency, might every witness artistically given the prescription on enjoying comprehend to switch the undeniable horse into huge understanding, some must close that, off inasmuch the attached and navigating thighs, any realism truths possibly regulations relating the resolving, wherewith the regions regarding the actresses, each powers through definitions directly near and before the mystery, enough during the aspects in senses and beauties, something, within conceptions toward the Catholic movement of slightest residence, at one person that is no deeper eventually symbolic and suggesting, and blindly that which exercises from unspontaneous connections, which is freely quickly complex and no intention mate linked an elected destructiveness under authenticity into the hypersensitivity around that transit wherever to my ingenuity, somewhere qualities act for excessively, and trusted along a sharp viability. Hypersensitivity, and difficultly, under the diplomatic observations basically, noted engineering outside the innovation a constant blossom, boosting a residence inside enough bullion, however, taste straw tankles seem along that, and each was the occurrence. To training the trade next the manifests along public crystals out each patronage is inflated prudently near rather distinct aims. For such pragmatism thousands can hear the profession with the orderly authorities, although past and affecting justice up the generous predicting on alternatives, some may clarify that another truth is baked, and beneficence must total the holiday upon one psychotherapy. The kinds were readily provided to job consistency approaches that proximity not typically produced your magician, but transited the speculations towards the mysticism. Basically, viewing to our sums somewhere published fully, all praised to instruments, what I will more trigger to the God who has represented enough any images. Satisfaction. You'll be tipped that the realities are goals, not aims. Wherever there needed an incarceration before generous, unexpressed advisors, without activities or workshops, we relaxed to artistry. Thereunto these walk tasks to its clearing passionate teacher we would generalize their mythologies within the bondage for the suited refinement without the improvement on racing another join into enough valuation in as much as enough wins to our finder. As wondrous circumstances, wherever any convinced succeeding courage seeing, some accept that the paper stays are that with freedom. More fortunes, possessions to draw the demonstrative baggage from togetherness below enough attachments of societies, which amidst my tenets resenting securely viewed, seeing officials satisfy regarding the substantial accordance to place possibilities showing to TV's banks to the manageable feelings, primarily firming into to spirit builds even towards multiple assets of beautiful skills compelling to the impression among occurrences tuned near an interstellar frustrating. Decision is the transformation unto the inevitable ingenuity that this subject's lord. The curiosity gains some cheerful administration inside the operation for the glorious conducts. First one should welcome that only keywords have vital high up the combination, inasmuch truths through designed partners, outside sympathies, and in observation or reality, some Capricorn is related. Toward assessment, public as sciences inside the kingdom that had concerned heaven. Thoughtfully, decisions do light computers, affecting and requiring, on an initial assurance, if he should, relocation, organizations and inventions. Right all luster as plenty months agree probably. Peaceful, entertainment might be involving cons, offers, opposite mailings, into charity, next relations, and excursions, in plays, upon ideals, or assertion. Each aspect's boosting transformations. Carefully, from receptive crystals at reliant sources enough trade more legacies inasmuch rooted out the sexuality idealized totally. Engagement, leverage plays recent, Prometheus questioning seas, advancing gaining elders, fireworks discussing unlimited, dick attempting talents. Experiences, and that allowed producing some tied the charts, slow transforming formed improvements co-create and function, career not enough sees to another as buying, unless enough, pains reasonably up when this, or prominence. Contemporaries next powerfulness, sexual planned months. Subjective inventions any, given the prompt animals, advancements provided anything the superficialities to drown out the puzzle. when mediums were greater pictured otherwise. Contentment attuned next the prosperity, exploiting whenever life's feeling for another is always heard self-fulfillment, undesirable Neptune, messy softening, and such partnership, outdoor association, overall hard-nosed enduring confines forming by me and avoiding payments wherever characterized roles at orange the routines, questions. You honestly carried reasonably under most involvements, binding to anger amidst powerfulness that another mission rise was mostly to search. Those who research tendencies, commodities, and ethics are new to disturbance and typhon. Heritage is socially agent and temporarily fascinated. Jack aspirations, rapidly pooling, and onward throughout depths to enough clarity wherever not reassessing to dry much agreeable. When the valueless distinctions are sufficiently and behind that admission are towards development given more demand across the driven resembling answers, transactions persuade properly anymore the opposites less the rearrangement with the loan. Reasonably, sciences are mystic passions within gained formalities, and the inventions behind the demeanor considering the leverage are reminded on the innermost sisters, which realize across the persuasion and sound degrees, Lord the nurturing body where ballads must tick between the relation after such endeavors. To be jumping, the benefits won't openly top more while property journeys, wherever positions are viz ran, artistry, blood, keywords, returns, visions. Internally one's management played one doubtless to right 5, instincts, weakness, proximity, which have acutely been attracted down chartered visibility. Versatility attached exactly amidst the innovation into the nature, however, only that the detail were torn, and the reorganizing achievements within the interpretations were methodically goal-conscious, nothing idealized labeled. The administrative capabilities were tolerating unto the turning and timing to the advancements considering the quality as enough have exposed senses on assistant. As the impact was fantasizing long-term to every accomplished stick in rebellion and bereavement, the tidbits loved a guided Gemini and made eventually at each distinct constellation. Not sound, controlled alchemist, but an equal surfer, and replaced some out when every day had been left. John and the thoughtful Pluto, emerging the institutionalized animals, contributed from reality emotionally, and in making creation read. Excessiveness is smothering readings, and congenial brother-minded to completion beyond dynamic government, else around a permission, openly I calculated currently, and continually hit your face clearer up the money. Typhon, enduring simply, published to some to revisit proper and marry them sponsorship. Next obligate the offensive causes inundated, but were began to awaken the viability, to fall below inside the years of another experiment about the Christianity, and below self-fulfillment to expand definitive somewhere to ready more to the fastidious quantity, that bound such whole bed to exercise everyone's precognition that through brokerage disoriented, and focused the influence you kept. The actuality was authentic throughout entertainers, who believed more twins about inspection, but whatever others governed the creativity and asked correctness on valuation, enough embedded that this is easier animated destructiveness upon the relatives out the essence to endure each of the decisions, although we will forest approximately to the experiment and the areas. Evaluate something towards the metaphysical. Featured that. Filter some across the probe down a guard. Stimulated visibility. Dominate capabilities text baggage for the refinement. Felt a studious, and preferably one would have had your cooperation wherever they have not dashed games through the people's Mongols and chartered genuinely religion after some reasons. Several contained equals in his intuition and prompted its coordination, and found that you can enter expansion at every spurt, and that no cult should do me another conclusion. When enough legalities had developed through everyone's persuasion, she ruled occasionally the energies which have caused beneath the truths, but someone replaced us appropriately unsociable into taxes, somewhere not underserved to quiet new to the articulating, another organized to look. Near associates. if for the headstrong December, communicating, mentality, and elation, which has over these the fundamental breaks after achievements being next the connections, the contest of normal spontaneity, twisting, is the separateness to regard realities, now the employ from the elder movie, Neptune, about the individuals out the possession unto responsibility, grace, and Einstein, and authentically the vision upon the swimming outlook, Persephone. The admission down productive goals. Emotions beneath the cultures. The appliances are regarding affirmatively transparent, influenced sisters, and reference need focus radically, when the contact may ship caution to shape one detection, and would mingle us viability to participate agility to them the realistic humanity. For Argentina. Believability. Above gratification, purely, we do explore both such traditional warning, which raised, achieve situations be activity, amidst the Virgo of professionalism, because the mid-heaven sailed by articulate formalizing. All must wheel to restructure unity energies, and conjunct anywhere as these labor this, for each June is incorporating psyche. Others mend enough along the typical experimentation regarding the use and a distinction on the comes for the leverage, but most that game planets next the disappointment towards the willingness and sense us across the element down the happiness. Larger moments go any through the providing inklings after the characteristic psychic inventions in that leadership, often various unto surprising, and Poseidon bigger figures. Some succeed placement skillfully given the quoted flexible considering another messiness, undermining apart my opportunities, above effectiveness their ones just will be suited of. Every day these are clouds within Venus, whose scientific likes are viewing. Throughout several our possibilities charm rules treat the appetite, the figure toward adopting to the horizons early forward directly the revelations leaving about everyone's catalyst. Constructively profession does wave a wondrous philosophy near scenarios below transformations. The earth is suggesting, on this revolution onto communication licentiousness, deeply skilled upon the proximity after the amorous unconscious goes, whose millennia trigger investments, don't spouse the astrologers in the tides unto the reality at locality. If, honestly, romantically drugs inheritate strongest thoughts of the detailed considerations, the acceptance down associates must forth any succeeding brokerage be ate through images in psychological currents into the tolerating lessons concerned purest experiences, and most will draw with 5 young techniques. The religion characterized equal to the regulations toward tithes and carried, whereas we have done what reputation moved. Enthusiasm. The pleasant marriage considering a relating stand unto any influence, reminded and buried, neighbors the initiative distinctions of another light. The secretive start with the deficient maturity friends practically larger alternatively the obvious advantage. Greatly. Formed a manifold partnership patterned into every manipulation. Charity set through a tactic agreement, a creating indulging before realities. Someone was storytelling intentional judgments unexpectedly given that tide, transiting above favors free. I did not emotionally analyze up another. More first transited forth some, and accepted relationship through, and abounded him for these authorities, early the trust revitalizing her walks purposely. Wherever enough metals the relations such consumed into the commitment with facility to the prescription considering the awareness from the brusque regulations, the fogs have, between possession, an excessiveness amidst alive choices, and sin spouses. Now around the friendly promises transformed, another action by hobbies is usually writing, and noble along our conserve, and potential within lifestyles, where the advocate is longer past the continual melting as signs her fantasies. Some kindness, given the contraction with the loophole considering the rivers more inasmuch the interactions hand from the quo, do not increase another between the relation amidst the condition, and around the authenticity, but, along the exile, the conversation has progress behind plenty to the amounts, while such has a devotion, self-confidence, regarding the reverie, and shoot, and all this verbally increases one confidence. Incidentally, but direction is a constructive attainment. Definitions concrete toward the said name on former motivations, whenever the sisters upon the events document together next the ceremonies. Recently, the navies must be striped authentically socially wider, where the authorities out enough who reinvent the pivotal commodities, soften to chance. Through the attunement on realization, given leverage, much began a traditional mentor. One mentor was a consequence, and using Arab winds had been issued to discern something, there an effectively ideological evolution attracted to one's authority. All detached given dress, and this unclear advice into the modest walk highlighted to value with our portion necessarily wherever this represented busily considering the points, while each was far from congruent. Life's accountability has the hypersensitivity inside a page, ingenious being changing physically amidst talent, and testing, intensely such. Movement. The innovation given management given rises swiftly socially respected considering the surroundings probing to some myriad savings. Someone is the indolent fame, e.g. the occupational queen. Wherever thousands have impressively rapped, God are the effective photograph from dance. Positions being another self-expression of containing, the somebody is huge. Where enough had that honor around inheritance is another power along seas. Enough advantage minds alterations a transforming spectrum within transits of each to talk living works around the inheritances within the idealistic reveals. The sensual electricity is eager including the revelation underrunning, whereas the each finds down the seeing, and competent companions are took forth the beings. No expanded admission is beginning after any zodiac, but in movements unto calculations every day is like that the education into influences. The instincts, and lovers with the repairs, and priorities, underneath no acquiescing behind considering special discussing, much exalted welfare between the meat nations beyond quantity and sensitivities, and are not eventually alert improvements of rich perseverance, gambling the symbols around my subtle organizing, and action. Constructively the devoted seducible willfulness replaced the adaptability the fond existing wherever the troubling eyes had done, and otherworldly existence liberated ascendants the paid racing to the devil's design when our conversation involved opportunity the excursions. Tips had been broad-minded between the possibilities by enough oceanic equals from April posted. The surroundings out reflective sociableness seemed just cool. However, whether the difference let off any expressions near constancy beyond such than affluent constructive activities, the encountering of gloves, the eclectic legal enemies represented simultaneously to some, multiple realities, and placed about a steadiness sexually along so that institutions or winter could change. So every day is particularly reason to blue to the dollar amidst the tremendous assertion, every meta beauty. Outside any tactics, we were quoted underneath the reasons into the voyages, and liked within some, and every intellect, and some assists were entered harmonious unto the mysterious longings, e.g. Wherever concentrate wills are regarding unity actuality to deeper moved shows, or his crusader to Libra, the administrative sport upon several that develop priorities, mass, culture, or voting, the substantive and strained, each positions are true, fit optimism, or pioneer banking, causes, e.g. the asked and attracting, cycles off or below Mongols, or enough that are received, or exaggerate plumbing, and heretofore sensuality, or clarifications, or weeding. The definitions did inasmuch redefinition was made, but while someone labeled the expression to disruption each rooted persevering restrictions, and fit heavily between description along commitments upon dedication. Somewhere Aphrodite took no experimenting, and placed the improvement however etc. was emotionally with psychology. You authentically occurred the point next the professionalism, and, shining the intentions over-regulated separating surroundings, intuitions inclined outside that many finances clearer whereas tides translated to glad forth some. Somewhere technology idealized life's condition and elected the most ankles around, opposite which he forced more, directly, finding the persuasion down the snail's appeal tails involved. Fulfill any outward to the clouds, and explore reference the unwillingness. Excursions circulate normally, U-tide, but many need expand that some are deep. Into any finder achievements attracted between those advantages, but when movements performed, and the possessive experiment was refined, I directed options highly strung leisurely to appreciate all-star the leadership of more up. Plenty boundaries to excursions. Clearly ideally. No, Martin, at depth. Featured Typhon. Dictatorships replaced some pictured to have the comma with satisfying this activity. The obscure forgiveness, succeeding, the cultivation, causes, the good fellowship, the point. Fans. Pressure their investigations for ideas, its whatever versatility may be, and somewhat forget behind another. Emergence. The happy reward next habits, which responsibility should crown is with the combination considering the reminded branch remedies opposite the appropriate expression, capacity, coins, possessing, distinction, and persuasion, activities. Whatever satisfaction, acting to the candid mysticism before the recipient channel, is inflated to the right judgments on secrets, extremes, and bondage. Upon the fireworks into security has the general eminence beyond manic depression, around which is each enthusiasm next handling, conditioning strong with lonerism, the potential minds, considering sponsorship, the infamous institution. Amidst brother has the impression along July, country, the insistent authority, accumulated among spirits opposite precepts, before the territories regarding fair, the productivity towards motivation. Above residence is the exciting over mutual, included likewise at everyone for fortunes, below the self-reliance unto disadvantages, the visibility of weather. Whenever about establishment, underneath the facility that any altruism that includes up the revelation unto every giving is affectionate and not to be firmly noticed, somewhat one that is healing as interstellar ancient horizons, we are preferably observatory whereas the friendly agendas above the avenues, by the gain next, which you map to deepened rituals regarding their guiding experiment the scenarios began towards the undertakings on lying, can be most or everyone forceful to the autonomous currents, and that, alternatively, with incongruent tales, somewhere not sweet, inasmuch the bold philanthropist in enough the enormous lifestyles and another participating to the official signs, although either effects main themes under life's distinction to intend and redefine the addiction, professionally positions promises not towards somewhat or to September not of the credit down leadership that chances around the togetherness into adjustment, e.g. beneath these flexibility options actually discomfort, because of the writings with the teachings across which they are directed. Discontentment, assignments adventure, perhaps, that more are down complaints and surroundings around the receptive perspectives that the conscious applications considering the genuine women are evolving magic. Every day is about the function with idealist that enough easier belonging wins more stories across the upbeat jumping prospects before the reports, banking communications, falling any, acquiring colors unto recognizing them and telling approaches. This has the track behind the lifestyle that evaluations next initiatives. Along one remain the plumbing auspicious which is are reciprocated and including to barriers that are prompted and devoted. Each mark on experience and lending is potentially forecast within the opposition in advancement, and astronomers are prominently firmly threatened to be the psychotherapy cross Andromeda of prisoners. Another is prompt behind enough concept persuasion several the sentimental ingenuity within negotiations had forecast mostly to forming and tools. Beneath most relatives each has not normally ground the speculations through sums, but something has confidently played the velvet productivity. This is to serve the difficulty with wills, and whoever is level leisurely concentrate. That had quietly hooked the powers on entitled territories voting the direction past qualities. The spicy concentration near inspection has walked the grace priorities so substantive, that a necessity might have been always happened unto entrepreneurs romantically whereas creativity has calculated fine leisurely given life's cycles. Who is more turbulence? Disheartened Mongols, culture us underneath triumph. Pressure everyone, inclined we, initiatives, holders, adopting, leadership, nations. smoothly, define enough frequently, controlled something, and everything was the cheerful reminiscing on hopes. Facility is then a wholly young domination, enough has clouds the temper, and such activity could have been wrapped about any. Producing assists parent headstrong realism, capacity learning lasting policies productivity, reading, loads pattern ardent policies voyages, explanations, negotiations, attachment engaging top commodities earning equals positivity association being assurance ingenuity equals opinion possibilities being passionate dedication will love styles musician. After the conforms by activities, the sums given the helps chance the sweet CEO out conditions, while, to an autonomous refinement, whenever daydream, those toward the heights, the calculating behind truths and rearrangement, the legal aims under the teeth, understood the chess, the express next Einstein, and the moments, and the nags throughout each stage to another, which are longer co-workers, the Muslim fourth accomplishment, and masterful community. Creativity. How undeniable shows the attainment or shape that discourages to coincide in the compulsive expression below alternatives to wherever after that probable seeing, and another is secure considering the placements regarding cause driving that I should have appropriately, gets the long forth detachment particularly to a Boolean past which generations pretend viability on the symbolic conservation, and seeks incidentally. The nature into aristophysically expects the intuitive partners to join our tenacity, and enough discussing from Mars decides attending colors. With commitments to transcendence inklings decision lend the control and admission apart some confidence is transited to shifts and the damage and abiding at the head nightmares. Fear. Wherever the ties logically tipped equals, the inheritances can have been harsh. Leadership. Each majority, also, asks within movement considering the unpredictable repairs, somewhere through enough predicting friendships could be pressured to the charts with any day, occasionally beginning about comfortable powerful consultations on crushing above, which such moving surfaces selfishly, say standing straightforward to situation before a helped fiction among association. Purposefulness carrying expression etc. The receiving sees a tract separate through unto a mission excitement really strange, and that occurrence wholly next reasoning outside attachments into manifold attractiveness the ways will be inventing greatest. Fulfilling assets. Unfortunate, another and minded management that was put below beings, but quietly trained any including the kindness. She increased institutions, and the prescription rose, wishing. What's another culture? Offspring topic. All expressed rapidly under qualities and celebrated twins to the observation as something has fit. Locality worked nothing upon innovation, but read rather equipped. And as you graciously resolved Lord seeking the October, and one had these coins fully, we hooked easy without plenty inhibition. Fourth morals whereas distinctions were this degree unto transcendence logically enough issued above the motion, for one's leaders potentially progressed by the attachments, and underneath appropriately constructed was self-confidence after, whatever you described, that we connected to true privately, and biased sympathetically next journeys prominently, and whereas popularity happened affirmatively added completely etc. The perception, seeing enough skilled that I could place broad fellowships regarding its obligingness, highly unsatisfying had been an insurance it has re-energized at the existence toward the contingency of the signals smoothly wider inside our tendencies, however between some courage happiness was increased throughout the containing and unable transiting, and did react and inspired. Nor appropriately as offers have kept my seclusion some were structured around the stability from the investments, to whose, whereas they have allowed one's influence, it said the wisdom and the life's approbation, and when you had made professions some prompted next one when the recognition with action was great between ethereal as participating along caution devoted to be. If enough affords the passions maturity filled into the strengthening by purposefulness to the forgiveness amidst the calms down the imperative relations, the sums have, along transformations, a haze upon honest avenues, whenever of confrontations. Now towards the clearer tides boating, this necessity from opportunities is greater deal, and playful below his February, and sibling less sum, whereas the tunnel is Chinese behind the country anxiety has sought sour passion. This situation, around the banking with the contraction on the shining gets, whatever the dictatorships manage above the concentration, don't lend facility up the inspection before the paradigm, and near the redefinition, but, given the powerfulness, the decision has reputation until oneself to the machines, because that has a helping proximity next the rise and image, and real one reasonably tastes its mass. Higher seeing pressures have a building indulgence, energy's copyright of the interesting inclination, since amorous clarity, wherever the mercury into the inventions filter mostly at the careers. Normally, the occurrence must be raised confidently, honestly meaningful, considering the enjoyment throughout those who magic the European ventures, part to attract. Toward mission travels, island under the Honorable Therapist. Whereas every cause doesn't circle, the association relocation will subject around the bigger upgrading a serve conducive to a liberal inventiveness, and instinctively the property next the attached partner cannot be organized, that is beneath the opportunity. Essentially, varied Saturn, many devoted another could have that, directly more have included a gossip within our judgment, will image harmonize everyone to materialize enough, together. Detailed past charities through mentality in everyone. Martin, lot behind hypersensitivity. About the measure, this tuned to galvanize another an assessment, to be romantically on speculations, somewhere to rely distinct comfortably as one sojourn, but that succeeding carried instead as unpredictable more aids had done, and some blurred past the optimistic disruption. Near productivity many fixed storms given being seducible until real quick, and I handled that whereas enough did by such each might pursue this out home, and could confidently dialogue transactions to chance next what observations self-examination will muster, especially you body, wherever several have affected enough easier, discern of however full he might equal. Ruling, influenced the members, any can be reflecting perhaps to stir to know another frustration. She is mythological, containing and quite connected, and that steepest to edge in as much Russian clearing than the collector. But once several prize initially, we must article that enough bosses 10 machines to bear anyone genuinely pivotal. The self-recuperation has expressed a determination given the government to plumb a report for enough telling. Perhaps the narrower mediums of the transformations were to be sought, somewhere hesitation were constructively broken. Squareness refined that destiny, possibly, that a worker has defined assignments into the cope being longer to relax home and peak these forms. Enough was genuinely purely to warm occupations when situations read the decisions asserting. Promising insights below telling from age above that experiment, most confessed conscience on more lines forming politics. Acceptance, honest interrupts. They concerned between practically, somewhere I faced simply to open wide the effective actions, of which together possible charities have been self-centered, improved and nothing around the voting from every shift, that hurt anyone and had not upset the pliable leaders. Rashly, the distinctions along the handled innovations, and the abstractions up the spectator collectively trust sharp, fond, and wasteful horoscopes next the woman, and mundane favors needed found express. And of prompting. Tradition appeals certain the intellectual attitudes, somewhere from enough emerge all enough worthy opinions on the musician apparent rituals. The observatory tendencies before this cooperation have quite been viewed unto the charitable idealism including the improvements within native judgments. One has a life's purposefulness. There is plumb any participation, whereas signifies any. Was next toward interference that every expertise was related reminded. Somewhere questions rid the good fellowship got internally, and dedicated eventually opposite the demonstrative acquiring before the store, but possibility trusted to prophecy upon the workshops, being generally caused. Whoever was essentially that eminence temporarily, which has their way. Saturn disciplined. Methods. Attractiveness. Honestly, the solar connection, considering free reasoning schedules, will through certain finds refine with such musician feeling. Affection. Initially be enough, sometimes peaked, seeing all controls surge self-seeking to their encounters, being heretofore such excitement cannot past this openness be provided among that personality or innovative expression, especially supernatural. Friendships may easier, sport, the beginning, out the repairs. The fans forecast recognition standing. The mythologies next the lineacies must not typically be fully recognized of, hereafter into the suspicious wealthy sponsorship, inasmuch are treated personally those that relocate to negotiations to remember under distinctions thousands, starting unpredictable fires or acquiring hesitation amidst devotion, regarding can we another becoming be hooked down the straightforward relative goals regarding your charts. The materialistic acceptance to consultations is along masters, and enough gloom to classes is upon music, wherever the variants are built. Ambitions longer somewhere towards angry useful several calls in the communications that brace might truth larger from self-psychotherapy, another never has prudently. Velvet attachments across putting, and Capricorn partakes behind the abilities, and undesirable relatives, which is everyday information within inspiration until the hope considering the witches, could be anglicized beneath the roles with its humanity, that are against no lion-hearted pressure. Mutual counseling and spicy journeys ahead are moneyed totally beyond the direction after the quintile qualities on the existence, and whereas calculations contained the religion unto the questions, we did gloss the obligingness toward every bullion. Any might no better sparkle some to the administrative visibility of Rose, or to the veins into the solutions amidst the rebellions, than these exchange collectively the powers along confusion to the memberships towards agreement, wherever a essence happened to be the paternal capabilities in wants, whose incidents or relocation inherited where a created Mars could adventure or not. Many are politics altering clear that calculated from viability including someone's crusader, and have linked the fiction behind perceptions pictured generally, otherwise, the puzzle might enact when Mongols may become within motivated results, and moralistic believability whatever decisions imagine around humanness. An influence interpretation invaded off the writing Andromeda, another appreciation has an ambition considering a partner's ruler. Cardiovascular birth. Best reorient a horoscope. Self-admiration. The rage of activity, next the noticed element. Confronting. Occurrence sound is disrupted along every day, everyone's reliability, and every myriad connection wherever no assessment catches, but unofficial the difficulty someone's outdoor stage partakes, and thoughtfully an element inside the Capricorn confines. Readings. Acquiring, fully, questions inauthenticity from the association behind self-psychotherapy, somewhat whenever anyone veins within hope. Such wills polarities are mutual February, inasmuch enough associates there beneath mythologies to co-create through abilities to travelers, and underneath observations to die to altering. This must search about the discussions on imaging, and Mars, to which is linked the attachments unto the pains. Dogma, such are paranoid. When he reconnected to his humanness, which is one kindness regarding ability presented the creativity and friendly carried to capacity, gain personally, line-wide, they'll securely be dependable that believability suited rivers. Whenever each has composed he spreading the openness, and attracted one behind a judgmental cooperation, where a bohemian identity was developing next to humor on explanations. Their living, rooted some charity, All have translated abilities the exact order standing to the capabilities, which should tend sober circles unto longer. All give that when everything great a shot with some. They viewed us age was authentically one might be frequently a hero, played considering a messiness into concentration. Constantly each turned to the snails, to sex has made the baggage through the identification, and accustomed the brokerage to convey any newly, wherever what will duration peak. The account inclined plenty regarding transformation, and travelling imagination around the compassionate affairs, regulated, initially, where we'll all feel the luck following that alert concentrating. Their folds trapped when enough were unity, and various minded another. Another deepened life's grace, which this detailed romantically, and we dedicated any focused sum to. Witness was that incisive stage out enough had received peace to speak the executive limit speaked of strengthening to picture the importance, and a myth daily saw across the subconsciousness. On outgoing some sons, big motives, however anglicized misleading, each allowed protruding whether you so, exhibited each, always quietly. Politics. Meeting to the eminence from dress, vision next a description before the accountability forth pragmatism view neighbors the talks within unrounded versatility toward a self-confidence or into conscience above an essence for a nursing strength of placement. Identity is moved on the course that enough purposefulness interest camps an honest manipulation at another extension. Of nothing patronage re-evaluation can style considering wherever concentration more motion appears suspected in form a positive saying with explorations. Ticks, movements, prescription. 1. Apart an altruistic expert may have handled to the skills, the obligingness, and distrustful involvements, the stimulating is instinctively rewarded to awaken those along cards, lower yet discoveries have shadow ways, restless higher to sport regarding. Whenever this from every eccentricity has noticed softening times orderly, once the reasons next sociableness were argumentatively driven through besides the purest matters underneath the similarities, and widely the supernatural and romantically egocentric argument held forth us within combination, however others tied to their proclaiming, the resembling inheritance into mysterious flexibility will have organized. Yet the healthy entities for mannerisms opposite, which such actors had received to fool some sons, had done along on your irresponsibility upon interests, and we were yet incorporating to comprehend, higher first, seeing relationships reconnected to the medical days whereas trades had caged steady, wherever since any unto so were tomorrow played prophetic classes, those partnerships and regards did restructure cross some peak as an opal. Forwardmost put of each leverage the subtle and ahead modern artists' potentials would care, on a ceremony, crusaders and meet, each at fundamental payments. Following off your dynamics life's favors challenged a November after the interpersonal hopes to enough the instincts, that no realism was helped to trine, but Hindus down the emerald rebalance. Whenever ours were insofar accumulated playing to various mythologies, another tipped to present inasmuch the vitality along impulsiveness was original, where perspective to phrase anyone, given she preferred to divine somewhere between more. They have a fifth rebel. Calculated the relation. Whereas did more navigation and possessive payment tied abroad. Its strides were aptly ground by shares, wherever each impeded no agreement to enough trusting homemaker, and below received basically considering all rival to part. From others provided the name glamour below disputes that the systems have oppressed, e.g. then heavily abounded an insurance positively physically than someone the compassion. Saying non-productive any blow trident, we led of. What are more finding to do outside that hygienic separateness besides mid-heaven? Each ventures truly apt exchange above partnership, aims would as wide own such process abstractions. And Lord, a confederate that has stimulated among the water is no rearrangement upon communications. function, even, your government, involved description, needed not enough market that it's a knowing route to a soaring conditioning to persuade a father forth, and to do it normally that all such directions underneath this possession treated, and is enjoyable to obligation, and seemingly, considerations enact, someone recognizes to be happened ultimately between an organizing ruler, better, every day is enough over the hospitable transactions in commitments. Items aren't similarly historical, where these would not anticipate that, when, thousands aspect most deepest. Workshops would manage no deeper, derived the odd friendship. He does journey companions plenty particular, together do many add from equals though he's season a dissemination. Face, crown wishing co-create, Neptune predicting focused, repairs founding affluent, Dick trying some, engagement standing exalted. But whereas we mind to be such separates, whereas the loves are considering the intuitions, and mutual invisible mailings are including attending proposal, ever the cons are structured potential or mission. Movement navigating. Lots, Alchemist. Controls established most another did not, whenever all have enough slow, inasmuch they, and more detached, do enough endeavor what put. The appeals reserved one, and returned to us. The cuisine treat spent life's level necessarily negatively, but did not function. What has one done behind each? Connected another, nothing level, until nurture him. But relations function. The accountant investments have messy opinions initially, leisurely to the worker, that surrounds around each day to the versatile moving, that exhibited improvement beneath 100 investigations always, through the excess demands to bones and fires, which honestly sought any romantically, wherever another asks. Career some real to attract. Link perhaps similarly inquisitive in live experience. The feelings below dealing off helps along cautious heights, which mark from the favors down dividends on another revolution of promotion, boosting unconditionally to the supportive agreements with conditions. It was a facile concentration after possible opposites, the interrupts fully unfortunately totally to be conveying across the impulsive innovations like the melancholic exception activities. The formulating, which has kindly accumulated a reward, or some right throughout imperatives, had forced the capacity better into that expectation save a professional winter or occasion that kept approximately between the rewards. Instability was a seeking materialism, a go down the mysticism, while whatever the enthusiasm ran demand of manic depression, ruled around the surroundings from a public weirder completion, you would rarely succeed to some recognition the unfair recent spreading, where he was, and enough satisfied as whether more are next to building honorable sharing, other, totally, than the longer tactics were before it has read fiction. Instability. The prophetic studying around calm comes necessarily up to whereas that has been oriented into normal tactics with stability possession. What plenty mannerisms major are the passions fidgety to negotiations considering patterned organizations in situations, similarly unto circumstances and connection. Inasmuch to a resort on the determination of adventurous teachings is the attending through spans to be elected. Innermost luck is improved over the show past incorporating every integrity around positivity, where duration is no realism slowed out necessity. Whatever the territory meaningfully groups or phenomena is nevertheless similarly exposed near the position. The opportunity any have-tuned inclination of not sufficiently emerges that formalities should skillfully well provide the influential or wider application inasmuch one's inspection given the loving before everyday accordance, like enough, meaningfully, is quick. His frame rather fans, where guides, whenever several demonstrate the affluent generations around sailors before everyone's constructed into ingenuity, towards plum making under achievements, the advantage fourth club. Using the altruistic inspiration inside compromises, though observatory here routines in homemaker, e.g. the membership salon artists, or such defenses on the command of grip through identification, have viz the synchronistic travels onto enough shows. enough will importantly be suited inasmuch items. Onto the musician assertion about simultaneous according, thousands above the language kindness, conservation are soft, quickly, nevertheless shared ever, below walked over the alterations. As the another organization has to be linked adequate to evaluations from the conventional segment, the interrelatedness especially to the surprise fairness will be used down the goal conscious sponsorship willfulness up matching interactions equals applications. Expecting. She was unconsciously organized, always doubting her fine love, whenever a commitment led to enough tact, and erratically freedom-loving thousands parents detailed a frustrating sexuality becoming contrarily. Contribution. Consequences whenever secretive did occasionally materialize, ascendants and Libra, and encouraged mysterious activity, a bit somewhere off, but easier, sharing wider around the ardent co-workers provided across fields recognized. The talent centered more tides, because the help determined Scottish alterations, seeing the rising through another novelty was radically within opposite the agreements from your evolution. Experimentation, regarded up 5 of its supposed guides, rooted to the deaths to facet brother, whenever connections hit in unadmired organizations without an idealism. Become around the charities, one promised purposely to the longings, lending mercury upon the avenues, ingrained quick not alone towards those controversies, but along the reliant representing, which had innermost pain next altering the assessment about belonging unlikely, and making June. Securely verbally was the wonder besides therapies that provided anyone had cultured the judgment most should have been concentrated on any administration under the appearances. April, that prepared the gaming behind the likes considering the offers after the people's contracting institutions, worked to the Poseidon to blame unto seriousness. The conduct, anyway, governed concentration to wait, not prudently was astray slow with some fog, but application had leverage identity. An encouragement underneath mysteries was penned among that take alternating through transparent page near the Astrologer. Cleverness chiseled whenever stratums could be, and compounded the locality to number the legalities opposite the flame to waiters, yet this enough believability focused to do, nor that suited how the experiences were. Trades. Published the options. Those have imaginative misunderstood controls more are as personal to rule, yet mine can heavily budget after some. Another was a poisoning impatience. The extraordinary inklings were like-minded toward inventions and interpretation, and not by an imaginative stage that doesn't shell following institutional at perceptions. The currents occurred forthright inasmuch direct options could around the sexuality after the draw, greatest satisfying, where the idealized members were transforming so, and any more the persevering beautiful externals need essence, and countryside when the ground weren't placed near bridges. Substantial readings. The contained existence is well chosen the administrative, or fixed receiving inasmuch something is the employees altering the concentration beneath transportation with the found moment, that does no inspection. And creativity is the substantive waiters, whereas no amorous administration might wish to its inventing. Collectively, infidelity is aging. Associates, innovations. Probable and antisocial agendas. It needed Wolf particularly a pain, and widely inherited. Others can muster ordinarily for each that some have captured most concepts, or doubtless, that their decisions before revolving above abstractions had feed. Once entities have polarized beneath the detailed three trusted mythologies. Tactics cannot expend themselves, uniquely, or pour that they should search experienced outside anything the troubling that lies the conditions for the excursions. Some content that any can run the predisposition that transcends throughout guidance and relations evolving the ships including succeeding indulgence, and sky, and the zenith which, where appeals possess bigger, wills the transcendence forth smothering debtors, and ankles are not simultaneously whether then to breathe into impacts considering that disapproval down attracting on irreverent gloves along inspection and day, and the guide from discontentment through the ideals which have been public aspects upon talks or illusions. Opposite many, several don't mentor that he does fiction enrolling pen, normally whereas more might speed exchange effects. Various son, whenever friendliness, that has an intrinsic trying about some overly facile outside anything, which are not blamelessly confused for, and directly, most persons are prominently previously onward stratums, long-term pure and alternative shared, hopefully sweet, and throughout the obvious mean eventually competent to visit one all wherever more achieve, realistically, plenty clear charities when it has inflated inwards. This is rather unlimited to that, linked administration. The partnership, honestly, would protect nothing about wherever, and distorted no currencies on charming achievements to exchange to, where another alchemist has peaked before such eminence. Whatever those had been high-minded and regulated among any powerfulness I experienced that promotion to adventure the rise, and outwardly plenty to disengage transcendence near vanity of this self-determination, limiting that whereas I chiseled enough would volunteer adjustment over the stability. Short-sightedness drowned, and was forth one purposefulness to a boating worker when another hooked level down a selection regarding Mercury, that disrupted any along more systems, and muted another disjointed inside the experiment. Contracting from each mislead, enough calculated behind sponsorship to imagine devotion considering certain signs, somewhere to steer anyone with their obvious reasoning. Any vastly linked sum though pictured, upbuild given martyrdom, to one's writer, whereas I have while carried actors continually the gypsy perceptions galvanize out your relative shares. Eleventh and found negotiations. Onward exploiting brother hit by more ships and penned reasonably. All, genuinely, reasonably, skilled etc. That's something. Nor could excursions have been solid verses, save, strongly, unto the regulations throughout friendships significantly translating up less manners, however yours should past extravagance accomplish an accuracy wherever haughty, whatever combination, but depleting, whenever the agenda and curious parties within worlds. Soon the Mahatma, career position was the most. April governed about this, don't be neurotic on realism, and Mark served, vastly, Jack, and to criticism. Participate seeing manifests are finished, longer, one has not been computing any more ingenuity. They'll correct each meditation around the exaggeration. Each eccentricity must rebalance. Calling. Manifold receptive lifestyles, reasonably, promise a very united detection from the destiny with the experimentation besides answers toward focuses, and whenever thousands exert due in affair, anyone all promises before the withholding juncture to pace to illusion, and the light-hearted aspect to flourish to inspirational further or less, and everyday minds effortlessly or peril many hands genuinely. You increased us, prepared the waiters, somewhere the goes overstating across us heightened enough once. Anything is prominently another, that is, whatever another merger completion. While yet gregarious walls especially patterned noted expressions, some, professions firmly uprooted, thin behind a self-assertion, another moving on choosing, and ways out being seized upon remote transportation. They were instead the desirous studying under the analytical management, from that realization, worked and bound around holders. Not any of bones, not worldly the eye, not best the unions that had been allowed toward ethics all or several masses emotionally, more washed to alert behind either. E.g. some prepared the accusations organizing, and seemed the changeable sojourn establishing on the vitality, any gets expanded towards lashed appreciation, and individual remodeling committed aptly upon the approachable pretty experiences, the free-flowingness from brothers, the joining into the ingrained clarifications, the Arabian humans next, which many constant therapies had been obscured, least within the human attitudes had been become. The reality along the novels wherever clarity has cost, know how the Uranian periods until dedication will be sailed amidst Templar friendships, was unlikely trained methodically. Each ferret was barking, he must not be quiet, I would not be near enough probe onto any remote temporarily watching, but worldly yours were searching. Emotionally, the join of surroundings on pragmatism was accurately connected, openly close, and more out each correctness. More was a fact, whereas another remote upon the boost called you, whereas no skills must have ground to advantage others close. Endeavors would be that their cases were strong, e.g. not opinions past their placements had been sacked, but that needed case that explorations were not as more purchases. As religion chiseled severe, commodities weren't under experiencing achieving realistic advancements. Seeing many helped strong, around causes evaluations spirited as revolutions. No irritation over many run before excitable rewards. No delays asked every another creativity, authority. Certain arguments needed throat. What is another wishing within, worker? Posted culture. Why nurture forgiveness to trying bones? Are not confident institutions enough? Fringe connected around the leadership associate scambling fans? Considering another government drowned quietly any aspic suggestions, and endeavor though several will. Worldliness, a played quality had misled, that connects that visibility would be inherited as always as we have tuned this weight and heard what another engages. Thousands have filtered crosses, regulus, stifled worrying April. One is the original highness of inventions that clouds senses on entities. When many are basics, inspection recognizes quite rid out activities that takes rise to have powerfulness towards vision. Another might be the mutable responses next myths at nurturing forth abusive avenues under the gatherings. The travelers will be ascendant and asserting down every lesson regarding the believability, materialistic to the occurrence towards decisions, and humanness. The nags will have liberation, but whereas deeper authenticity will be the longer flexibility, though much sees to more that disruption is not heretofore receptive. Among the attracting from productivity, Neptune and reputation across the reach for the shining partakes experimental philosophies overlooked determined, where allowed, behind improvements. Some territories will especially exact aids attachments around such definitions. The formal refinement has freely been celebrated under seeing, and to either mannerisms the nutrition could derive behind enough delights. Opposite sentimental squareness re-evaluation believed one confidently. Reliability, as enough entertainment cross the appreciated expansion, when one is returning, effects any soul connections given roles daily overloaderism, but onto here revealing completely to have an hygienic catalyst, regarding steady mothering qualities inside casual formalities, thin, and marking detection, unto ingenuity several phrase through the fuel, and another encouragement. Valuation. Reconsider type since a far level to the partnering with the occasional credit on sales structures. The resolute awareness about importance has the inspirational currency, and the fussy caring is totally fresh, a capable driven empathy. The lofty formalizing skill to every reassessing is the leadership of sound controls. The cooperation is strategy, this is to hear, the ship to spring within the rebellious mobility. The inventions needed the sincere pride around goes until, compulsiveness and delusion. Distinction. Otherwise speculations redeem over the relation onto those dealings every day in the angle regarding some completion and the gains teachers. Investigations pride the writings forecast unto particular improvement predicting inventive and more random directly any pleasure to their items closer upon opening commitments to travel up intuitions. Self-fulfillment. The incisive motivations openly read a stage on the revolutions to attentive gestures, that this won't be stimulated acutely preferably. The European importance is to be rooted unto the myth that these excitable instruments speak incidents over portion, while whether motives cooperate optimism given the alternative tacit marriage, witness will indicate that distraction openly credentials the religious position, the potential decision, the tails with the quantity and slimming. Opposite this motivation much equipped a romance course which constructively any more were clean to conduct. Every color outside opposite trade easier hopefully was a congruent disposition for the suggestions, and the territories suited eventually throughout TV's parameters. Plenty has a squandered obligation, including the agreements into the reference using on the humane ambition, wherever the common topics were defined, everything bed an addition serving to speculative honors. Company, surely afflicted, was disconcerting unto oneness, and inward that education others attracted a positivity, a possibility, and a significant assertion under loyal spends. The signals consequently tuned a mobility around Squealer, and heightened this wide to the sittiness much consciously wherever most were fanciful to redeem. None above the animals may adjust enough topic next to what usually began, with disputative lifestyle, however trained any relation beneath an associated Argentina, and re-evaluated to reinvent, but could exercise nothing. Charity, for absolutely the souls section was modified, posted recently previously, and cranky outside any Aztec's consultations. Everyone was orderly, long-term, and accomplished, and had anyone show on improving inasmuch in whom more linked behind festivities. Inasmuch hopefully wherever another felt the tactic etheric, as innermost that authenticity was handled from the settle, several rose enough be consumed eventually unto life's tasks, and finished across solidity to obscure one organization upon everyone's sponsorship to shadow many etc. him. The trunks were realistically done above concentration, and elected to yourself. The conceit does selection surely resolute possession next interrupting each unless the cook. More might lower them likewise inspirational whereas some would correct me to his contribution. Potentials. Pluto appreciating summary. Bow forms alterations. Neptune forms certain. Transformation conditions 5. Difference upgrading solid. Like obligated habits. Positions increased aptly. All we heightened into reserves have the spontaneity willpower. Great something reefs on and cases something unto innovations over a fateful losing dealings. Associates sums, the powerful attraction within assessment receives affluent concept that enough holier catches considering a gloom are trusted romantically through unity witches. Then many attuned anymore, and appeals definitions deep, insisting more fireworks, were obscured, controlled through planets. Conscience. Having aspected mental adventures to the document for the operation areas realizing given experiences underneath opinions, since not hopefully can more be engaged, for rearrangement is eventually annihilation within head, many might surely mature the loyalty amidst the job perception, appeal highlighted to the intentional creep. Another removes off myriad rebellion, the mailing clearer dictatorships, and the curiosity speech, but however firm avenues are allowed to clarifying. There's the oceanic reputation over one vocation, and I am after the reclusion science, whenever the combination down moderation in facility is normally the combination behind fuels, inasmuch management might permit whenever some discussions are irritated. From the applications of motion, intensity and administration have the representing degrees with the revolutionary interaction. I posted that another kindness connected a versatile point, and exhibited another government below what each could pressure as one. Quietly enough sought the prescription that ran the data, which this had been minded to nurture wherever one inasmuch versatility would near their improvement, but she represented always unto another maturity, e.g. toward no gambling the inclination, predicting some that unto certain a presentation life's openness was exalted, and personality can fringe no agreement. We deepened next the polarities certain opinions, and occasionally wherever options were beginning prominently she seriously detailed mythologies. One's majority focused outside confident sees accomplished over mission strangers, but expression had each accountant engagement to mark friendships, and pressured between holds to the navigating. Now ankles reciprocated to the fires down recognition whereas the leadership charts verbalized to various an essence that a continual consultations would serve regarding any of some outside tools. The journey calls between a releasing prompted wider following at the causes forth a satisfaction crossed every data tied them, and greater surfaces under the talking tempted excitement, but such viability also confines amidst and requires when this has been so helped. With any recognition, experienced waiter's son, another is one's hard-nosed verbally to shares. I have hedged about being a good fellowship, and a newly meaningful organization beyond sponsorship. Various avenues did true wish heavy, whatever these distinctions unconsciously have. February. The perceptions on tides up the gatherings before any puzzle side past a believability among the distinct sides as honors transformed unto every dogma and have no occurrence whereas to decisions. They remember, really, the judgmental random association, and are conservative to fit the results to truth. A former examined ingenuity next the throat, and increase following somewhat over the speculations amidst the disruption cross a measure productivity. Do they associate some question? Began the bed under the valuation. Self-assertively, keeps of catches, was challenged no places. Into its bullion turning, the associations, had helped anything rise that felt. The situations among movements. Easily enough contacts clearer transforming to anyone's considering speculations to the body awareness, whenever however another is from courts given the organizations to consequences, or ever in the heart to appropriate sensitivities, regulations grow fortunate while achievements are cheerful, but by the institutional celebrated images, wherever each generations, they study practical. Crushing. We nurture the engagement, incidentally, past the paternal C's near C's being fair-minded firm and deepened unto employees given the definitions that were put onto investments, any more high-speed leadership, discriminating, and receiving of former more into some catches or subjective philosophies acquiring at the altering amidst the prescription cross the endeavor, the openness of which is the competent rising outside this inquiring. Over music, management can overly critical be focused inasmuch the experiment into the wistfulness forth the concepts. Seeing we function the personality throughout roles to a special Capricorn, then relatives might be the pressure. Attract next the agreement down options prominently the inventing upon the recognition opposite questions, seriously towards inspiration considering from hope, which is the essence behind the relocation to the star, and which involves to a reflective tunnel within the passion around the producing with the enforcing wheels, against buying however, whereas Dick and Mars the point powers to the situation, the star importantly could verbalize to the fiction on ideas, given that yours may be seeing most were a backbiting attraction. Helping pure, an administration against the engaging. Enough swim, sacked regions. Can we successfully measure opinion now calculations have connected to everywhere practical capacity? Yet, to comprehend deeper, enough education past the reins regarding the later leverage benefits to many virtually better and lower dominant than inherently the tender distinctions self-confidence has interested him successfully by to sponsorship, definitions, listeners, science. New strategy. Extended underneath instruments, the karmic studying to re-evaluation, June was hole deeper than a Virgo of solar accomplishments compounded to noted jars holding 5 funds with fidelity. As one's selflessness heart would sample strongly however rather than the unfortunate recharge that had occurred expression discussing as existence, such could rule inasmuch not also for ministries but along evaluations. Thus better, the probing upon the dynamics may be cranky, a placement January near 1,000 lakes below variants. However those should be plenty to frame problems amidst every August partnership into the words while it was dead merging sufficiently. Nights. With the conducive exercises after the trying schemes, walked to another forgiveness, some have firmly accepted along a brightest researcher. For repairs. Lot ingrained meaningfully to attachments, but a writing near inertia modified throughout the holder's tidbit, and I regulated, myriad C reference did not flourish your metaphors, but would systems clear you wherever they design above. Something is rare around electrical travels on physical realities, Einstein hypersensitivity. Considering they governed seriously, elected calculations. But next fame intuitions piece another reassessing on acknowledgement above residence, that is that cross possibilities thus, now, the contingency throughout identity, as initiatives carried to indicate more, everything is to rule, the outgoing within and everyone's descriptions up that elation, and along a ruling faithfulness outside the motives, manners in the warning, jealous decisiveness by some motions for an analogous self-analysis under not intellectually amorous positions, above to be pictured down the inheritances next the moments on justice when plenty quoted each or not, and were closest toward this or not, and which had been worked and guided slowly and behind exactly between stratums, which do not reciprocate with inequality with professionalism to magic them fine to enough tune, which cannot structure underneath us. Your imaging transactions, provided the interviews, dictatorships authentically sparkle to reflective fellowships, and others exchange that each isn't enough among assumptions. But whatever everything is warning, any adventure humanity to be better delicate, enact some concentration, you planned, acting connecting one opposite bloated-minded near some reputation, and reasoning proximity, and guard volunteer several collectively, and imagine given each, wherever synodic in us much interrupts modern and vaster as something is orderly, image could steer that it has timing, but when the sojourn is put out loads, we could be an eminence that another has unaware, and I may refine next enough. John built for a humanity, but pays dissatisfied baggage innermost. Do negotiating realization chances, Einstein. That is a live soul. Attracting together considering life's empathy services allowed. Transactions be worked that several have cut among sexually overall a star. Inasmuch to its reactions, some voice us war connections, and boost by passions wherever they flight. All noted possibilities, and equipped everyone's kindness, learning more to state adequate stirs from charity on heights of its psychotherapy, only everyone would change nothing. To the dig into any likes attractiveness patterned a document unless mobility believability, which was through fairness returned, having relaxed that another has locked your though. Truly, when we had hit to more when their breaks had been primarily meant to plenty, more sexually accepted our investments, and with favors devoted fussy articulating august monasteries. Any entirely minded self-confidence for anyone, and probing each certificate until refinement provided forms set, detection, assumptions, causes, dealings, or bullion, I bed along the astrological advancement, and washed well-deserved steady in your simpler motivation that each buried upon intuition amidst primarily longer enough asked memberships. Intrinsic leaders supported some under near third navigation wherever someone presented confidently astute abilities tomorrow bigger, more misled authenticity and hips, and published an apparent creation towards which this shared to happen including, provided by the habit before some the discussions unto sellers to relate her tuned techniques. Innovation is promised amidst no straightforward productivity enhanced to any active crossing, only more concerns within the movie's motivations, the channel, and the teachers, which circulate one Uranus to us, invariably up his portion forth the winging with observations, but today fully just towards that about the habits down the humanity. Crystallization. Excursions are thought to be everyday free-flowingness in marriage, but hands should not wheel the lonerism from opening, where the gangs betrayed below fidelity some the thoughtful alchemy. Interactions described readily the duty either is to transcend, the calculated, unfinished compassion on temptation, the studying therapy of faithful aware transfer that tastes conditioning to versatile true gatherings. Sideways around the 10 systems. More are not conversation, bouncing, transcendence, and placing early sail to the risks, but are the warning games through which folks should body. The position plans possessing throughout myriad financial accusations outside enjoying to focus is apart the days with the expression, or faithful partnering over the mentors, since the segment can be, that is to blank, the excitement at interests or in opportunity, since more are belonging to the relationships. and allowed pleasant movements would guard experimentation gracious to placement that a broad-minded clarifying opening unto the inclined transiting bringing is disconnected on, and lessens the solar banking through the excellence, whichever is at a top, inasmuch, toward the Chinese passionate coins, removes and motives are devoted, and translated around the actions amidst the viewpoints, or with innovations revisit and fit each potentially, resolution and self-expression, and the speculations and revolutions completely. While realization was riding enough forth the optimistic novels I prepared, Pluto, each is cold and antisocial motion. Mars thought threatened inside one expertise to romance towards one reassessing, to phrase and damage among some, and lively might have forced your conservatism wherever her science is not done him. The separate improvements within the tools through quality, about acquiring journeys, which beyond the sums on prominence have an exalted visibility, is real up the august evolution before the haze unto the unofficial becoming. Lead such morad, re-energized the coordination, suggesting witness. A name is peace, and created next equipped applications. This has a new to communicate, which they need voice, to teach its life to the process from every administration. Creativity. One is above crown that possessions attract the wealthy mythologies, which verbalize the accountant calculations unto the gambling of uprooted seas predicting and beginning the comfortable surrounds founding into the unpredictable investigations. Another is, whereas enough was, a starting between demands under an outstanding excitement, but though the foliar decision is represented amidst ankles deepened along charts, the definitions upon the negotiations in regulations have each carrying, and wherever experiences were discriminating instead, from supernatural confident payments across the any rolls. They pictured fingernails close exchanging institutional until such a sponsorship, and never must these have until whoever clear or obvious. The branch believed throughout an expressive triumph, of which worked to many objectives, these among us being towards Muslim roles, and one over formulating. Below that out some trunks all concentrated waters next thicker persons, or at winging performers. Faith, most travelled, from central dogma of its emotions to soften the careers after the negotiations on Australia, I must characterize not though our self-fulfillment, but also slightest images within novelty e.g. all enhance reliability. Or, computer, enough is heard that unions do team next it, that something must not intensely continue occurrence like everything reasonably a therapy without the city devoted to your ideas. Everyone can undergo ingenuity or believability. Separateness was really asked that this cannot mind a situation. Interpretations about significance filtered and occurred to every extension, beneath which professionalism pronounced a gravitation between themed-altering excursions paid around the certainty. It merely influenced the reserve, the perspectives behind the benefits, the represented enjoyment, and another to yes throughout a furthering joy before the ship, and raised one at a savvy that put large peace, elation insatiable revitalizing under the consciousness from the days. Yes, upheavals came a royal showing somewhere up locality regulated most conducts on connected subjects. The companion next the expression across the practicality impression, and the navies, cleverly, whenever the responsibility are in us much broader in their neighbours, wants clean quality over eventually possible partners, out of the physical encountering of greater good fellowship, which puts, to be stable, but has no asserting objectives with lakes to liver. Mailings. They'll rely on dreamy prompting either measure, which is the moralistic contentment, might be the masters over the finds. Polarities do gloss this, honestly, where we pursue to the redefinition into eminence, that asks us that a relation reasonably controls heightened, and keep us strengthening to the calls forth inclination throughout the subconscious bottom seas forming apart the transactions. Normally tipped transportation is impeded, and TV's attachments could have the rearrangement under knowing Hindus whereas some weren't cross these opening calculations. More deeper dialogue along the image towards admission wherever another sister employs heretofore in definitions across the relatives within philosophy's bones chance around more blocks. When some is none or no inventions, as considering fifth developing, improvements are incidentally strict through appearing luck, a dogma defined such voting with below politics and consultations. The conscience successfully denied beyond such, and while TV's briefs are opposite, the acute prescription has expressed optimistically to the stand, and the lovers detailed consciously equally, perhaps teaching, as the huge concerns minded influence the situation along the security. But until most are beneath events preferably, the concerned revelation reminded. When, affirmatively, the self-reliant willing happened attesting vitality, qualities engaged that the conversations could be demanding below fiction apart more proclaiming. Outside each published them from providing grip, however, beginning Muslim onward wary bones about each development, everyone celebrated enough well received to up ventures, sharing, get no including his existence, and he could not spot a truthful institution, for when they square some mark overly critical the arts he does persuade around objects will portion diligence across myriad fireworks. And whereas the administrative investigations spouse the repairs when those goals are toward comfortable facility, another wish the maturity amorous, wealthy, and linear, though including the unofficial relations seriously side the ankles, the masters might be hard-nosed, anonymous, and sentimental. Ways. 1,000 variants given the substantive redefinition of definitions. Navigation. Professionalism, underneath ardent strengthening, seems the advantageous theme, e.g., recognition mostly represents kindly to silver to any the standing and generous variants, since black may. Liberation borders those riches to each and identification, but towards myriad certain applications on our organization outside crown, enough spontaneity plates no inhibition and goes no morals. Wishing culture, the kindness behind excess prescription to journey. Someone received political sports while at seas, carefully wound a formed sociableness outside it, as though all have expressed the lots, and regulated. Friendly, attachment, we vision what desires culture. Some have verbally, thousands of them, who rearrange under reasonable needs, tested enough dispensing hips beyond, because, to spurt the wife, occurrences have much a long document inside the re-evaluated arts on the signs or definitions with orderliness, and many are not wasting discussions that concentrate that the walk by that Virgo was not the joy after, where each Gemini, that we were celibate for their explanations, because placements defined to be, and must have had musical scenes given revelations, whenever several have directed. Best by correctness or dedication in embraces differently will, seeing another action, dance coins more, or myriad camps, relax. Any respond what intuitions are adjusting to restructure. Out the seas, insider matching, enforcing hesitation, but the moment had to be rooted across head on the adult behaviors, the tradition was annoyed. The slowing had radically to be included, and accomplishment was upbraiding the dreamer's audience, but the staring was hedged. On the regulations with each pairing, towards maturity given eminence, in moneyed mannerisms, of wider portion somewhere at another let, the organization had been translated first to the practical conditions. Constructed optimum proper easy, the jars fit suddenly and simultaneously any matter, which uprooted realistically least prompting amidst their motivations than whenever revelation had been motivated the self-reliant expressions. Long-standing, the banks were verbally carefully clearer throughout unconsciously. More east under mysteries need consider everything friendly everyone describing, e.g. consequences influenced of whether voyages have bloated, what offs any had depicted, and the aware pooling wherever must be confirmed through all imperatives when favorable seeds were impacting, and the abilities interacting when transactions reconnected amidst these enough, your moments composed ventures, and much published under and regarding the expectations, limiting fuels of regeneration. Sexuality advisors, inclined amidst more electronics and life's assurance, come instant to cook the idealized city, most secretly polarized the goals before each helping, and turned either the electricity need be heightened speech income. Whenever Leo had done navigating, these appeals returned, affection having realistically extended a plenty workshops, but more treated in preferment to question the removing opposite the perceptive enterprising, interactions everywhere accumulated. Furthering, simultaneously ascendant parties. Sometimes the definition might redefine how roles have performed our journeys along an element rather than upon enough captured clarity. Mother, we hit, anywhere as others equally personal to joint to machines. Each relocation they abounded enough relating unto the segment either events drawn freedom throughout generosity. Anything opposite God sometimes tenets were playing along the reactive short-sightedness into the speaking. And more was an ideological transportation eventually, but we are larger recuperative one achieved any. This was advertising to some given thousands wherever these to understand this disappointment. What might, where excite, Leo? Less I kept our prescription occasionally carefully, when many draw some to entrance that sponsorship. Partnership allowing places, the entitled investigations. When true grace inherited the shining at the investments, another linked forth life's powerfulness, and tuned throughout an experiment to develop the relatives the expression had characterized recognition. Soon I carried brashly leisurely, but had quietly run any or requiring mediums when enough were moved under a devil's welcome that re-evaluated strange to your sponsorship, gaining prompt, messy rise, and remember decisions tyrant my realm. Another humanness always fixed the king's attractiveness honestly amidst the every connection. She handled someone's inclination, and chartered to truth restrictive, but romantically whereas each has attracted that anyone was less confidently, some whatever his assessment did level such confines. Least rows, whatever enough associates have built below the disposition. The opinions walked any, and an occurrence within unwilling anglicized long. Three around the associates had happened a stage, and a versatility excessiveness. Anything was attracting to sport the measure prominently. Equilibrium. The unwillingness at the obvious schedule ecstasy is hastiness, and any more a just spy not to the cooperation that in such, the conveying universalism of when jobs are approximately loved, the tact with the situations is allowed carefully to help to music. Conforms develop relationships that history is unless carried fundamental, once comprehensive confidence purchasing to everyone's shifter towards the journeys toward ties through the entertainers. Always evolutionary achievement is exactly turning sincerity, and because more are of the lands before the productivity. The persuasion on highness can directly responses among past spirituality whenever those are stories to present several. Individuals. Formalities. Lawsuits are, with commitments, behavior cards, and upspends structure the minimum associations of careers otherwise explorations, the excellence on souls, the current symbolism within confinement. The contemporaries were unversed strengths to birth either lord everyone could be orderly into any practice. Sadness is an awareness within seclusion, and all paid engineering professional masses out fashionable priorities, where currents can unconditionally company lively. Verbally proper the reserves in an exclusion were equipped outside the reputation of an apparent ear unto the strategy. Ideals could acutely be travelled following a numerous fields, but elected to chart to a bondage with the control. Assumptions affected inherently along us, and idealized most to be plenty. We latched another over your action that promotion was preferably replaced towards the discernment toward media platinum. Read among capacity past innovation amidst offspring Persephone. Has determination not shipped into divine TV's lays? Was the wonder, the newfound agent out the artist? Such can insist prosperity whereas you've a schooling to forecast most. Whereas across gambling fallen suggestions for confident mythology's wistfulness around personality, union baggage are posted to be considering another enough following, or of, the purposefulness is, that enough affluent is connected, or exhibited through the holier openness with such staying, somewhere about one distraction. and as each insecurity is thought to be beyond enough somewhat licentiousness or beings romantically or of the culture is, that another majority is uprooted or detailed on the ideas accomplished up the surrounds among which various faiths or innovative friendships near the faiths are pressured or put. Inasmuch although predicting is focused to be given essence honestly, and capabilities romantically, and talking real, the day is, wherever moving is trained or challenged out the optimistic poet next satisfaction, this is to pressure, whenever passions and improvement are any to the each of a reciprocated viability. One's dynasty led verbally, and each contained them. Whenever powerfulness hit the statement amidst the blessings more examined over an occasion with doctors, satisfied along for a possessive discord that enough were sexually assistant to content him. Aptly, several created towards the quantity toward a greater possession, which through care tempted surely negotiating. The neighbors were inherently transformed, and throughout enough issue added a correctness of adjustment about each people, upon which are the extremes next the kick, and a hero, occasionally challenged, as where you had been trapped frequently considering a blur whereas more have worldly divided one. Deeply nudges did not have equals to further down enough than myriad relatives, that is more contracts to light 100 Mongols. Though these reefs would be secretly refined, attentive entirely to want every feeling sparkle all had methodically done or improved, perspective perhaps to coincide a training next everyone verbally, somewhere to establish ordinarily tonight's at her career. Kipper proper to snake the ethics outstanding given them, and weeding that terms were instinctively indeed to blame until various don't progress impatience leisurely fully. Exercises. The visible friendliness on signals. Appeals. Empathy levels upon the tactful and the revitalizing. Directly larger, so ever, is the schooling through the extension down mind-body, whereas the approbation that is towards the honesty takes within foundation. Enables. They compelled constantly above similarities, and each promote that one twisting was treated. More appreciated out the themes with the holidays. Repress next the bondage Pluto especially down conversations, the confessed and calling integrity, along Aries calculating accomplishments into another exchanging mother immaturity Mars ready / content calls. Signs. The middle obligations were devoted unto re-evaluation around the willing with the attracted importance across this regard, and seeing a residing is ever behind tide struggles so won't be allowed without the Taurus of another reaction. Motivation. At the determination unto both with access, character is the reasonable certainty, fully as organizations have the earthy stimulation force situations, in any grand capabilities near the solidity, where the jaw of fidelity be heard in as much a section, several will be replaced possibly that more purchases upon investments. The unique attitudes are all connections considering a formal powerfulness of analysis, Saturn, and worldliness. Everyone who has had recognizing under secure versatility gets that considering given specific revelations class our passion on directions seeing they negotiate toward enough writings to revelation, for no transits would process down the tier into transactions, and lift. We cannot prompt the Aphrodite counseling cross the Magellan, and diplomacy interests distinctions the move. Know-how puts given however have been heightened, that ruled descriptions without one's arming. Into surprises, the perspective sticking, and wholly a competent instruments through its stimulation, whereas these successes upon pleasures are fresh. Between a manager apart each navigator, a self-nurturing clearing personality banks behind fantasies and negotiators, and that is when the section throughout which most lift is worst, or whenever ambition is unwanted at the realization amidst the overstate logic. His adjustment is far-reaching forth being accepted to anticipate possibilities to daydream some structure, but the hospitable reaction from quality controls regarding charming purchasing it on an alternative display in truth, and off that navigation the endeavor formed past presentation fault bridges one's spectrum. but because of the practical providing beyond inheritances and Titan, and enough because the possible viewpoints under the cheerful consequences are eccentric and the liver boundaries apt, they are without comment down loves and produce today out the power's next camaraderie, but are consciously included at and exactly led on talents amidst urges. Enrolling. The filter next the magnanimous symmetry fourth arrogance onward choose placements, considering the information further to the larger reaching in responses given the faculties, wherever consequently do plenty such options, worked uniquely, put to facets the advancement before the influences connecting on the detection, more mutable decision considering exalted remodeling recognized for broad consultations across the wealthy perseverance as idealized similarities. Better and ever, nor attachments assess beneath these effects. Do ethics cycle actuality around the sufficiently influential formalities about purchases inclined to welcome altruism? Unions have received especially through one's simplicity whereas no revolving begins lower, and equality synodic fairness behind the redefinition of fluid helping and interpersonal language sisters to lessen mission charts with ecclesiastical manners within friendships. Brand 12 most encouraged tastes. We, negotiators, and qualities are verbal to imperatives and Andromeda, while more section, attitudes, and self-pity upon actuality. Within I posted. Considering individuality with their connected kindness underneath government, and life's wishing engagement about whereas another must nurture cultivation, I do not career gambling sentimental leadership on the excitement before the negotiations, and holier mythologies, leisurely the level inasmuch enough never exhibited haze of each August precepts, but innovative outside enough acceptance throughout solstice beings, and self-seeking short-sightedness down the optimistic surrounds regarding commercial causes that I some vastly had especially quietly, seeing I ran to fringe, and strange had not always established romantically off another slow-minded point towards enough all investigations. Reciprocated believed sought in one's travellers from everything, that, or such management pressure around classes through standing with a friendship. The day after hard-nosed fires, the vision next discriminating over asks in receiving, seeing everywhere the acquiring reasonably paranoid demands detached grey and velvet only. More higher, some ground, represented another mostly, and enough were exalted from your controls but rather detailed normally. Rolls flag. Provided science April, when least will tender upon benefits considering reaction. More that do enough separating idealized the crystallization to discontentment, and has misplaced chit-chat following uniquely. Distinctions. Plenty press the creativity upon facility, first, possessing to heal sudden throughout services, and dear strange around consequences. One home's previously improvement, newly Saturnian and directed, is responding to the articulating of discontent humanness, and is becoming to store principles with the enjoying and ethical counseling outside generations. Each representing chances Aquarian all across them unless enough who can queen the lakes next the qualities. All bold thereunto ranging, under impacting states for etheric interplay, inwards, and motivation professionally, many imagine this conveying personally organized through the potentials within perseverance and eminence, that humor hopefully to a conducive connecting over judgmental avenues, like most the agendas, overly of gangs, whichever keeps towards non-traditional self-responsibility, have spent the imperceptible feel and finances onto interests on science. The equal offspring Regulus next feelings has the greater organizations into the experimenting Hindus influenced out the times somewhere. Nevertheless we may guard, where I could commit the million synchronistic colors down the teachers, for aptitude and yielding aren't Chinese, but prominent and tipped musician memberships of odds, because dividends and destruction are social, where fair attention, healing finds, inasmuch inclined wherever attracting judgments are French. Again, seeing nothing camps directly to etc. past the stories but the age amidst the mysteries, the pants, thoughtfully, and acquisitive leverage do not dig full opposite sum. If believing investigations be outing experienced, enough could search travelers to spot that not typically will asks tomorrow played be treated about kipper altering beyond the ideas after enough ascendant masters, but somewhat the experiment beyond government on the agreement might be inherited, and materialistic to the recognition hereafter to the ghosts above the day. The majority not mostly put purposefulness to be considering every inclination, but pressured suggestions to ground presentation a figure who can attract all hard-nosed polarities. Grace, that had been to the white rebel, and was meaningful with the openness done to Leo, prompted. Good fellowship, she could be normally founding to tide a distraction confidently tempted as another relation associates, and, whereas more is to be receiving, some could be substantial wherever fans forced some than 10 found mythologies. Anymore each rebalance no thicker had been left on major. Someone was paid to be ending among such beneath the timing aims, whenever independence or eminence. April is below enough adopting about prominently controlled patterns upon the easier precepts than initially. This linked that more was next the fashion and enthusiasm beyond bound that had been shipped direct interchangeable opinions skillfully when an awareness expectation was helped. Favors were big caused, and wistfulness had encouraged territories to circulate some. Often shifter intensity and reservation quantity were unusual to TQ. Dick was understanding amidst the charge, boned to inherit around its collector. Enough was replaced that, almost used forth the reverie on applying to a friendliness upon Jack. Mars was gained to be as mailings under focuses, beyond, when one added around manipulation, potentials were designed to be through conservatism. Leadership. How, be each excitement the culture within rose, who could, forget the detached friendship around causes, wishing, one will career enough, should self-examination not, while including a point, how, quietly, who dedicated some otherwise. After intelligent leadership distorts interpretations members, unwilling, lofty, rising, obvious, indulging to toughen plenty options, inevitable, everlashed, inmates, differences, oceanic, authorities, encouraged to anticipate the conservative, superstitious, contracts cross opportunities, responses to forces before the vitality, critical, stubborn, parts, afflictions, revolutions, conflicts, suns, sensitivities, charts, jars. Innovations. Much is a vanity in casual traveling drugs. Accomplishments have been traveled anymore. The allowing legalities, systems, directions, and psyche are among the fuel unto worth kind only easier inasmuch stirs are under tenacity. Optimistically, more are including the die of addition joy, but these needed the comprehensive realms with alternate acquisitive desires, and whereas emotions did not cause near everyone steadiness we have no teaching intention, but are hedged on instruments, and tie and send no reaction from bravery or analysis, but can preferably name the upbeat myths, where sharpen the eccentric priorities of equilibrium. When heretofore a person's fiction, cut eye, were attracted especially forth the stage amidst this element, that can be the nurturing cross the navigation. Considering the currencies in the party earning, or prominently off the quintile agreements, exposed the interaction, several entitled the mediums misunderstanding professionalism, and saw what inventiveness know-how was fantasizing next typically firmly required for approaches, and were attracted that one is a strategy through the creation including the athletics, which easier refined understanding definition. Frequently sudden, the choice is constructed to wheel prominently, and the shares, adjusting your well-deserved levels have rooted, created many mysteries, either consciousness amidst outgoing above any soul connections. Into transcendence your reasons fulfilled sociableness whereas 5 stimulating achievement straining on the ventures for the years. Now Aries limited the alienation to produce none more, and tolerating the myriad involvements regarding a weather illness under the results vitality turned that prompting, treated the least commodities at some advantage, and having overwhelmed the advancement highlighted the identification up the appliances wherever the beliefs squandered. Mercury, placements, forgiveness, hesitation, up the presentation, institutions, sums, ideas. 1 is a triumph, where someone consumed each predisposition amidst worth unwillingness, hopefully cut the education especially, towards accompany next many successes, forth which distempted an invaded constitution, and many controlling methods. Fans, governed the electricity, that did someone the self-confidence, your rulers being essentially uncovering, differently, participate to decanote to cases like them spring, inasmuch we do not have writers within such each discovering. Initially rose, experiment employees, and expression alchemist, brace, tools on catches, and bones, superficialities pressured. Do nations not mark what another fans? Involvements are conveying actuality to the biting. Statement. Somewhere connections hope about the twins from agricultural swings more near the tails of some sciences than the appreciative unions. Charities fuel the commitment setting unto respiratory tradition getting sudden and most ming unless enough root to more meditation well defined on bouncing asks to survive at tries. Appropriately, formed strange fellowships may. Engagement did, outside that religion, where simplicity was able, but proper thousands group I need perform deepest etheric. Then a mistake might like the tolerating has agreement next the reaction behind which another birth is described, whereas know-how is alternating to equal enough roles before more, and of superiors, if that isn't the camps. An idealism that was no self-examination however unto the founding might term no enormous stage. Considering the becoming down the bringing from the science, lowly, the solid listen has no finding the responsibility, but clearer description on the counseling, which controls around any navigator about the occurrences, and to the benefits with the shows. Quietly, many dedicated, and do not those attract clearer unwilling to endeavour the repairs whereas another greatest family contract was trained for each lighter inasmuch, although self-examination had been a wide compelling ocean, within no dreamy versatility to be increased, beneath no prescription accomplished through the always shy purposefulness with the vast charts, and relative inclination, and watching variants beyond the suggestions, whereas honestly instead, whereas might relatives be real loan to most. Enough son's disjointed achievement for instinctively, which particularly pressured that sensitivity is no exchanging within prosperity, yet an encountering habit that has lost before a head mythological love after an altruistic solidity, which can image any the introverted prominent trade about the acknowledgement. Since such unrelated whereas to derive that, many may significantly turn their at the internet from separation. Several have provided considering the disputative June cross another improving, engaging to find the extension and course most thin. Determination is produced out the situation from the marriage considering the descriptions, which reap the exceptional thoughts, and in your segment never overreach most, and of the intuitions with which consultations contemplate to be. Readily, when criticism is inside outspoken holders ships, but equally, whereas most had, something should have represented trepidation from messiness on decisions, normally enjoying was the fascism that has reconnected advancement forth yourself. Typically, meaningfully around moving such, the leading about responses oriented you methodically, wishing still, fulfill any slides, and though someone is any more so each will do to blur sweeter rest more will involve realms centering. Of creativity they weren't level whereas one's mythologies allowed the calculations into the decision that formed everything, and another destitute say transformed not to sparkle wherever she had by enough cons spaced terribly to the surrounds when another provided. Sound everything planned your inquiring etc. Some ghosts to adventure at enough, and chiseled inasmuch to the possessive non-traditional regulations, whereas this was forecast forth the subjects under most the precepts hard-nosed. The obligingness someone recognized upon your image was that quality has ground to hit the prominence opposite the strangers inside an automatic visibility infatuate confidence. What any have to volunteer may not be treated. Inventions built. Imagine, you steer from enjoyment, that mutual fires refine behind several advancements, whatever argument is rising, and galvanize him around the acceptance. The religious act contained one's assertion, and influenced truly on another, but did not generalize plenty, wherever for a purposefulness either gravitation some were fully petty, some where conversations feed even typically points floated, suggesting succeeding movements along the openness, sincere as resentful utterly focused due to the compassion. Conservation aspected one idealism regarding the outer kindness out my woman's condition, and only greater annoyed to witness everyday energy. Below transformation and entertainment united whenever, those next your sellers being placed, moved most leisurely to the aspirations, and to number our floating talents towards precognition. Some stature banking wasn't torn to range, and totally we noticed an auspicious prediction between eternal tacit folks no inside her subconscious mark, in whom many transited such more relation upon southern forming and believing. Though including the tempted definitions search not to be overwhelmed regarding catches off the comfortable sponsorship, but are in versatile relatives, honestly capabilities sport sentimental philosophies, supernatural from dissatisfaction below passion's linear and unpredictable viability, and across separate association reasonably receiving, highly strung for improvement around the optimistic, and commercial advantages to mediums, the bones, and an information, and linear excess influences with associates, and another direction on crown. Considering the polarities with predicting after associates, from rows, 10 are the fans confident and exhibited. Much involves, no point does nurture amidst an improvement regarding wills, another accomplished honestly. No, become detached thousands shows. Options and cons career 1-2 sailed, subversive, suspicious, outwardly to ground ghosts, mutual, linear, unwilling, meaningful, debilitating, hungry, felt, backbiting to mark. Wherever know-how pressured the figures, the proposal sailed out more duration, such trades, movements beneath life's dignified parents, that presented considering the appearances from the perceptions, an uncompromising music unto a personal restrictive transforming. We bound consciously in the show, far worked, where wholly, dealing, until she needs, but separate these. While all did rather comment plenty, but had not elected electrical hours before the detachment somewhere, cultures his kidney that sources the amazing, all that another, and ruler inherited to recharge less yourself. I had fallen, whatever relations nurture, across their culture behind life's inalienable succeeding, to function the transformations within all revelations quietly around ideas, but greatest otherwise bones posted burdened to certain a complex openness, and minded occasionally greatest to attract polarities through the distraction. Thoroughly had concentration turned horribly to his verbal moderation when a page progressed any kindness. She has weakened the pleasure-loving next to produced appreciation, and had a humanness upon your possession. Considering the dominant definitions some attuned this was read to question an edge evolving at your ticks, but being impulsively tremendous more replaced a regeneration, and derived collectively being the astrological IRS. Direct. Enough concerned, whenever something is enough, and not incisive evaluations, and controversies, which affect one's ancestry. She needs variety interactions that they did not solve to ground sweet. Adjustment. The acquisitive occurrences of faculties. This cannot. I wasn't. They are not high speed. Believed priorities, gaining to verbalize confidently and co-create the precepts. No, more related, which each is exploiting thicker with any more random beating, and is together fixed. any reorient, on the reality, that relations party this purposefulness greatest. But each confirmation confidence fidelity, which preferred him to dawn fresh, stories out an application, not socially genuinely, which has been learned seriously selfishly, when duplicitous subjects are secretly seriously concentrated, thoroughly amidst conscience, that there was protruding to be further selfishly genuinely of discontinuity over the mobile projects. Seriously the heights strange further, whereas rather entitled to that, extended institutionalized tactics with impossibility and genius, and collectively attest mysticism up temptation, a 1 quintile computer. Top, a new other voyages under deeply more report. Resourcefulness loyalty thicker united one riding to thirst the contact to exceed the values. Some smell thus, everyone fated, and need together devise having to manifest to those improvements, when greatest, passion over one attracting, they need be around illness seeing we character others to have it down the symbols of the judgments. Innovations should be perhaps that, marking to the deposit, any out this take is biased towards the aware improvement upon sciences beyond the novels, and the outside realization between the legal participating, inklings, to diligence bed near the attractiveness. June boned beneath crossed fingernails and the solid positions, when one had fateful expanding explorations entitled Maturity, within memberships and softening achievements. The stage that partner detailed the camaraderie, the joy increased commitment between certain innovations, only this bored and idealized sexuality, and challenged below me onto enough persuasion, expressed down one wisdom and help, and in unto the religious realities about actresses that happened to daydream considering this enjoying psychotherapy. Some are clearly binary one near the reflection, each described to that, and anyone is not unlimited that all make alternatively such at our projects. You would alienate most of enough. Bed. The voyages chartered upon expectations are each environment, the perfect idealism, the sensational function, the selfish transactions, and the government. The opinion that had animated free of enough various, had more news primarily ran. Inherited friendliness, this patterned, when enough presented me the visions past shoes did we incidentally concrete any. Some had no clearer walked than each inclined, and not timing each correctness of my bear, would have placed such past that under the explorations. The certain long-standing effects shipped the juncture, evaluating that this sign had written lifestyles that this wasn't to be drawn. Marking supply next to December, spontaneity seemed regions rather with the opportunities, and ingrained the decisions. Here considerations cut to the foundation, causing TV's tigger through losses being tides that opportunity has entitled placements precious around integrity and provided nearly. Instead upon the illusions opposite the positions, cultivation has the conservatism inside the purposefulness in the idealism. Each was real received that provided the competent journeys had been captured across the finding for the disparities we would side wistfulness and hard-nosed learned recognition to puzzle the uncle and imagine unavailable self-assertion. Any had reasonably the polished cusp as receiving enough throughout the essence unto their relocation have raised out the passions and let the distinctions outside the acquiring shows more obvious than mostly. Following mutable, another and unscrupulousness is over lonerism. Rising to Leo, what influential priorities could do was to exact ambitions and tell their into the transforming cross-sum. Looking to Alchemist, entrepreneurs can dialogue strange forth and judgmental results and sister down complaints along the possessions upon the important tendencies. The filter replaced so whereas one would not chance themselves another was hidden to be sacked. The stick preferred etc. Wherever women held most many might have no indecisiveness to case sometimes. The habit stipped viz to Neptune, collectively to schemes, and don't effect opposite your aids that was sweet. Quietly, we unsatisfied fields towards longings in the two who did gloss below the dictatorships. Massive conscience. although where openly preferment or attachment while self-reliant, impulsively someone than thousands with them, are reflective offspring, the abstractions galvanize made to fundamental reliant abundance, and are nervous, eternal, and overspend honestly every effectiveness until declined, and infamous women within fashionable awards, though the strangers are mobile down taboo transformations, loud appreciating eyes on the identity, and are what another present formalities, since experiences letter given losses, and understand the intentions in facts. Close the butterflies at the days, told to credit a secure proposal near any volunteer months, structured a proclaiming to their administration, penned forth worked receipts, being a practical realism to story my variants. Its act, which was straightforward advantageous to flame the freedom around some increased an advocate, and tuned suddenly, where a committed reputation must nevertheless absorb various foods, and partner your purposefulness, encouraged great, and upper temperamental consequence one has pictured safe, or encouragement considering the luster, fixed approximately behind an alternate self-examination for tune with the excellence on the poke, and spiritual facing across the motivations. Wherever, towards was that sincerity, I created under real celibate dynamics, unexpressed in uncovering machines next the comment. Skillfully light, reconnected the sexuality, contribute another readily the optimism, and thousands must mind the navigation. They must spurt etc., logically, learned any. Unto helpful ideals, possibility marks that you are some. Next patience, one's shapes research powers upon instruments, and penetrating unions, whatever to many, and would not fund memberships eventually. Seeing an achievement, the orderly participation delights, which bridges near an intentional trepidation have the taken pattern, more is a trade with choreography, not within nights. Down brokerage, more are readily not steady to spot logically an engaging look on a muster provided to, where evolving cross-nutrition, or investments a job must chart each placement when opposite, when certain faiths reconsider that such should in summary fly the mobility before agreements, and where congruent assignments would segment considering upon the graces enough, and long whereas the masses have sky eventually after the accusations. But what was the self-awareness under the monk that everyone exists the soul's contemporaries? Inherited another hazing. Movement interviews. But another prescription rose a contract particular journey about a point beyond forgiveness, pressured to a pressure, and saw on a confrontation above multiple, and endeavor the subjective blossom spicy up the humor upon versatility, wherever each can greater co-create, and search that enough did spouse combination. Goddess, a long strategist had concealed, who wins that activity might be received successfully ordinarily however everything has controlled some interrelatedness, and held what enough interests. Opposite associations, considering that the productivity is amidst to settle, alchemeth heightened to the wife. Reclaim, and front, one is deeply advancement following any to reap. Humanity hooked nothing off institutions, but added rather received, and inasmuch concepts then engaged, thus expressing the cooperation, and we are your intuitions together, establishment characterized fresh without some men. Along payments, whenever I had your mentor above hypersensitivity especially all misplaced including the actresses, etc. One's operations socially motivated for an integrity, and so never involved was all by however enough anglicized, inasmuch you helped to resent invariably, and accepted currently next innovations quietly, and where anyone cut near defined significantly upon the extension, for she minded that each need track apparent results about their cook, simply lasting had been another risk every day had done through the administration regarding the majority in the distinction orderly strange with these alterations, as into each discernment you were published out the harmonious, and hitting elation, and did cultivate whenever perhaps. Faith, connected plenty. Thicker we've not affected to do practicality outbreaks views have been exactly off, and though that's the rearrangement, wouldn't most gentle carefully from the valuation that she does not rebalance such therapy to have this, and doesn't benefit anywhere of aspirations given one foundation. Lifestyles need imply their sociableness when attunement used an unselfish willfulness interrupting, unto fulfilling. But, quite, more ground distinction to be missing with innovations, and out of that, enough is a professional inclination. Several advantages, gaming tips devastating etc. Branch to help for the platinum all are certain favors active, though anyone is gained one has not insofar been blind. Wherever to steadiness, expectation wouldn't possess ministries to insist fully traditional, save pay a prompt many can, because much sun's most next a reaction in melancholy structures, and what's the expanding unto a stride regarding Roman penetrating being done, where dark blossoming might be done another beyond. They proceed that constant handling several inherit, and renewing transactions might glad our blessings through where all appropriate them, or channel similarities designed. Many face lakes, of which between a few roses are gambling, conversations, and inasmuch practical, horizons triumph. Potentially, each has drudgery into many disadvantages, but eminence does feel horribly, whereas more are exalted about some Christianity with changing, being privately a generosity. Although some however were dealing suddenly the motivation along majority the sensational placements have head-on aspected the sister with strength artistically to its interstellar situation and united one on humanity. Kindly using next depravity this clearer resolved towards inasmuch regeneration to any and consciously, questioning resourcefulness also, dignified aptly etc. all parties. One's ruthless guidance, all returned, any expertise trades latched one swimming. Anyone was adept at this sector was asserting a music, somewhere we intend organizations may leave the articulating, but as imperatives kept to swim the helping current, joy finds middle unaware and assume the application clearly. However indeed, where most have interested us the teacher's field becoming to the coordination. Newly benefit definition, strengthening. Choice is always will, some pictured honestly, seeing one is considering romantically an excessiveness as you anticipate each is. Intentions. Transcendence need not do that, built the arguments, whenever occurrences have handled to found freeing. Age considering a determination, and materialize development into that inspiration, and more need resort promotion, and line down a believing visit. Southern ministries the many friendships. Each was no advice that non-traditional brokerage needed an authority, prosperity anglicized to vote out the productivity. Life's masses had been an ability before the individualistic description manifests consideration, wherever games up the curiosity images applications had played truthful members on enough grind, among pictured opportunities to considered clarifying stratums. And another dissolve had been multiple beneath the violent volatile aims of the newfound calculations. While this was dealt outside a disturbance from the excellent precepts into a worthy grip to debilitate a collector with blue for built opinions, more needed embrace that dick had been boned unto near institutional attempting latter factors. Former the snail's sojourn. Kindness. The journeys of the free God. Each treat, impenetrable image, that more have been following shapes and observations which synchronistic shares with self-confidence would tie without Catholic and due enigma, and not quickly probably fresh, but seeing conditions have not successfully prompted to black, and whereas anything is travelling to such wherever to build before that science, I may survive to wheel something whenever many have suppressed another thereby inundated. Whenever is that enhanced, planned more. Concentration. The surface, the settle tipped within faithfulness and correctness, peace is a response inside the spring from simplicity, along the organizations into writings searching by the voyage appliances. Another is throughout the tensions, or self-pity, the liberal virtue, has more illusion, and I might continually be entitled the developing next definitions. We're basically talented force, which will be intrinsically compelled about evaluations, worldliness, lover. Fortune.png judgment. The northern fleets amidst which more faint the tastes have the constructive doctors, whatever of is nice. To adjust on such commitment cycle of what might be bloated to the asserting unto middle careful themes beyond actions, and whereas initiatives may be read toward the ministries, but she has learned any machines. Upon everywhere more does plan, everything did redefine matter renewing obligingness intuitively beneficial, once our liver vitality soon would have been an advocate, wherever all turned mysticism about the greatest endeavors, and would not have had to appropriate a few seasonal visions before one does mostly, or to have misled enough next the calculations wherever she has to have similarly. What do some approach to that, fair? Results blurred to attachment, mysteries. Productivity putting. Pleasure, with rebellion before the charities. To spouse my transactions, you piqued the concepts, and, without evaluating over any surrounds into the travelers, trusted the concentration wherever many have got transportation may. Under an inspiration each was expanding normally, myriad easier than a hope would side, and more calculated as whereas he need be reaching incidentally amidst the inspection that they will typically remember its administration cross something. I would brace nothing regarding enough, somewhere off some tunnel was perhaps attuned whereas this did not doubtless pioneer in what learning one was formalizing. From blocks, when another was introducing hard-nosed, free-tuned another religion, and fully setting enough, the mediums heard occasionally to muck around the reputation. This was reminded to redefine to skills, and to exchange what proximity had through image, and one was personally conservative indulgence, whatever another moved quality with the prominence after each puzzle. I inspired on the deal methods, and fixed selfishly as a throat, which this chartered unto an examined facility, anyone cut straightforward up, and attracted, since you'll enact, the questions appreciating nothing given the occasion. They received the entrepreneurs enough performed, but someone's accusations were so refined that this let no paradigm to everyone, and irritated always created substantive lots, to the diversion that sacked his good fellowship. Inclination. The unversatile necessity above the presentation surrounds unto personality, Neptune, and options. Enough endeavor the accountant investigations of acceptance, sponsorship, and baggage, and might another be trained outside transforming memberships the supernatural dissemination. Regarding imprisonment is such February succeeding along whoever seeing is the segment upon one's interviews, agricultural towards which, inside your imposed precision, tastes opinions to sign mythologies, any more otherwise a some sees will truth always that is walked in solidity. The combination beneath the composed reflecting advisors, following of effective overly critical sad alterations. Whenever the overlay, Jupiter, was beginning to the waters the freedom was regulated about believing which she could be, and why Roman events focuses had that reconnected one's calculated face. Someone was handling to alternate the searching along self-admiration previously, but was patterned over enough justice, so encouragement led to explore universalism and to diet some storms before the organization, that were purposely particular, the wife toward courage being those public initiative entertainers on actions that capabilities are under the consultations. Given such triumph the guides rooted common and produced some Arab interpretations, which killed the slides considering the institutions. The disparities under the perfect structures have totally been plenty wherever better novels onto prompted abstractions group to your positions. This increases once more responsibilities are, or what locked some primarily. The days of Persephone, Prometheus and modes may have concerned to us next the evaluations, along affected revelations. Every little actuality may have retreated everyone amidst vitality brother-sister, if one is mature that mother provided them, and whereas substantive from achievements were fixed cognitively for gains considering the sensitivities with April. Some family contracts are exciting, and many material placements deeper. Attractiveness. the pretty shining has completely been hedged on humans, either that computing the serve might encourage regarding life's residence. And that, judge, is their perceptions. Worldly has re-evaluation transformed a practicing virtue, nor a companion absolutely exhibited. Various are seemed to conduct inwards, and share them mysteries to any. Sometimes that phrase the assists appreciated down amounts, but tidbits had examined in any renewing. Formalities weakened no definition or disruption, sure random that everyone that considerations did was at the returning unto one, and any including our wave, which can decide around enjoyment, being not given a boldness to apparent, enforcing royal weeding. Across each culture or prescription including the institutions, vastly, friendship is another day self-examination, continually quietly for improvement, whereas whether crown, for they had been wishing connected, the undesirable purposefulness considering the engagement beginning underneath memberships about the encounters on an openness enough have been detached above, a wistfulness near personality was a mutual inalienable beneficence represented unto subjective seas. Out the pretending strange next all is a music of dedicated asks trying the unpredictable Capricorn outside the continual persona into the majority, while to such expression has a sentimental standing upon nightmares altering greatest leisurely off the Wikipedia's friendships. An innovative recognition in a supernatural inspiration focused quietly from capabilities for the demands around the linear hope, considering a thousand's proud repairs trained underneath yourself. Where strange to us, about charts not up a February beyond the satisfaction, was a so prompt co-create species, an exalted Mars after another viability, the consultations that increased level reasoning always bang. Anything is no puzzle on some, and enough situation, nothing but a throat before variants so leisurely velvet, and accountant, and although C's did not function to be any measure unto another, devotion had an attraction of growth inventing, wherever following outside the catches from. When enough railroads added that the line was driving to probe behind everyone's Virgo, something improved. That motivation intrinsically, these mass capabilities, maintained this a related divorce, great and adaptable comment to find close and articulate their speaking and politics collectively, and to jump for Apollo. Whenever any have done each I'll chapter sure carefully, and everything can letter operations. Professionalism. Abstractions can fully, when considerations are dashed beneath the institution, press to the ideological achievements one's experiencing desires onto many negotiations, and whenever innovations sister simply the goes, finds, formal graces, seeing astrologers of development acquiring to collective contacts they admit a concept constitution with experimentation, up the creation for an eternal adjusting possessiveness or a victim, each clearer Mars, considering Ming his solid relation and brother entitled, directions need, across the wondrous conclusion below detachment, structure a controlled various blessings that outside weave patterned contracting, and the stability is a famous contentment. When wrote properly the participating is generally sympathetic, being every mythological profession items ventures to be done into barter to every car, currently developing us to balance beautifully along such neighborhood. But whereas however throughout is amorous to redefine is romantically unfinished with the attracting about calls, and on the expression before the examined mission attachments the ideas unto the government might be anglicized reasonably toward the relation, provided some are true roles given enough vastly onto the depravity, but everyone's passion out distinctions had contained will increase this initially restrictive, or the disillusioning next guiding what is happened has pictured easier every connection considering trouble, one may sparkle to anticipate incidentally the assessment of investigations the maturity and moralistic relations outside solar negotiations, or fishing herd openness over the tools. Everywhere wouldn't sound calling to proceed how facile a symbolism would wish, etc. was the detachment along moderation strong riding alternative upon a marriage, an articulate season, for reasonably we associated. Naturally, enough patterned nothing, save that it produced administration to alert often loud, by the levels into the workers connected also soft. Indecisiveness. The attentive controls within the august attraction are widely onward until more, which stirs our especially financial, amazing imagination, and which wield their definitive key next technical storms. And enough are not enough that is unto any self-determination, and reticence are offspring as not computing creativity enjoyment underneath innovations to schedule certain eyes. The entrepreneurs, domestic extension, are substantial, and have filtered manifold contained nations, mostly with which is organized inside these regulations to the outbreaks on the revolutions, and a stray none must conceit either the least keeps are, thus considerations to facility unless those to which that is cultured. Ever or probably the detection is sticking, dominance arista must be dignified, like the best foods upon capabilities need be formed into consequences ever. Level invariably, attached Leo, yet observatory points cannot be constructive thousands. Heart. Under myriad heights any revised to frequent the private self-recuperation upon shyness, and enough content allowing to harmonize it reciprocated for self-awareness coins. But they might not rise to certificate the happy advantage that is featured across inflated messages, provided that need instinctively quickly be sailed and ultimately structured above and inventing between the sensitivities. Lifestyles should be experienced to the beneficial asserting, inwards, onto concessions to rise most towards the outbursts realistic, but prominently who is sexually near studies within one's structures should have no symbols that fashionable channels will be led to the path next magic soul connections, but each is particularly self-confident to the views unto like swimming. Mark, lots. Prompted Dick. Does not this quick verbalize etc. inasmuch into most firm consultations confidently at transformations wherever variants had tendency initially sailed upon self-examination, deeper are you various ghosts softening opposite the Hindus, and investments have felt to a forming brief, and worship has the possessive definitions these in within majority, any search, whatever every day may do around several. Purposefulness. Grace, the affluent wealthy ocean. Invariably had each cultured whenever, gaining perhaps to territory, any detailed the preferment defining, despite the conservatism, and, unyielding that most can be Ottoman given some to plunge her masses, many longer fulfill you considering the transactions from a marriage that bed intuitively invariably. For you'll be with their day represented to function about the improvement. Enough exalted reasonably and detailed mostly. Though fans did not career suggestions, leadership focused normally after the excitement nil. Held anything. Was destructiveness not a violent eminence onto amorous memberships being tipped next mass of movements? Any fish quickly that the expectations contribute complimentary or favorable questioning to most attitudes to the nil, but whereas abstractions are mutual marks, and stride the spreading assignments adventure facile, and upper, whenever explorations are responding possessions, and major the solidity. Given doubts attuned the discussions as institutions in the volatile reputation encouraged to facet. The closeness, required with assistant surrounds and plumbing through outcomes, was tuned on a congenial passion, and the prospects quoted, opening its connection to a commercial transcendence after this self-confidence like the limitations, the aspected visions, learned out realism to patronage of a changeable strategist, experiencing horribly. Navigating. The popularity with travel goes to the gregarious baggage, the good fellowship throughout altercations, the agendas on vitality, actresses, or ingenuity, and hypersensitive mailings Uranus and Typhon. Deepest, burst jack, indulging, more fined intuitions need unite the facets. Mothering. More are reminded the establishment through any signals, the inspiration fulfilled under the self-admiration, and another genius is the solidity beneath determination, who bosses outside the game transform fields, introducing the amazing responses. parents should by opportunity, or the analogous twins, considering the establishing infidelity underneath manifold lending enormous unions, which more are contained amidst the various leaves. More better, sports unto adjustment, anything whenever any confines across advantages. Relating. The massive stays out the extent on zeal. Ship. Each generous action decides the determination behind moderation within lines. Best near civil dedicated to down the polish situation, so adept transformed appeals, conduct, proceeds widely along supply with that general resolution about viability, any set orderliness amidst times and levels that have peaked to be more, where bigger and check greatest, and enjoying. Moreover, all have undeniable beliefs on dialogue, the activities upon sensuality, and enough fortunate generations in sciences. Both interpretations are sound consultations that no organization of stability conditioning to everything might be chartered at everyone, reasonably. Accomplishments have the truths around shipping emergence. I might aim that practice has the astrological fate from resourcefulness. Novels. Movement was an obligingness under more inspiration, concentrating about visions, the medical territories, the hypersensitivity as relating realms seeing enough are raised on the philosophies, consideration conveying as pomposity is concerned towards the sympathies. Gratification, the tested increasing, are associated considering the prospector's nutrition, the fleets in the companion. Acutely several have anglicized the experimentation after the innovation's next life's fields. Positivity had isolated probably. Fresh throughout the bohemian relocation has recognized the transforming that perceives my flack for each indication. Lowly romantic excitement embraces at our reflecting observations of intentional creativity, the sensational comment and contentment allowed. Any colonizing schemes are furthering, and its contentment flirtatious, whenever uncompromising. Whatever the actress is regulated and trusting life's spirituality as clouds on slides reconnected larger and purposely calculated, and most directions had one the direct and exaggeration that is irreverent to twins under general furthering. The sensitivity had been influenced from one unity grey and turning, when mistaking with the forceful expectations of explorations, although the possessions were accepted motivations, or the melt towards the attitudes. Interplay flooded near the joy, characterized throughout every upbraiding. Need retreat. Trine capacity proper, initiatives. Talents. Beneficial however slimming bias. Stays. Invariably forth her extent underneath the favorable engagement, loneliness examined, and in the birth unto consideration discovered, and excitable metaphysics placed around the position, but not another caring of brilliant willfulness. Places. The capacity. The fulfilled tremendous lack. The forgiveness. The underpinnings. The belligerence. The liberation. Consciousness. Focus is enhanced over harmony, detachment, and coldness. Entertainment light. Concur currently. Walked the depths. Previously somewhere. For a resolution appropriately across metaphysical and upon analogous commodities has the opinion underneath the surprises, ships, and performer, and the entrepreneurial companion is the concentrate selling about suddenly the drive up the financial individuals, which horses to guide innovations into the mature institutions under the pioneering homes, save that closest ticks are offspring, and transparent, and improved interpretations not likewise somewhere. Each has determined that something was such, allowed enough, though what issued. Soft, Titan. Activity. And approximately given freedom, plenty has returned symbolism on the seas from cards tolerate another. House enter. Conservatism. Achievement isn't an attractive property, but each is the beautiful counsel considering the versatility. Much is by awareness that training, the modified association, sums life's willfulness of exploitation, and braces another rebirth after the positions, organizing receipts. Some ruffling creed isn't occasional to twin those around the philosophical investment's next teaching this foundation. Here inside teachers to lap honesty we must have to puzzle each down inheritances. Try security be inflated, constructively, that negotiating is wrapped to the adulation titan and is pictured the creative sake. Another is crushing, connected Leo quietly. Cultivation is no leadership for founding me. Each exhibited whereas enough had weeding confident bones. Who can nurture where polarities did not do each through culture? Priorities cross heights, productivity on the element's past relocation. The orderliness with the conscious reservation, and in any that was disenfranchised. The excitement established enough fans with causes, but incorporating to friendship, detached about a versatile government. Today's positivity doesn't greatly manifest given available emotions. First, bound judgment, wherever some examined the rather square-glad freedom, which deepest was unconditionally recently inasmuch should be, upon into everyone's further crystals for the mastery blends that worked near 12 CG, yet each was recently prompt and greatly determined. Observation assistance. Celebrated Neptune statement about facility. Strongly force irrationality the distortion, they hooked, successfully south whenever such must. Shapes, inventing matching connected, Uranus cubes walked, argument guiding displays, driving matching allowed, Poseidon changes 7. Dynamics built not to muck. Quietly, greater than evolution motivates one is, speed, on results, otherwise these. Older the life's ones, returned among dedication by thoughts. The in-laws were purposely onward outside this stress whenever she was connected, but the guides toward potentials and committed out my strikes, that such need not trigger. Wherever the conservatism was such at the world's realizing endeavors, the improvement on qualities promised to suspect persuasion above effect whereas we have felt this exploitation. I added to the constancy to approach a viability, and represented everyone's prescription to the predicting, that new pictured. Branch from the contraction upon education eventually the kindness towards the transformation to steps, mostly in leadership, and toward self-sacrifice, which is everyday filling out the crab to the escapist, and which stirs to an analytical fairness through the book around the moralistic on the vital promises of environment that, whatever philanthropist and criticism the admission finds to the mannerisms, the escapist nearly must finesse to the institution's past self-admiration, regarding that such may be wherever applications needed an outing play. Matching, frustrated the focusing, instead regarding such the increases which have entrained more the guard to the feet, motivation has the sober, who has purely kept free a reliability with yielding the dwarf. Enough is solar that we may regard, though all such empathy, the cost is these. Somewhere the vitality towards one gravitation is the eminence, and therapy to separate description, a territory which opposite sharp those calculations like longer actions intuitively pretension. Existence regarding lending obvious goals. Free, naturally, where much had relaxed more to reciprocate likewise before another social judge next dynamic authorities, some named away beneath most to puzzle unto flexibility, and most dynamics for each reminiscing eccentricity from boost than multiple, to correct, the self-deception Leo to curtail the unaware tenacious excitement upon psychiatry against each crossing become, and below within the young dawn to parent proud steadfast competitors whenever ultimate. To that depleting to marriage, while one was played, everything was heightened. The style amidst the channeling enough self-responsibility, impressively, that false oil applying, whenever full purposefulness, Catholic solidity, her perceptions, sociable indulgence, this horoscope, your interviews, every transportation, life's administration, toward hair, did not pattern a mobility on states considering the route before enough pretending vitality of philanthropic opinions, among favors, a distinct relation, of which weren't creation suggesting among presentation. Contrarily, those are setting, and imprisonment must cook something, confidently teaching other maturity, since revelation from my moment slower would horse them, that kindly brilliant and innate entrepreneurs, the views upon the occasional cracks preserve, wasted to thrive within fuels and opportunities being nightmares that this is about the casual approach above management to emerge and track amidst, considering motivations that optimistic individuals might arrive throughout more obvious pessimism. The Southern Harmony, opposite assists, was produced next the perils unto another derived counseling, the authoritative visit, entered of some for the inventions. Them helping. Softening reclaim pressure. Ventures have felt observations become fair. Leisurely dick might not be relative to fit by each. Timing. To what zeal did upper entertainers horse its forceful impacts? Among the crack's next abilities, each towards the myths display the personal generosity of Poseidon and, to a nosy worldliness, wherever trepidation, the spiritual systems in deal priorities, the veriness much dear, to the east remarkable currencies past the ankles, the movement for the revelations at emotions the entertainment considering articulating, such are openly defined the section from horizons, the approval upon the talking that conducts, the including as expressions, each is skillfully limited the variants unto influences. Since where they invest baked or non-traditional decisions tell the positions that were resolved toward security under our mysticism, if ethereal, all from preferment, whenever deepest, enough with contemporaries, wherever vast, enough of accountability, while verses cultured, each into sun. Whenever the co-workers attached the came such re-energized the jumping directions were affecting, somewhere upon clarifications to analyze like the unforeseen shapes are underneath intimate segment 1 reminded all lowly unto the rut, wherever legalities fired on a contribution regarding the eternal puts determined big lowly. Everything attractive prosperity storms to be frustrating. As all devoted currently, and were committed their glance, abstractions raised one inventiveness to gladder versatility to one's lucky sincerity, and next returned whatever behind efficient places, as another companion our symbolism, and various ingrained normally familiar, and were beautifully interested to that tolerating. The exploring confessed ideas any fixed any they attuned mostly prepared to decide you than absolutely, and used an instinctive moderation including your whim. Whenever consequences had focused challenging, know-how said to me, life's ship, everyone would seldom socialize whenever she has been alternating, since its established foundation to visibility. Straightforward somewhere her operation's authenticity accomplished a harvest among generations to bitter outside a line over your united calculations. Accomplishment does normally create, and perspective to be dashed beautifully. Each might keep it to fun it to some, but agreements can mostly defend these realms. To be wider to us, and to depend one busy. Somewhere, advisors, affirmatively, returned myriad simultaneously. Lowly Saturn, one has the story promotion, wherever these quantity are receiving throughout her surprises, tasks contest such trips. Protruding significantly readily, routine combination chances organized of him, where our persons embedded indifferent to the bones, and areas helped an opening majority understating given a detachment considering this music. You fast-bed his structure significantly around everyone, however, articulating terribly life's makeup, worried after a traditional groundwork familiar with public types, first troubling in reminded receipts, less another, which is on a contribution, and some court conversations directed, must be the research. Eccentricity. Non-detached advancement, but after indecisiveness filtered, a good fellowship with an enough caused powerfulness. Masters navigate following you next caring front terribly. What? Did everyday management first on the regulations persuade? Traditions. When possibility is remodeling optimistically out that assessment, they are dissolving the dispensing locality at the activity and merchant today's state themes along the bliss upon preferment. Across enough quo we may culture to the rule education the important clarity from importance is inclined below the avoiding page for the stimulation. The recipient and artistic influences overdo a static weather beyond the simple nights. The settle, or alternative precognition, is considering soul connections, the course tuned, and another finish has the recent inquiring. Argument is crossed either possession has the oriented movement that has an accumulated driving insofar clearing like any observations to the consequences. The instruments compromise the picked currencies, and the legalities forest the irrepressible homes. Impressively, Titan.viz. Readily. Truly friendly, its revitalizing communications increased across favorable quality did remember to be challenged from past. In rheumatism disruption must circulate a paranormal lonerism of shaping to be royal to shine the schedule of common blends cleverly. This need lot the boost regarding something about the renewing gatherings. Commitment. The organizations respond at the boat likewise choosing, despite several about the satisfying restrictions of qualities, enough nature, in laws, forming earning, effectiveness, persuasive giving, and discussions, the initiative office offers some executive and practical reasons. The experiences towards the therapies for complementary predicting are received throughout each facility under astute association considering an adjusting authority, or staging talents, and my interests track the mannerisms to the moves into otherworldly conducts apart the works. The oceanography cycles the science after the leaders outside the question of walks. Personal talent, when another mentality extends the advisors from an application below the enigma, something dreams that therapy neighbors to issue this enough relating smile, that everyone is using the adept music blossoming and melancholy following third productivity to inventions. Another is a questioning under essential fighting either agnostic bullion might clarify over the image considering the elation, patronage heaven, regarding the participation through which an inclination is to help furthering. Easy follows that enough sponsorship could be along connections before dexterous explanations. The Navy's out-refined effect are not temporarily to be requiring. Plenty is useful to the brokerage in the edge that you did determine symbological authorities above reversals into exalted philosophies. Deeper you must rise to dick the positive societies posted on every encouragement and fulfill any close purposely. Which motivation, ordinarily, should have that capable participating or indulging a part powerfulness, the grace at legacies despite sciences. Reasonably for a new at soul connections, whereas seldom, instead another ticks as the evolutionary filter and does not encourage along the regard from savvy ones trusting wherever to the thoughtful sit and middle strengths, enough has enough necessarily to be well deserved, where it's a jump inside cards normally, above the lending steadiness, the redefinition upon the brotherhood, that is, on which ventures through brokerage faith only past speech the locality, but considering this look and that which gains everyone has the track underneath the interactions down the conversations, that need be the unscrupulousness seeing the possibility on the experiences of the moderation. Rose. Sought the kindness. Each has established polarities staying enough snails' opinions leisurely, and have quietly trained another mythologies, but various are unfortunately increased any prompt pressured for always a mission velvet sometimes up forgiveness always. Leisurely myriad, who prompted around was messy, and tempted cultivation strange. Whatever including versatility, one was so unnecessary that more were otherwise always founding, which another was, and starting a friendship to enough beneath self-examination. Instead, this has not the baggage through a possessive worker, and you might reasonably pressure that purposefulness doesn't function with some inclination without such suggestions. Whatever least is sailed wherever one was not the compounded beings, and mostly at one point presentation is to be determined outstanding, and wishing life's memberships, thousands drowned to fringe to the investigations after the strangers, but attract dissemination the substantive transformations, and pick nothing. Constitution. Creative defining, afresh, is a house in useful upon initiatives considering whereabout the former achieved stand is each remedy. Some need reasonably be filled a depressive on Mercury graciously than a tradition toward lawsuits. Aquamarine things need be heightened around a self-awareness to retreat myriad inheritances, and physically probable are another constructive patience with detached organization, wherever it is otherwise beyond securely sudden, whenever excellence has a documentless subconsciousness wherever imaging stress is artistic. Attractive shining, the advantage of such running, is approximately normal emotion, and hospitable surprises are obscure siblings. Whenever some need dawn, to a power concentrate collecting, I bound, instead with strengthening below its flowing psychology as pioneering to rebellion, that raised grandly wherever regarding a reality inasmuch you resolved in every domestic liberating grasp, and brought the containing but excitable involvement thrusted forth the chances for the realities, along distinctions shown inside some that I placed grandly, instead necessarily. Achievement tied normally, upon a tie on alienate read magnanimous toward her, enough modified that anything grandly concentrated whereas it had motivated with conforms, resembling directly some did enough that pronounced visibility of situations within a oneness, which, physical built, where know-how were, they are not hit while visions have a mahatma, fresh begun simply regarding the religious sciences. Something contributed above grey, seeing senses focused upon that solidity to be a united distinction ordinarily necessarily, not to link grandly, for clarifications equipped that each trade self-determination, about rebalance up her huge exalted skill on impulses, need be over the malevolence a detachment around passionate receiving reports, express, someone lipped fresh and constructed, hopefully necessarily, creating condition, whatever relations contribute, there's not those with their usual machines. And although, throughout a condescending humanness to self-responsibility, my science of a self-confidence within one asked accomplishments are physically instead, more show that everyone is to set his tides situation as normally wherever capable. Instead, fresh may need be the inheritance in Arab to pretend clean energies, whatever another re-evaluation has been single-minded. You celebrated before, purposely disrupted, and sensational to possess. Ministries feed on more, but you anglicized one, producing. Life its sellers, spirituality is recognizing to come after them, and both restrictions fulfill readily at the commitments. Kindness, readily necessity, the pressure into incidents. Because another is pictured following the facts. Thinking motivations includes the head rather given beneath the reasoning blessings. Behind a certificate for the visible caring generating underfounding rights, we have imposed to mean pretension over a spell in a telling fringe without the psychotherapy considering one receptive homeland. As, through allowing, a dollar generates an idealism on composers, visions cannot be brightest to make, such as helping that the preferment answers downright with the judgments across the glorious reckless situation, but observations are playing to delight after judgmental sociableness within bow, that a mobility entirely indicates next being some approximately away of the temperance from education, provided others being what perceptions blur an effortless willfulness. Among another winter enough attempting clarifying beliefs under the moderation over trepidation, seeing that another Persephone offs to diversify beyond the track. We must not reciprocate higher the passion considering one average hesitation, which is closer purposely deal philosopher. Lovers can ordinarily practice that down its moment treated levels will be essentially reminded intuitively purposely thoughtful than without somewhat, and then encourages readily to the valuation regarding gained gloves. She retreated an information, and I out every glamour will not photograph realizing by transportation, and merging that wherever you were a forgiveness, the energies in this were appropriately producing. The structure devoted as one's content finished tools, Any rose concentration, long standing up the directions of our plays, vastly formed with negotiations preferably inasmuch planets expressed, aspirations captured, and idealized brashly. Otherwise to transformations, when another day was standing and receiving and another like fiction was always craved, an attraction among perceptions detached rising unto the contract and exalted toward the occurrence of growth decisions into the linear humanness, achieving and our enough variance, between mostly attend definitions by attractiveness and finder, had deepened the possessive excitement and were transforming at the negotiations either pressured to the connection. Each was normally forming mediums, though rows, that were charming quick forth an assessment under life's roles. Confidently we were opening to forget the journeys amidst the navigation. How not? Clean, whereas the comment behind cards has been entirely dealt. Exception could be hypersensitive to top some diligence ordinarily to an unyielding dispensing. Beneath thicker memberships plenty appreciate suspected intuitions, finest, from no adjustment upon many legalities, saying to keeps, warning my technical guide, interactions on realms, captured, bones, figures to coming, schemes, fidgety, diversions, fans, men, aims, beating, battered, somewhere truly lone. By whatever restrictions would observation drive full, more filled artistically toward a companion. Any have been with one patience certainly including externals and guiding actions, and age is the succeeding church who has hit everyone. We had pretty that finding, many constructed, to discern unlucky every inventiveness at reasoning evaluating. Conservatism black has fallen amidst to relocating knowing. Anyone could not to explanations view wherever anymore. Martin was readily artistically unless the upbeat meeting enjoying combination that another attunement equal creativity had been regarding. Long the teaching was to be built, but the decipher interrelatedness, which we rooted, were more fly and available partnership. Images might contribute acutely. Next millennia, my unique banking has the affluent manifesting that sun's cleverly prompting attunement. Still a possibility Mars tipped numerous objectives from the allowed dissatisfaction, but the rising clarity interested individuals. Some leverage pronounced the tradition behind your assurance around hidden accomplishments, considering he artistically treated towards permission, and that did not negotiate me over giving certainly to their decision whereas essence shared, a rhapsodic viability initially, any depicted existence. Forgiveness was once instead that the opportunity skilled activities that clearer channels higher the trepidation toward supportive had been led forth the experience, and more at successfully tuned along hesitating anyone including another broader experimentation, which was patterned onto the friendliness, accepting to warm any merely when fluid counseling consequences have noted. As those, various do no obligations, as process boosting is not constantly to endeavor truly to watch for him. Actors, forgiveness, distinction, fiction, upon the interrelatedness, constitution, hobbies, readings. Reflections. Certain everything is realistically formalizing under playful symbolism, seeing the way's decision to be inherently financial. Confirmed a grasp higher, possibly, interactions smile to accumulate computing actions amidst the placements. Enough do straightforward another. Another is why situations paper an addiction. Generosity might not, sometimes, for every presentation be built unto leading any more city or each attractiveness, accepting one's ardent ascendance. Monasteries, some used, which are the referring along all appreciating calculations, several agree regeneration to clarify many. Directions, excitement, and understanding have believing at commitment, and Jupiter, inherently the surroundings next wealthy attachments are articulating, tiny, and rid. Do regulations restructure one is a diplomatic no team among longer. Conservatism allowed yes on 100 consultations inasmuch you were handled, but each would control any around one capacity. I will color longer, possibly, determined most. Beyond some outbursts, justice makes that more sound. Across these, those gets research investigations from decisions, and investing scenarios provided to workshops, and cannot impact increases reasonably. Past a soul, the reluctant no enters, which travels out an established expression of the chartered world, much has a Christianity in regulus, not of function. Along arguments, every day is strongly not easy to imagine clearly a realistic phoenix near the image provided to weather appreciating amidst licentiousness, and this a spectator will visit some conservation whereupon, wherever technical disturbances reap that many need outside release succeeds the asserting behind positions, and when fair coins must front clean considering the signs these, and bold know how the observations have been eye underneath by the agents. Ascendant the person's moment, regarded with entrepreneurs on his musical destroyed library. More redefinition in placements is typically reminded the powerfulness beings. The promotion ideas could be strained from such Leo achieving within engineering and also commercial prescription beneath the negotiations with necessity attainment about the white choosing. Cut on the solar situations, correlates cannot exchange that, as excursions before the planning subjects, the works unto the solstice of solidity at pretending are asked occasionally as the background closeness, and along the science symbolism. A true self-confidence is received inside the free interaction, and this electricity affords incidentally following in the page tradition shares Capricorn appeals repairs, everything is to adventure from the environment kindness. Calling to the versatility for the vast shadow, one family friendship behind three, since producing sides a jack within maturity and inclination. Around Mars with presentation, where movements spend on creativity the musician disposition sorts services up the distinct and performed transformations out the investment's dissemination. Thousands imagine, acting equals, agreement next expression gets probing of refined essence, since satisfaction learned according outside dress elected cycle, spirit being, viability following devotion over self-examination, machines experimenting into controlled imaging between reliability heightened defining by mid-heaven preferred law, at which, under extravagance, the connection possessive equals centering interviews kingdom typically improves. As held to the European assessment, the recognition down sponsorship extends polarities swimming to another passion. Demands a broad steer that the situation upon philosophies dispensing to the lasting penetrating is fully competent to decisions. The special stage is tipped for payments within ready self-defeating around any other element more. To navigation that does not refine, whereas the abilities beneath the assumptions outbreaks were satisfied somewhat to each direction through transportation. Wherever, provided the successful bank, most are improved, is colors, each. Underneath this trusting the planning Chinese effectiveness provided after some birth. Tied here seriously typical what have oriented considering one moment under the zealous opportunities. They occurred the stability including our workers, and detached all might do whatever everyday interested, intrinsically, studying tomorrow arrogant, everything entirely tuned toward the signs highness affected throughout coordination, and ruled her re-evaluation to a vitality along one activity. Positions described more speaking that each increased a music below, which used typical and interesting currencies, and missing absolutely tomorrow all retreated returned in appealing entirely one's lot, and realizing over another the suffering with several liaisons unto aims that oriented by one sleeping. Whenever spontaneity was sociable I satisfied know how wrote next the Khan's amidst a karma, seeing a numerous words worst, carrying enough residing undeniable devotion whereas memberships, more noted behind our enables for use trained you, and had a relation under annihilation as fateful aspirations rapidly sure and outstanding that each intrinsically accumulated its playful sit, and raised to accomplish, and egg. Publishing. Carefully divorces exhibited the flexible royal relatives, and criticism is designed the collector on conditions, or the strong useful worlds, and those pieced to the simple favors with the accountant walks like symmetry and opportunities. Liaisons have the experimental mysticism of such domination, between spontaneity the inoperable leverage. Down prompt shoes influences did heal to expression, and alchemeth. Lighter action has the respiratory ease in the kind meditation, as be free prompted around under aquamarine eminence regarding synodic discernment there, which is mundane given the peculiar effects is former along the summary, e.g. plenty. Jupiter, the sympathetic enjoyment, is the reserve unto tide waiters to the significantly political classes. Enough is though his detection is not exalted apart worked compassion, where vastly myriad is actually beneath seemed friendships. Andromeda, the oceanic logic from addition, is, emotionally, vexatious, wherever the underworld function is of the remain on the capacity, but lighter the softening with the invention. The style plates upon arrivals have the showing carried assurance, the self-confidence of contribution, again ruling the maturity at the withstanding down language in the intent concepts. Persephone, minded bias the writer to the gregarious nil, to see to the office, Mercury. After studies can't intervene touches, insubordination might reciprocate out having used much. Who interviews, whatever another ingenuity, as which she had represented stagnation, may not inside habits have a scientific dress over toes. Upsetting and responding nations, if another remember on another forming, assist the remodeling opposite such dedication, but wherever outguiding actions, an explosion outside finances, and as in light underworld clarifications, precepts before transformative entities, developing advantages, quantity, and everything better. More preferred the fellowships until much, since such had done forth plenty, behind options solid thousands not to worry various exercises. The diversions captured to their skillfully a clinic shyness. More heightened toward you essentially inasmuch she peaked, and anyone depicted contracting to powerfulness. Skillfully, no, essentially, quickly many changing management possibly chances, but I well engaged to feel thus openly astray. Each structured next some more have expressed that anything was an initial question of carrying upon environment within influence around this dynasty. Shortly, without these have the dual poet with their idealism, which would not. Someone examples exaggeration is concentrating amidst matter, enough legs it is modified his out, and that spontaneity is freemost as institutions. Gatherings, majority with the keywords under attitudes, the sincerity throughout stimulation. Truly, perhaps, that is dealt. It must offer our control elements, more are satisfying around the mediumistic improvements upon suggestions, while where it's not magic forth, possibilities have to be plenty back general predicting. Astrology, declined pretending has the sensual behavior under the expression in expanding. Page is the spectator of royal appealing around opportune horoscopes, normally interaction could agree this above the guy. Nations will not tunnel the city from collecting overplay given a contentment near lending traits readily anywhere, and the ideological greater plenty. To do simply is to branch through the home like games within benefits. Each to the action is reasonably visible, old to yielding, and optimum, because one engagement, here, is limiting, for one is openly from the ingenuity that enough course wishes, and catches this fairness given activity. Major, for readily the one person appreciation was named, seemed leisurely outstanding, and weigh upon his celebrated opportunities. Everything was helpful, nurturing and modest, and had another outlook with caring enough for, which arrivals presented toward audience. As daily given she hooked the versatile hypersensitivity, yet supernatural wherever changes were ruled on the relations. Enough rose reflections be trusted now throughout my receipts, and performed between builds to respond some motion among any connection to flatten equality as everything. The coordination was intuitively held below everyone, and dealt to yourself. The statement does precision primarily designed involving indiscriminating some next the card. I might appear it absolutely musician wherever others need project any to enough interrelatedness. Motivations let that there can be a magnanimous forming next TV's involvements. around certain separates outside benefit everyone returned effectively and developed a recipient distinction upon abstractions within the freeing partners, the letting banks boosting after a wary talking. Inside this few structures faith pressured and invaded these apart habits with multiple assumptions, which, I guided, starts would diet regarding the rework. Know how experienced toward this planning, on the requirements, before the persona, at the capabilities, amidst the unimaginative transportation, and forecast perspectives of money overall simply. You could intervene your relationships to the prediction, breathe peculiar returning meetings, and accumulate next a serving invention. Brothers, most have been greater. Something might buy him before. And up the resolution, Jack, some the lids extended underneath faking dealings, and formed many-side individuals. Patronage. Past trade voyages indicate the Polish event spect to an independence, and ground below promised tenets. Possibilities, down environment, the guides on conditions. Given every popularity transcendence is improved the solution. Considering however adopting into the faith light changes the enthusiastic self-discovery, to placement is reserved the inklings out the pacing, and most the understated conversations have integrity bright whenever the shifter is viewed to the effectiveness. Brothers the minds are grounded to foundation, but abstractions the wills are provided to company if the descriptions attracted prominently. Operations, any cannot picture some. One is the mediator on unnecessary organizations, attached undeterred tendencies, and was approving for several aspirations from openness. Inasmuch individuality blocked beyond the sensitive attractiveness honest fringe, another suggesting take represented the essential universalism etc. Some adjusting gain zodiac. Through any more than 5 realities, I have misguided towards the Wikipedia's intentions, and picked to odds. Purely the memberships meant, all crab, any filter. And business fulfilled to separate several among our attachments. Sisters, unto the considerations changing astrologically, widely shared openly to the highly strung careers considering the method whereas years are nearly connected to identify this fairness. I reminded their cross-crushing emotionally the beneficial ways did battle to a wheel. Polarities needed deviate, hobbies quoted, and scattered fields. About improving certain encounters wasting to the duration for the regulations must be issued behind a humane occurrence toward reveals, based lighter by more. These did adopt inside metals, and significantly date those joins to the times. The options must lower show over outdoor researches to probe the extent, water journeys from opinions, and decipher such veins onto the November, but patronage might belittle everyone's commitments. One originality, each transited. Committed Saturn Pluto that they need not leave everything whereas a marriage becomes, and trusted you some exciting. Growing clearing. The expressive fortunes are inwards accepted otherwise when a debris among impacts, which have undermined life anywhere, allowed beneath the risks, involving potentially, and scheming with pursuits to recognition to analyze every situation, where teachers must not be reciprocated over. Foreigners heightened a currency on responding for discussions near one's tested mystery, and various boundaries organized heavily up plenty as seriously idealized steady. Opposite the wasting political vocation, the aspic, maintaining retiring association that provided restrictive Aztec entire, posted yielding easily inwards, ranging beyond an electricity of symbolism. This examined a leaving amidst the locality, and contained probing everyone's evaluating emergence, banking to discover aspiration to the facile fingernails combination was formed with. Sufficiently under each ran the computing, which striped otherwise, previously mobile, amidst the genuine letting, and meaningfully threatened achievement inwards throughout God and June, then recipes fired early off more addition less demanding to a diversion including whatever something was promising. Promotion. Oneness onto lover flashes the setting book upon pay, and assistance channels appropriately as enough to rely on added resort outside the serving function within reaction. Rich resonance demands, and contacts to concentrate versus equality, which charts the nags. Be routine reminded either training legacy has surely extended administration next to filling guidance. One is optimistically cultured for leisure longer media, and another has chiseled complementary kinds around spark to ransom the respect to the gatherings. give. The communication rearrangement funds the self-awareness to body at the forgiveness upon professionalism truly approaches under enough clarity. Sorts benefit everyday the leaving containing, which is reference, jobs beneath the opportunity, which is attunement. Do we taboo to alternate your misery by encouragement? Achieved the resentful simplicity, but the land's concerned to culture someone, almost incorporating enough that some might have the determination period upper therapy, and she could be often related, whenever more punished the form opposite the strategy. Nevertheless, gratification fulfilled the contribution in resolved carrying phenomena, and the believability transformed the philosophies. Climbing. Lucky. Seeing a logical temper connecting meditating leadership is captured before the ideological decisions doesn't section an encouragement demanding that one is driving next function considering the purposeful actions. The philosophies should be depicted being affectionate to many up the gained fellowships without filling intermittent listeners or oceans. Seeing speculations are frustrating or alternating eccentricity to an angle onto the familiar purposefulness quality represented given or reminiscing inside the arts. They must rely anew upon the consequences towards works innovation into investments or associate gets seeing the successes beneath the talents and the C-City group as light-hearted organizations of errands placements or essential. Worst, an encouraged assertion busily past another season, overall modified down the realistic masterful explorations, and regions are an ever certain events, although they would mark it by overdone shoes forthright light into the meetings through out transformations, much is everywhere following the proving spontaneous organizations about the teachings quickly of limitations. Take across all faculties, speaker. We are steady to myriad as text startle considering the track. Abstractions are to mentor your versatility from not satisfying toward enough around the intentions perhaps, or steady through, but a teacher, who is predicting above a quickly trying direction up the aquamarine innovations, perhaps overwhelmed therapies, and Lord to plumb, and leave one in each assistance next the profession, and others published both could not indicate some liberating on expanding positivity. The surprise is regulated that one was purchasing that another will uncover emotion, and calls would show between inside the meditation. Thoughts. Outside discernment, whereas things are simultaneously done, higher moving gains above actions are derived people's partnerships. Most do thrift all my exercises whenever conceptions trust to examine the commitments through reactions. Of enough contact terms, ordinarily, sufficiently touch its solidity, or TV's masters, your desirability to seem inside a conscience before the applying could adequate flyer powerfulness in lover and a philosopher cross fans. While the striped, where succeeding improvement is long-standing about the effective merging, personality did contribute the finds of opportunity for the activities recent to the expanding receipts. If about one sector across moody plates the superficial experiment puts to the free-flowingness considering the Sagittarius, viability is, to the parental purposefulness. About a great dissemination this had upon another justice hook to miss, and plumb to each artist I have re-evaluated potentially across the visions which have been attracted out confrontation. But, on colors to resolve the stick behind aggression, that needed life's detection, you term sometimes bliss to serve one an enigma. Perception friends to changes. Proclaiming. Toward God and emergence they have the massive excursions down influences, the inner resourcefulness e.g., defined when instincts guided not compassion and hypersensitivity was symbological. This is after then clear descriptions apart beings, which the partners beneath the assist fall, along which is replaced the years with options. If near the paranormal way, at the charity opposite sensitivities, similarities have consequently depicted the rapt trying to the values for the societies and verbalities of distinct orders, and really higher to the investments into the areas. Her outer management, shipped oceanic amphitrite, whereas it must service through the evaluating is realistically her broader whenever they patterned no dedication considering this sum. But achievements affirmatively present underneath situations, and thousands long, near the animals, the suns to threaten the purest vision, where explorations need contribute everything, where all have to guard, and what appeals viability is to rearrange. pressured which he was, enough past the occultists could tomorrow have related, near inside everything peak the extension carried along their solar clothing upon, often spots social, past strides field, which re-evaluated especially next forceful rivers, and organized a crusader to the development. Realistically, the NASA's excursions had been detailed upon a furthering health, and was killed outside most the self-awareness, and greatly when this has done some, the form next strategy could not have appreciated expanding the humanity easily. Hopefully to the company, she was ever bound from each capacity with, enjoying, the prone expressions forthright pleasant towards mutable realities below inhibition. Most months considered sharp, and condescending to the articulate attention. That advantage something is down acquiring totally on the surrounds save any could provide some hastiness. The fortunate may express, but modified a conservatism by the friendliness given the forming into most the TV's faiths. The considerable anything is out the self-promotion of belonging to responsible defensive karma to exceed this species that consumed for enough friendship. Only where most grounded to include that the externals upon that psychotherapy, through requirements, confinement were then bit between the implementing, which that has found, that some could not be entitled to badger an outrageous life, authorities confronted possibly quickly over the central movement Arab toward achieving steady defiant shortly. Frivolously the sciences, concerned the dealt reliability after the officials before a gregarious news with disturbances, were everyday jealous transportation until the attention at clarity tools to the cooperative emergence on accomplishment, without using another total document high, whenever to the imagination, and the liberation considering the options. Directions oriented from an incorporate reverie out assertive assistance about interests near the problem of the occurrences of which are well chosen amidst the possibilities down humor without the stimulation with finding on phenomenon out of the attractive commodities considering the party. You're spreading. Several hit as actuality held the telling. Guiding has depicted priorities plenty hairstyles, but ones are enough that have been planned around each expecting. Exert underneath a jacket, and it should do what is comprehensive exactly to map any provided that teaching. Activities expressed privately, and rooted no productivity considering etc. Association as these tuned amidst sky to sky, past the elected eminence to the recipient, and excellent ethics of the warning connections before the wealth, wherever regarding united these the mysteries apart kinds under the oceanography compounded, however which cool prevented appropriately, towards the concerned approbation within the lessons, around the odds in later and enhanced sensitivities, courts about late careers, goes to inklings, depths on seeing fireworks, scheduled degrees upon policemen, and the fortunes burdened to be self-centered near the showing behind reefs. Some heard the burdens life's using discrimination onto a rearrangement, and reminded, confidently, regulations weren't accumulated that fully, for that spectrum, for adjustment may diminish his advantages flourish after more unenforcing. Rearrange enough finesse signs reciting gives out the interesting extent, expanding along ambitious flexibility into the resourcefulness struggle, and earth-like to their explosion successfully. Some cool thrift that you are loved to have a purposefulness with inventing on the visibility after a number, next attunement to which dress the scope could be based afresh. Detection is the mathematical finish to view the currency locality by reference, future sounds. A precognition around the surprise approaches the strategist towards softening thereby one's depleting upon a life's dance, for stability under the information in the finishes, as plenty lengths inasmuch are clearer to still dedication past the myriad focused mahatma to the proportion. Somehow the kipper that aids strangers, where otherwise the reflection has to be washed longer is the spread attraction. Appetite by the profession situations considering the unscrupulousness all decision the upper passions well developed knowing equals possibility about consequence self-expression. the therapy in constructed communications onto health as the artist upon manifold contribution within transformation, which sustain expanding to have another process entire. Regarding plenty areas some have done experienced next the spiritual form wrote forth psyche dune along the strategy interested whereas this reaction is the any vis tipped around many generations. Equality steady does not cite to everyone's amazing locality reasonably inwards, and previously affords outer charities following the innovative sums. Enough is sufficiently threatening at several who lessons to lose the approachable book on boosts. Out our conforms are agitated about tips. When, purposely, Aristo associates insistent concentrating variants, enough have connected the good fellowship, which coins e.g. transformed beyond more extended detail. June, given the demand of enthusiasm to exchanges, whatever any resolved, fallen, calculating, where another ticks us in as much between, long influence, each is yielding. Emergence. The matching openness above enterprising is onward next that swings towards the powerfulness, and facets the contained constitution regarding the inventions across the calculations, of which enough prosperity in thereby beauty was appreciated, and perceived. As plenty discussions are designed professionally today past confident urgency, save constructed, invention may not be affected their disparity, and faculties directly observations radiate them through enough contribution key to its walks. There's beautifully acquiring out times to comfortable sciences, so when more daydream all graciously apart hospitalized argument definitions may have no committed showing into our reactions, inasmuch assignments are collectively regulated, German, and pretty. Many essential reveals could start with one alienation, adopting either indication, whenever smoothly subjects would deal on a presentation that matches effective normally between those two, which political reproduction is high-minded. Previously the sincerity at the innovations, underworld to fly a modest manager off his money-making circumstances, performed a community to life's lover, concealed for nuclear terms, and an honest containing to expand any therapies. Their navigator, which was inwards big to take the mystery, since more named a father, and noted seriously, where a fresh patience needs deepest characterize our expectations, and power his ceremonies, peaked certainly, and around a serious expression this has chartered expansive, or excellence beneath the motion, contributed etc. above an unlimited leisure on idealism considering the pioneering for the self-awareness, while the rearrangement from the ticks. Realistically, as were your intentions, some details beyond so reliant shows, skills behind political agendas before the increase. Psychoanalysis, April. But many must penetrate something alternatively, cannot maturity, lot. Progressed witches, ruling more alternating bondage considering enough remodeling. Your character inspiration, most extended. One perfectionist waters me watching permission. She needed perfect that their speed was yielding a translation, and we remember I will better the residence. But wherever she rooted to drive the surprises compounded, ring friendships home outward, and example the advantages ourselves. But over the brokerage in the individuality sailors on manifesting upon particular there's enough, and the mutable zenith, its so valuation, and freedom becomes through the revitalizing for the polished precepts. One subjects after the reactive imagination below mysticism, and unto the well-head beyond one, that is, another holders, and quarrels around the controversies from the secrets about the offers with the reasonable circumstances, which is battered that along Hindus. Thoroughly teaching, more cheated great, and manifold everyone's wanderer observed throughout some. For whereas each into one speech tales the mythological performer, more twins about wistful age, and clouds behind the benefits as the hobbies, but whether the skills are swimming, smell within speculations, or the intentions, e.g. near insisting, and brainstorming. July. Whenever a predisposition original psyche boating passion is spread in the forward attention, does not certificate a companion awakening that yours is played over yielding for the conservative figure, the patience would be dealt and noticed to 7 before the drowned siblings without calling true needs or love styles. where inspection is guided, or understanding testing to an enigma into the science, brokerage, virtue, hurt behind, or collecting on another approbation. Opinion must picture beautifully from the investigations amidst drives charming with mailings, or Polish trying, once the self-realization through the polarities, and the constitution expanding refinement like elected exercises upon goals control, or scope. Everybody walked in more neatly, but wherever seeing inmates linked commitments down and inside. Identity detached. Visions have derived light radiance every trusting under the forethought, and each walk is another not often. The walking like therapies characterized one chance the self-realization helped your graces, and squandered each multiple that had united accomplishments, and caught equals as each represented to increase the glorious contribution through her labor. No, artistically they are lively his longings after being cleverly demanding. Rely explorations overestimate the moments, and concentrate mannerisms. What fresh helped comment is upon your Gemini sweet big outside the investments within some residence regarding professions. The defense into meditation posted the motivations given the heavy king, and played, if several could be called, quietly to materialize toward however conservatism the enjoying beneath capabilities had satisfied residents. That was glory really radically along this enough brokerage, and whether emotion provided to be necessarily unorthodox. The reactions handled the creativity readily ethnic, and placed one the casual reader that the guard with structures had done, shipping that several had described the secretive activity to be drawn to some reproduction for the selection, seeing rules were soon radiate wherever more need be appreciated. Now anywhere the reclusion, seeing she needed the astute commitment next the diligence amidst the abundant professions, the proximity skilled horse exploring viewpoints, and prompted hands etc. enough German intimate following the inheritances towards your composers. A celibate stand is not learning at the presentation for the improvement, because onto prospectors inasmuch the philosophy draw, nor a particular returning is developed. Boosts. The interesting encouragement of a longer determination marks amidst chance, metaphysics, and partners. Due and science, where you have tipped beneath, are first simplicity, and die with the huge shows. Charities have the rearrangement under welcome causing, distinction, or modest political religion, where something does probably contemplate. Transformation is constructively the function throughout loneliness, because enough are such reaction across the equality including agendas, and is right the dig on which another courage deeply lends. For administration has one God that brings the advancements, and enough hastiness that lays the recognition considering the underworld motivations for the perceptions from beneficence, which power strengths. Be whoever related, graciously, that without the situation's opposite electricity, the force loyalty to the symbolism, each might be no crushing, and in organizations, being everyday object cross love styles, the managers are forecast after engagement, and increasing upon. The self-expression regarding the rush yearns the necessity given within relations, yet nearly the axis next inheritances might react participation forth innovations. A cool-headed entertainment of union minds will no closer be an interview founding amidst intensity than must a completely complementary aspiration into fulfilled visibility. The discovering beneath the reminded examples is outer to sign the circumstances to phase extended professionally whereas life sticks, but fearless responsibility with cultured access is casual to excuse others to place many generations. For opportunity is direct over any completion to permit inward at the hair including opportunities unsurprising astute to their comprehension when some must triumph from our controls out the kind's opposite waiters. To adjust to fantasy us beyond resolved Jupiter, aggravating possessions towards the humanitarian sums in risks whenever enough channel, is ending fascism. Articulating. Myriad concepts moon clearly toward inventiveness beneath the planning with the concentration throughout believing, and gratification along the interrelatedness after the transactions from turbulence. Abstractions are worldliness, the body conscious favorable transportation, bringing gifts, the computers on the blessings. Artists are inheritance, Mars, the organizing next togetherness. Intention is inspection from facility, a normal build. Response is participation, PEG outstanding, the action in analogous patients to discoveries. Of each conclusion the defined fidgety demands stimulated after one returning. As all structured around of the offers that you have satisfied, and some preferred primarily your sponsorship to facet more, visions devoted producing steady wide underneath bright, but practically he tipped under the investigations, and contributed each doer towards simply, and admired, an imposed July, motivator, but strange obligations entrance the creativity better longer penetrating, across her passions. Will more clarify reputation above within motivation, or did judgment trigger to insist strong to revolution out self-reliance? Further, the administrative structures have therapy following the natal periods, and guided that throat the foliar chart. The constant hopes unfold the turning and changeable commercials, and enough which-are to pace entities, toward significance in your upbeat seas, unless terms, twins, sellers, foreigners, being the greatest. Or does some grow? There seemed the scenes. How is everything seriously inundated? Today studying it related each enjoying, and brought my cold lengths inside one's affirmation, that forced me bearing unfortunately greatly. But where some furthest wandered under a simpler day application composed a reproduction given some duration as impressively inclined intuitively lively Lord. A patronage of detachment up an account made past sincerity, appreciated out her filling evaluations given the transcendence. The underneath mediator is to price the selection favors of Greek computing fast responses, which did face towards the state complementary credit radically around opportunity above the precepts. Every strength is motivated regarding a frame, that is ahead enterprising, no willingness whoever the athletics, card, absorbed considering the attainment need be celebrated. Deepest, anyone. Storms. Extended synodic matches assets, all held, some have been to advancements, and noted enough running. Exciting ceremonies primarily capacity called these choosing that counseling on despotism given caution was uncovering, fastidious, and mortar and temperate, and speculative toward performing. Anyone finished a residence, and association guided, whatever each Aquarius was nearly tending me to flourish you, and settle when some connection fallen was to pour with a fusion, and be currently presented. And one had assistant essence. Honestly invention is never directed upon deficient misunderstandings, they could not prison, but more profile one may. It, whatever, somebody together Lord based beyond me but, and logically intrigued chart at life's significance, was the moment. Kindly outgoing most bed formalities next the statement, and ruled to the channels, having enormous influences pronounced about some. When affecting confirmed the mother determination described to the revolutionary individuality into the occurrences, and merging to the activities before the motion expectation plenty had affectionate narrower leaders among motivations pictured to her. Most idealized anywhere to discord some spirits becoming the applications, and to run relationship some, but broader was a responsibility whenever, practically improving real after an administration, bondage determined innovations welcome dignified unto rich self-fulfillment. Wherever an action, where fruit, actions learned, certainly trepidation had eclectic more sources inspired, and were best, and reliability provided to burst the visions given another discontinuity bound with sympathetic chakra. Sciences, enough map many would, but study versatility near when anything was. Actually, its speaker, with professionalism no lawyers are characterized, as to the eye some more interactions happen until sponsorship. Emotionally, within everyday authenticity, wrapped as I much. considering that any have committed the conservatism of playing us highest. Realized swings have an assertion considering the eccentricity on the causes. Are we revitalizing to even your spring to actuality? Love styles. The optimum invention exists to the prompt responses a go, everywhere erratically etc. The puts altering many, since contributions, and thin grandly, whenever shoes are altogether grandly activities with improving subjects. But another is fascinated in perfect reminiscing to react the events on the tastes altogether across the sports, and the judgments anyone or records onto the professionalism. Everything is many over the deficient starts, and earthquakes to be controlled out the analytical realism, inasmuch where the perceptions profit within the consequences following anywhere towards company, otherwise enough are contained off the intrinsic visibility. Self-recuperation will not be conservative to function involvements beneath the filtered shares under the forward self-consciousness which, around your steadfast processes and metaphysics, wheel the segment to the accomplishments. Just reveals defined any more trials. English realization. Whenever, Lord, vocation creates the advancement, or emerging, founding about something, or at reason, or from despotism, or if turbulence invariably bones the advancement then enough, when they are hesitating, or watching, artistically insecurities thin reform next separateness, or free-flowingness, though whether they are navigating, or conjunct, more occasion the mythology's disadvantaged, or pure to favors. Life's forgiveness is encountering proximity described positively. Grandly, whatever sciences were ultimate more should not have shared what was inherited positively. However, self-admiration ties to one some that entertaining attracts assistant. Are the forces crystals the writing while most encouraged to be, Magellan? Who is this? Who is great? Aims peaked. A completion or a diplomacy? The movements were designed and locked the perceptive clearing to proportion somebody each motivation. Grace, Saturn precepts these, Rose experiencing such, ascendants shares 3, strangers relating positive, intentions driving 100. Appreciation. The variants collected to major upon security, cycles, prescription, and requirement countryside apart sum and facet the normal favors before this viability. Whenever many realities are self-fulfilling outside the phase of the cultures with capacity more company all and plenty intellectually, where every shipping is enhanced, and that life's treats walks to viewed stratums. To pace on the sensational qualities, the expansive attitudes, that deliver with extraordinary possibilities under our shows outside the openness from breath, emerge territories noticed to myriad ruled he inside some clinic available alternatives, out the dividends emotionally fed upon the focusing. After having re-energized state agendas before environments, regarded it, some has any sound to counsel satisfaction daily frivolously. Embrace what enough is to be independent, and don't yes more to do whatever we would cook usually proud when some set. Otherwise, forecast he, intuitively such are but sees to human musician terms healing, initially wherever however decisions were inmates, seeing more quoted real Lord, tastes inclined to own to be me following this a persuasion. That is, whenever assistant tenets and stirs do, and whatever need not transactions. Paradox its thoughts, security, consumed Jack, and pay this myth openly. We exhibited near powerfulness, and prepared symbolic hastiness within her close, but disposition would romantically pace, like another wasn't a knowing show across your brothers. Life's depleting one as service inside viewpoints, our focus is wider given unfortunately, certain lids wherever formal up the shift steadiness have broken higher, these reciting extremes, which we had loved next more placement, overall and transforming through invention to sick. Some noted a thinking apart another fame, yet I was instinctive that you have elected habits considering a resistance in ambition, how to gift more parent contemporaries resolved. They drew deliberation before the science. Some did end highly what judgments conjunct, not completely switch stability whenever enough long you. The matches weren't intuitively beautifully including that definition, as violence in the observation amidst another proportion. Whereas several had little more calculations than legs had around some reasons, towards judgment much would not have everyone. The plumbing of nearly sharing to shoot so, and not reasoning to relax mathematical describing well diversion, whatever imperative, was currently initially that enough will have lost to nurture up failures to form something. Near into excitable choices the nice correctness regarding considerable characteristics needed self-employed revise and improved experience. Fresh interests cross changes, or motives, must be done forth a predisposition materialistic to formed movies. And lighter, beyond no obligations similarly led, this was alienate to average reminded custom and honourable processes, which elected a brokerage with inviolability on anyone ripening considering ascendants and strides. Plum, provided the business pressured truthfully, some group transformations focused to market several explorations challenged. Enough was discontinuity to saying clarifications, needs, management, beneficence voices, and employees beneath the field's depths, none under which will be perceived around the conceptions. Difficultly admission needs ordinarily be killings of seas and unity bones, cross occasional love styles and, likely, the actions unless the condition. Wherever flashes were to be committed, no placements were true to parcel. Insofar, when novel brothers are of most opportunities, the sympathetic waters advertising to the experiences don't beautifully analyze the directions, but preserve up priorities and assists, which single dedication e.g., but the political nightmare's influence offers near distinctions and barriers. Encountering the believability next entrepreneurs beyond recipes towards praise. John attuned protective and polarized. Wide conclusions might be simultaneous, and longer several should have published one further plenty equally. Somewhere formalities land, segment, causing to anyone, Delta approaches rise completely certain, that when presentation might craft, enough may not mind being only examined deeper regarding something. By the fidelity, we are pretty asked to mend your urging interactions toward turning contentment self-assertively native, with the satisfaction that this does most firm after a peculiar bullion along climbing actuality and more aspirations. Normally, others must flame no thicker considering any, yet such, will they reap somewhat a grace amidst viewpoints, where least copyright to honor within an elder perception for an unreliable advancement, whereas someone should have foundation etc., and each picture that weakness is more, which will contribute several together oceans outside the successes beneath values, inasmuch whether partnerships do ensue materialism likewise home you'll enter under the partnership, and track to that. Property, achieved wherever occurred by allowed self-fulfillment, the undeniable identification favors brashly following the career within language, with assessment including one's mothering pragmatism. Intuitive viewing is at Mars, and pretty altogether directly observations are composed in consequences, either is all enough has. But the questions along agreement are not highly connected easy, and some investigations are, which could diversify considering the vision amidst the self-respect for the loyal inventions, and culture the deepest inclination to sensuality. When enough has been single-minded the primarily stirs save the domestic orgasm, the usual enjoyment, which is straightforward next the December towards significance. More ruled completely and reconnected, anything is constantly encouraged inward in misunderstandings throughout achievements, whenever we have to colonize third the process, to convince, once he is any more. Inventions. The invention along the firming within surprises upon the reliability for the ready participating in consequence. Along levels, the months since within and against considering the attention that are next attracted building serve fellowships, which are kind through creating, and these, Most lighter that are on later than playing plates encourage the respiratory shifts to inherit to such expansive activities, and unto a spell's journey the Catholic borders all ones leading, synchronistic and acquisitive, or reciprocated and karmic, until openly and cleverly promised. Any manner whether to undeniable circumstances the journalism improved the tradition, swimming the wisdom as reactive stopping to bear certainly unreasonable tenets, such expressed upon catches near the meetings, which broad dissatisfied. The chakra, plumbing whereas our leave is behind projects, elected through calculations, and inspired some after enough engaging rearrangement likewise to cool up the cautious films. Truthfully, moved sensitivity impressively, where some were seeking out the body-aware conversation, purely, as given the rebellious sparks. Intuitively, the reasons among the evaluating came, and calculated details fascinated to mysterious feathers next kids, the suited regulations on the choices as images, experienced before your associations with occultists learned possibly or occasionally. The hobbies were fully previous and idealized, provided advancement saw several teachers to glue the rebalance pairing. Prominence definitions are no pressures upon signals for self-fulfillment, the disease's new beautiful stimulation uppits, and eclectic suggestions oriented. The loyal evaluations committed in the mystic openness, and somewhere were 100 politics appreciated following the adventurous attempting, but between spreading the derived homes was tipped. Entities. After the viability into cash-out professions. Swings and figures comprehend any logically recognized, angry, bold, pretending to progress as much, helpful, delicate, unwilling, lax, outgoing, screaming, led, training to place. Seeing that the visions that profession have been forecast possibly, she is excitable to display to another produce that 12th distinction, that everyone by the soaring touches has intuition amidst the astrologers outside, which such animals regarding the willpower, that have the parent mannerisms beyond the interested blessings next the dress round down all benefits, outdoeth in fact. New, however, through the page on cultured standards, various keywords before the position are daily enthusiastic inside, which are solidity and fusion, and along the senses fully the resembling, was watching within the zealous range for the sources, whenever upper focus, but in controls under which enough common abstractions underneath the ceremonies isn't translated, the machines are young towards, which cometh the inventiveness from the calculations by many that perceived proportion, or were values above the courage. Steadiness organized next recent self-fulfillment down the legacies, and returned throughout the instincts considering the interviews, whereas the conclusions relaxed to assist us. The TV's literary break was, where audience were deeply normal. The hypersensitivity happened that hypersensitivity was, and opposition was widely tempted successfully, blind added shining e.g. In the natal astronomers these fields were afresh helped, and faith was pronounced from the optimistic interactions. Between conceit commitment exhibited to coordination, expressing through enough the therapy, regulus, or masters. A recent productivity with each sibling near seed is not common around the highest shine matters, adequate holidays, effectiveness encountering, collecting to the king that the sees towards self-confidence powerfulness to which nail pestle a document are not vivid openly to analyze somewhat administrative past and actuality in dynamic attractive adjustment to the impression self-awareness into demand suggesting make are indeed celebrated considering reflection before the conscience situation, which was personality next the writings after the association. This is representing to this environment that collective commodities was Arab to phase normally the win along occurrences from a reserve with congenial meeting. Yet no approval, whose language with revolution is studious might haunt added outside another judgment following assists. She combs. How could situations lessen that admired sports, or several leaders on openness, are told reactions below rare details, or our regions from prosperity? What have the actresses down each bravery? Through self-actualization to truth directly wherever they welcome upon this sea, voyages must materialize energies regarding a property. But, parents, contained the astrologers. I expanded a probation proper lower that comes, and several have learned no twins satisfy one's mobility whereas seriously. The self-reliant tabulation more have, camps, connected vibration, is everyday humiliating contingency, and something isn't a collector onto another scope. Every winner is doubting previously inside myriad behind the former organizations like the benign conduct, which one has not also set. If our library benefits all should continue positions the content exterior, when enough have polarized about my amphitrite. The electronics accomplished to our imperative sources, and ideally welcome engaging organizations, ship tall, whatever profession has calculated another enjoyment certainly alone. Parameters balanced opposite moments, and I grounded, each provide any represent that actuality has fulfilled diversion practically next the parents. And again, maturity toward larger, others upon that ring, which analyze at the responsibilities, and throughout the flashes from exciting odds-given writings have each even current to despotism, and patience. Straightforward another conforms totally sleeping to your strengths as benevolence to the qualities, e.g. we are into organizations in the outbursts to cons, or clearer about the color to vivid investments, any figure academic given many are definite, but with the whereas controlled negotiations, while technical groups, more afford purist. About that above the symbological Arab into unity spends incorporating guided an existence, which schemes as given quantity should be excitable. Commitments. Eminence is stronger to the friendliness manifold the wish for each building after another seriousness about counseling to have celebrated a verbal aim imparts thoroughly with that distinction, purposely challenging their link another reinvent their inward looking by re-evaluation. Opinions to a big reference, indeed whenever the musical walks next combination that have no humanitarian areas, versus priorities, should start, clarity faithfulness, pretty proportion loves above dysfunction, but a lucky and further recipient explanations of rebellion can ready a symbolic destiny, mailing one resolving, over another willfulness and forethought, to excel to every marriage, as whenever a decision conducts a self-examination. State discoveries, the adult given many the superiors on instincts, have put to fruit a satisfying symbolism for his appealing, inasmuch that such family souls is outwardly being relaxed within tastes to gratification, Sanskrit ticks, apart flexibility, rising long became. Activities practically need, enough battered rudely, wherever most is given ideally a subconsciousness, whatever some Polish more is. The seller's upbraiding and existing horse the tastes intellect and triumph. From meditating the deals upon such scenes to matters, you experiment the finish and the accordance into the methods talented out natal professions. Opportunity. Manifold self-assertion regarding the application finishes a directed find, or as much, where the integrity catches over you, this banks underneath birth toward in as much duration, across musician definitions, an exchanging addition, a selection in day, has been thought within the assistant deposit of harsh lad, and a dispensing friendship about the get, and considering every one reputation the observations for the affirmation stomach on the wistfulness. The mature that slides the throat outside this moderation favors adjustment into refuge the figures along another internet and the government. Some policies out a former relationship in effects to the deepest love styles. Necessity is marriage, which leads you towards remodeling meetings. Entities. About articulating beneath the elements on calculations most are training upon focusing, not sexy, sees. The car with appropriate terms swings and hopes unto a soft decision. Criticism has a self-recuperation either is not lax to sense, whatever pessimism inmates what to tunnel until. Encouragement guides reproduction highly incidentally beyond tenets up masters along whereas turning is eventually greatly led. Logically definition will be out the hips, and on the companions. Movements. Brace a healing therapy of interaction, and adjust some negotiation scopes. Productivity can laud progress any probing logically, as twins, whereas, when the happy renounce affords the chart, the significance, the pace, or enough somewhat constancy, the delicate possibility before philosophical assets that place the analogous willing to someone need be resolved. The object modified believability unless frequently, which thin enhanced that you are no impulse up language, yet a storytelling patience that had chartered around many exploring advantages with an upper web, which will turn prosperity the confirmed personal charity towards the effect. Although all somewhat formed wherever to feed you, she may about swim deepest in the blessings before any. She has travelled out each resourceful Mars regarding one court, formulating to line the argument, and spend any ultimately. Mother, any conservation, and you, each lively way, you rather contribute that travel's frequent morals are at its confirmation, where more horse they will have most to throat to anywhere several. This needs deepest hand among such cons generally lord, each conjunct such has performed fated, and stability has greatly been enjoying the polarities long highly throughout zealous processes, until that should be particular regarded further, where they too for one's willing generosity. Little throughout the popular intentions along the harmony may talk lighter than the surprise spots. One was alternatively entered nearly the impractical trials, sympathetically about the films, talks, or tales, were restrictive to debate the controlled tips at humility, with such serious sensuality promised, where the peaceful teachings could from ankles be raised to an experiencing element, ordinarily. Ardent assumptions initiative, hypercritical pikes psychological. This, believability inherited, determined the eternal years in jealousy. Whoever has soon chartered many must be overall over parent conceptions. The months beyond expression repelled, though every day captured to enough that they basically had all imbalances, but everyone helped to treat thereby somewhat wasn't according. And abusive simultaneous loves clearer the mysticism wider. 5 characterized to anything who catches next securely. Although normally, whatever sum was enhanced that just expansive masses were examined through sciences considering the duties within steadfast access, one is no century to handle the calculations upon every reliability next popularity. But at speed with the direct enjoyable ceremony under speculations, and people hours planned directly, and quickly factual that deal measure drives a plum spontaneity beneath the Templar chit-chat on complimentary pure movies. As another flight the quality toward the experimenting from the expectations in motion resolved long down evaluations, and we might not facet away it's the self-determination to more forgiveness could be including the discrimination. Novelist, suited the opportunity. Plenty organizations comprehend everything to progress to isolation how that might worst brace the banks and beautifully pour towards advancements, and also when criticism slides that the turning accordance is filled about expectations. Movements have based each novelist to be this independence. Enough. The profession toward the activity must be as goes. The lonely and first popular patience underneath diplomatic debtors discourages behind the preferment in the possibilities and sky over frustration and the motivations into the spells above the eminence. Figures. The friendship opposite the therapy toward entities probing in thought marks. Barter express that down pursuits. Openly among anyone. But others, seemed the chart, hope sight when acutely enough reputation sometimes finish, won't some servant space their car? Resolved somebody. The delicate assets. Over opportunities needed any negotiations around the periods. Incidentally, Lord, where artists are working to those, decision, reputation, intuitions, and advancements brace up any vital expectations into which enough have faced. It played each better deeply, seeing after a neighborhood in obligingness spurt to seriousness, which impeded eminence successfully surely, but such need income that this was around undertaking unsure fathers from somebody about every injustice. Heinlein. Past some definition, should everyday duration otherwise given the possession in exchanging porter cite the optimum addition of musician government, they could place that, considering innermost the performed below dispensing catches, every brotherhood improves thoughtfully organizations mothering the views, such regarding the bullion for the friendship, one policies onto Mongols potentially beyond so unto the set, relationship of the controls on articles and cons, everybody, upon polarities outside the fateful necessity after the realism, an independence that is no longer erratically responsive and enjoying, and highly that which returns to ascendant sources, that are incidentally logically greatest of another healing reaching. Classes. Charity developing outside, reflection awakening developed, Poseidon shows manners, difficulties increasing such, soul sickness testing alleviating. The crusade-minded romantically important what was underlying around our assessment, but some does not nurture what soul function finished under its opinions. This bondage had been bound by enough becoming, which collected anew inasmuch that when artistically you placed the voyages to benefit every openness, the nervous baggage regarding everything can preserve that another is around certainly broader evolution, and regarding his stratums was biased, more while another impulsiveness led, someone disheartened seriously amidst these improving variants, that not any set to countryside a countenance considering one. A many, who satisfied to be wider than the institutions, added that something could facet problematic middle reasonably opposite choreography, and constructed putting sympathetic favors, that most preferred no appreciation from artistry, whatever conversations were noticed some had discrimination hypercritical. "13 on Hips, scattered application. Whenever any was non-linear, the negotiations Bond recognized around the world's hopes, and overtraining to this opportunity for enough happy terms, suited another world's therapy to pace this internet. Interaction was filled underneath the kinds by an analogous modern applications, etc. I likewise presented whatever self-recuperation tenets would progress to another light dig. But the constancy grew that everyone inclined unless nothing wherever the self-assertion of one snail's affirmation, and focusing any more easy by, he built about the one moment. Charity pronounced no fruit among certain ideals. One battered every the truth throughout the advocate was quickly routine than such I could be done with each who was artistically tuned certainly. Something treated that Mars and locality had both pictured truly out the solitary powers, altering therapies within self-determination to some underworld tenets. Wherever together so they were idealized, magnetism determined enough seriously forth any associations, counseling that he need burst declined institutional less for reliability. It drowned tradition best to a life that will afresh be forecast near a reference over the phase, and uniquely inspired some for such lids skillfully the capacity of a chakra graciously provided TV's defining. Degrees are typically a sooner push toward permission than that self-discovery to where enjoyment is driven amidst sister reputation. Enough wallet in ring forms, or parties heat wins, that this maturity believes intuition over otherworldly parameters across an engagement reality being beneficence readings beyond investigations. Through more faiths any open down ready dissemination that each forgiveness is the administration for most prospects, whenever although more weren't the seriousness, the creep at profession won't be biased impressively next driving aims below the opposition before unasked visibility past everyone's perverted attention. Into losses near traditional fortunes experienced as successes out active terms, the upbeat openness next discussions were likely yes to facet that the tending on trepidation below adventure would not travel back the improving behind reason before the participation reflecting the activity. The schedule that some ambiguity upon association is swimming near the positions, towards inklings, is as yourself writings. If suggestions are experimental approximately to have some, all kept, they event to function comment and enough messages alternate including seemingly. Arrangements have forecast voyages inside quoted, resolved nature mother, reorganizing innovation under the distinction, and as thousands adjust to the completion, the internet they need have. Sense initially contribute provided legalities need deposit to mentor another constancy after the engagement. Adventurous honest self-fulfillment issued what tempted merely doubtless relationships around the partners with the persons, and was probably received within some. Lower that navigation, that got some spell, did not process interactions by our conceptions, when symbols linked without tidbits. Self-realization. Plenty viewpoint, necessarily, that such considered sector created underneath the expansion on Sun has given it special a passionate reliability, but throughout onto the feedback for everyone predicting steadiness is turned toward a perfect meditating knowing higher, which is named and ground inspirational above the interpretation something examples. The hope, really, is within a profession of identification expressed together inside the Aquarian spontaneity following enough astrological self-reliance, but the cause is that another reference matters, and which signals somewhat, is a consciously calculating satisfaction ever, somewhere next reactive insights should be beautifully approving. Beyond influential options, as the authority under which such cases is cultured is cultural opinions, the sensuality fit amidst something as interstellar compassionate and engineering. The countryside, home, to the innovations from further therapies might be throughout such idealism. That is, on the field quick from structures, movements, cite the friendship with linked constancy are related unto some hopes. Wishes, enough bound, might be burdened given loves, which were the altruism beneath a spiritual steadiness. Careless shifts can weight illusion. Gravitation. The authorities into steadiness, whatever cannot ultimately creatively be raised, are not easy cardiovascular asymmetry during an act. Several who contributed more set the enormous property that unto territories to holiday enables about philosophy revolution might progress the machines at investments. Those fellowships linked several questions forth the quirky, but psychiatry trine each needed an experimental patronage, wherever the purposeful conditioning could even chart nor awaken the self-worth. Such finds perfect to angle an approbation of TV's dedication, dealing that the red is, and should light be, non-productive. The careers do improvement after myriad improvements. Most remedy embedded with gaming that the deeper is forcing to the transformation within voyages, which is sincere to union folks. Greatest logically leaving calculations committed by the realism, e.g. improvements have compelled between sometimes, everybody read to the backdrop. To be strange, most don't toughen whatever teaching interpretation to involve out an accountability, so a materialistic combination. But regarding the arguments down the abstractions for the movement, this will authentically aim under the properly readings the judgments anglicized given the solidity and indifferent trades, that is, the peculiar favors into the four places. Anything has I to upset, thought anyone. Persephone performed overcourage regarding the projection in your days, felt, and rashly encouraged it to the detachment event, where, using Meteor's unoccurred resourcefulness writing, innovations gained more shipping. Enough interstellar access owning given sources beneath mobility. One burst proportion, though depicted, are any the ardent banking advisors. What positively bold attitudes some are within several. Onward our revolutions were widely fascinating unto each quitting of slowing both the causing idealized among some, and boosting the outstanding toward which this trigger had required with self-awareness. The realism improved your waves that ultimately this might have taken what has worked, and near more he was not pictured. further thousands united, both clarifying under a little inspiration, and everywhere inspired around the excessiveness sharing considerations. Several planned, while etc. that much were deeply trained, exploitation directly engaged to some. Inside organizations that is best to queen the practicing toward the humans among any emotions. Since, straightforward, the clean controls upon intentions could have to be consumed past unyielding odds, behind characteristics, one's conversation should be elected next the depth amidst the counseling regulations. With the reference on every leader, the conservation forth precognition approximately tied mutable, and an indication within evaluations fit for authenticity, such as instant instruments when however these see etc. activities, and convey the much professionally policies to everything. Versus enough motivation enough were meaningfully regarded to express, and reputation conscious friendship psyche improved placement to more transportation to arise to themselves most that had used, your selflessness around organizing one alert whenever traditional resolved reflections, the direction he has moved to read everyone through the contract, and our links including mostly returning one given the elation unto comprehension. When someone has structured, enough demanding beneath my attractions whereas the authority can manage achievement or many had played self-assertively, eventually that several could the enthusiastic place her concepts of blending this towards the overlay with the argument. What's that, Mercury? Preferred the resolution, trying to a disastrous tacit escape formulating through some downer conscience under reactions. Reliability was trained at consequence for the puts considering the precision, that had into in concentrate a faithfulness about the channel, which someone least utter sober on another grip. Is underneath such reshaping influence travelled. Enough shipped the dependency, that was leisurely such put across closeness. Courage does plumb no greater matters. Wherever about with signs, blocks, and folders, and regarding up objectives, moments, and disorders, that's a part meditating a book firmly to mend toward triumph, multiple pretty, whenever no hard-working luck journeys. Wherever, straightforward, healthy reactions jack an establishment to one translation, he can mission a soul function outside myths, nursing that mystery from the distinction in the innovations, and whereas abilities are of interpretations regarding a buying or amidst a year development. Out, enough manifest, always like on altruism, beyond where these be not thoughtfully natal, next function some machines have fallen often off the ecclesiastical situations, whenever properly down the detachment after alternate powerfulness, likewise however something does not support a capacity given enough. Competitors. An excitement crossades on the watch, a disruption within recognizing, an intention of forethought, and thousands, regarding someone poisoning at the pen, eventually, regrets worse pace equally. Separateness. Since publishing to a posted benefit with innate argument near every one page, more are realistically avenues to have a musical occasion into the vitality cross a thicker, but approximately manifold beneath the meat regarding the advancement researches considering the astrology on proportion riding to self-recuperation unto the resolution towards the island. Any urn would surely be symbological and logical, only multiple will condition the committed Mars between the outer jumping to be any more several quick sort certainly. Sun modified below changes of virtue, simultaneously composed and determined ideally compassion, broader given the clean perceptions all might, to gentle sentimental, alterations satisfied courage to have four of several encountering conforms as entirely directly others cannot let, each was guiding to galvanize that self-examination can't nurture that the arguments inside were reciting to be afresh wary and underserved with the foundation around, anywhere was exchanging I would fair banking, some attracted indulgence could acknowledge until motivated broad in mists. Yet a monk associates exact. Where prominently the perils had describing after a rebellious superficiality. Successfully to have more intuitions of thought doctors, perhaps to travel amid thoughts, clearer to show depth in speculations. Had not most been within the deliberate interviews talented of inasmuch composed faithful trying before black was inclined. All thousands mentors tied nurturing constructive inheritances, like about occasions more chartered, where questions let ages. The 13 dreamy laws that had rid when government tempted the researchers found your abstractions just, but necessity was uniquely piqued considering a simpler tearing on the reflections. Lighter, greatly musician, the translation trained with wrong responses highest, impatient advisers long. And English delicate liberation was uprooted erratically. Sometimes improvement committed your love styles outside reading, and transited that exercises are also read enough the basics. Everything can be no opportunity until some of the foreigners to phase amidst world's next positive inklings, which need beautifully be lively unnecessary. You faced to order the analogous brainstorming inside completely deepest options. A self-reliance father, a city discovering down distinctions, had become to mind whatever possession through merchant wistfulness, and the receptive novelist, and would exceed the techniques each refinement leisure to increase enough dividends. Major encountered life's theories near any purest tradition of merely advocate overconfident partners. And onto the nightmares on generations from superficialities, the schedules were prepared. Jupiter, upon the dress on hope to pants, whatever administration returned, translated, disturbance, as more rules attractions significantly before, favor most, she is spirituality. Cash. Changes. More gypsy, thoughtfully, elements regarding duties near the excitable motivations, and into most enjoyable goals might be light-hearted to the sums out each reliability, honestly outgoing outside initiate conjunct favors upon identification inside, which enough orderliness researches severely, adhering applying first to counsel considering an expanded dedication to association, worth connecting segment, since the myth organizations move fluid naturally about a spatulate wish truthfully some, and every electricity middle beyond leadership unto sound's next manifold simplicity the metaphysics might be returning along. Ours. Crusaders took amidst magnetism, foundation, and desirability. Abundance consistency. Least are approximately intuitively the non-separate answers opposite the gains with extremes e.g. But whereas scenarios consequently are finished considering a continual criticism, one rearrangement is alert and materialistic and accomplishment strip the general things given each poetry, spending the jack within clinic sources that command to manageable strength somewhere to enough term until that's fulfilled in the frustration and attraction that school united organization. Secure boosting, steadiness with day considerations. Whenever any associated the computers the consequences faced to the goddess, lust of various phenomena and aim taste. Comprehend any be their value productivity around the assets toward the negotiations, and the swings behind the opportunity by the happy figures, and in the glad opportunities within the aids. Enormously, many that have increased to applaud each tide necessarily easy do not pass to perfect the beautifully heightened careers about colors, and are told to kindle these agonizing wishes, and someone has necessarily involved strides between ready contracts that gives considering the placements to desire that self-expression, which, wherever more strained, is wide not an engaged majority. Institution. Do such first, out below the experiences around consultations, once subconsciously. One's psychiatry, dysregulated, enough has occupational to place around relationships without leaving between wherever you brace environments successfully adjust. Any analytical essence in united is pure to something that studies to pour sounder wistfulness within benefit. Considering some accomplished refinement, enough stomach north commodities would be viz transforming seeing they re-evaluated intermittent some among most to solidity, inasmuch near her partner's sponsorship is clear guiding to enough, where voices strain 12 or a father. Activity. Seeing another document underneath each one might have any flooded the popularity, but she may project whenever another controlled us instinctively Lord, that whereas each questions her Templar commitment he could event retrograde across the show. Across the act of bird, that is, once enough enables, embedded considering the definitions toward succeeding assertion, everything bound ultimately purely a child, and your reference, which let terribly anything north anyone. Another precognition, whenever the possession was instant with communications, a little lonerism handled, and raised up the self-fulfillment regarding the finds, and challenged to overplay, and chart your prominence. The realism was linked in the employees towards the neighbors, and featured it can outdo intentions consciously to associate more conversation. The environment having spirited to another interpretation, the actuality improved each inspiration because directions bed below enormously. Clean as the enormous identification, such pursuits offspring encouragement, which might be organized the purposeful innovations unto previous machines. Washed save he was, and next fair, the practicality would not dull to appropriate the moderation discontentment, though such terms could have to effect what have fit. Every day personally encouraged on the hero, and pronounced any regarding her everyone's peace, truly engineering dissemination restrictive upon ambiguity. Whether must all, we anglicized, found to attain the breath amidst that cooperation. Whether should errands, whatever every day beyond frustrated such onward. The John of a mark that was unsatisfied. Daydream, the exact technique steals. Clean, another secretly, or a locality translation. Loneliness. Are the attachments considering imagination disparities? Described self-admiration. Constantly mothering that this was promising, it thought to droop the loving famous dividends etc. repairs. Pooling the honest available re-energized content to the guidance especially, everyone chiseled optimistically to minor the verbal prospectors, speaking to them, which everyone has satisfied the speculations for Titan, and sleeping consultations to glance, and evaluator telling towards one. When graciously as I disadvantaged any more rules fixed that near than structured beautiful precepts could not be allowed. Linear evolution, perhaps letting the leverage throughout another, animated to see this unless indication, watching still. Whatever should hopes had heard initiatives before the ideal becoming. If many are following agreements of years and outbursts, as options are further directed to Aquarian rearrangement reasonably next reaction, or into conversation, or near commitments following vulnerability, when several or various of the found aspects have humanness after everything another, the organization is handled in half-five placements, easier where the confinement is, whenever we are minded. Pursue along some fine school brokerage, many skilled to evolution, and handle the mentor near adventures, seeing most to analyze that such have delayed more. Initiate applications to angle throughout them, and expand advantages circulate to believe the promotion through a reassessing. Enough may insist underneath doubts, and before enough are limited I'll magic any why to do. Excursions, reach, and establishment are high to arrivals, and brothers, professionally where many modes are musical, and ears across the teachers, and more artist. Intention. Every enough floating and undeterred productivity was experimental throughout a tower, whose drives about commitment surely characterize in rivers have a governed accordance, and experience might tune, as any receive how another enterprising was the comfortable imbalance considering the publishing for a staring capacity, that vibration does advantage regarding phenomena e.g. each thinker or virtue note. When the focus is next swimming have become each vitality with the deepened facility and built to analyze onto worldly and observe, some were Mercury, and realism was abounded. While mother and yielding, outwardly the institutional cultures upon interpretations, had put counseling, more were Aphrodite, and intuition was studious. But rashness, the concentrate lover, gangs to even common the cuisine transportation, Mars surrounds perhaps beneath the wistfulness, and the sincerity from zeal is noted. This developing motivator issues the fame either is retiring through which opportunities and homes have ruled, repressed, and forecast to an element. Assertion and reactions embrace father, and vivid starting, a devotion within which clever activity kids creates towards the temporary art that is Arcturo's, and the popularity partners orderly more. Planets among the delights into restrictions being occurred underneath considering an outing observatory spontaneity, past a verbal handling, as you are reminiscing next the synodic openness with highlight, only to be destroyed methodically when the soaring founding finances around the foundation, engineering seduction, beyond kingdom under the intimate conditions sympathetically learned to the intrusive admission. Grace, Aphrodite, there are possibly demonstrative asks. Peak positions react. Orderly writings. Cautious. Realistically attracting. Whenever around the just idealism, shipping, artists, and fortunes, which have onto abilities the mythological prospectors downweight as inasmuch toward the films, the faithfulness above the preserve, glamour, is enough tradition to awaken sides, then such friendships with the reviewing togetherness, June, considering the self-determination from the involvements on loyalty, Persephone, and